Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Project Nisei. My name is Ed. Thanks ever so much for joining us on what's going to be the second most exciting day of the year so far, after my birthday. In case you don't know me, I'm Ed. Thanks ever so much, everyone, for joining. I can see we've got lots of people in already. And that's right, it is the 2021 Europe and Africa Continental Championships. Join us today for day one, which will be the Swiss, followed by tomorrow, day two, which is the Cup. So, I hope everyone's well. Is there anyone in the chat? Can someone give me a hi, just so I know that I'm not here by myself? Show chat. Oh, it's gone on to streamer mode. Hi, Vale. Hello, loud and clear. Hi, Ma. Hi, PSK. So, I'm joined by a couple of my good friends to start off the stream today. We're going to take a look over last weekend's action, what a lot of action there was. Good morning, Mike, as well. And then we're going to look forward to this weekend's activities. So, good morning, Tolasin, aka Russ.
Hey.
And good morning, Anarcho Mushroom, aka Podrick. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. Very excited to be here.
I am also very excited to have you. Thanks both ever so much for joining. I believe you're going to be both taking us through to the lunch break. And then we've got other guests joining this afternoon. Aki, good morning. Hello. And Frank Fetter, good morning as well. Let's do some nice scene changes. There we go, look. I set up OBS to do cool things like that. So, rather than looking at scene changes, let's talk about APAC. Both. Could you tell me a little bit about what happened last weekend for those that didn't catch it?
Well, it was all sports metal all the time, basically. Or for a lot of it seems to be sports metal.
Yes.
Super strong. So lots of purple. 20 sports metal, and precision design and Acer was 22 out of 32 players. So yeah, quite a lot of that, and lots of 419. So criminal being the go-to ID for people who want a sort of generally good deck. So yeah, be interesting to see how that changes for this week.
Yes, so I think 37 players. If we look at the top three lists, we saw Sports Metal in the Swiss, first, second, third. And interestingly, a max deck that wasn't the Hive Mind max that took the world by storm in kind of April, May. Podrick, a little bit on that?
Yeah, so there was actually two max decks, I believe, that made it to the finals, neither of which were like the high version of max that everybody is kind of expected to see at this point. I believe they were both actually on APOC, and I know Rongi Doge, who was the other finalist, as well as Sokka, who eventually won it, was on an APOC max that had Cloth. So presumably they're covering both bases with the PDU matchup, which is obviously very weak to APOC, and then the Cloth then for the sports matchup.
Sure.
And it seems quite good. It seems quite well positioned to tackle both the decks to beat Corp side. Yeah, it seems like a very strong evolution, I guess. It takes the elements of the APOC decks and it takes the elements of the Hive Mind Max deck, and it seems to put them together, and well, it nearly won APAC, so it's obviously it's obviously got serious power behind it.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
go ahead.
So I have to say though, Ed, Greg, I think still for me, one of the highlights of last weekend was a deck that included a copy of a card that they never intended to use, just to convince the corporation to play the wrong lines. So the single copy of Equivocation in Rotage's diaper list, which was there. I don't know whether I don't think many of his games were streamed, but the idea that you put equivocation in the bin to convince your components that your strategy is going to be to clone chip it back and then run R&D, or else install it, when your intention the whole time is just to spam fear the masses and put.
Yeah, with the 3 T400 mem diamonds, which it's nice to see a bit of play. Not the most common card at the moment, but if you can't bookmark, you can't game day or anything like that. You need a way to get big hand size. So, yeah, some fun games there. What do you think? So Max really rose to the top last week on the runner side. What do you think would be a possible... Have I lost sound? Let me just really quickly... And we're back.
Oh.
Hello. Yes.
Hello.
I think we had a bit of sound drops there. Discord is being a bit funny this morning. Vale in the chat saying, I've heard whisperings of a secret broken corp deck from one of the players. I'm excited to see IDs be revealed. I'm excited as well. Russ, has your sound dropped? No, you're good.
Hear me?
Yes. No, I think we had a little bit of a... I think Discord voice isn't the best this morning. Okay. Well, as long as I'm okay, Mike's confirming that I'm all right. Other commentator is very low. Is it just that I'm shouting too much? Probably. I'm just excited.
Ed, are we allowed to reveal what we know about the stats now?
Yeah, look, I think that's a good time to do that. So, with thanks to Dave Sayer, we do have some interesting stats about this week.
Yeah, so I think the main one, which is super interesting, is that Reality Plus has last week in Asia Pac there were 2 out of 32 players playing Reality Plus, and of course one of those decks was published. It was the Tilt, the deck that was, the descriptions on that one of DB was all about tilting, and there are now there are 10 players on that out of 77 in the Euro Africa Championship. So big jump in Reality Plus, and a little bit of an increase in Polana. So Polana, PE, CTM actually, none of which were played last week.
Yes,
have come back, but obviously part of that is to do with the fact that we've just got a bigger pool of players. So 76 players this week compared to 37 last week.
And on the runner side, some interesting stuff going on there as well. Particularly,
Yeah, I think runner side. I think, and I was sort of discussing this with other people sort of during the week. I think runner side at the moment, in comparison, especially to the corp side, is very purple and a little bit homogenous. Runner side, there's definitely a little bit more variety there, especially even within IDs. So obviously 419, not the most popular runner this weekend, but it's pretty standard. I don't expect it to be any kind of major deviations from the formula. But with Max, you don't know if you have a Hive Mind Max, you have APOC Max, you potentially have APOC Max with Plot. And I think I heard rumblings, or at least saw rumblings on JNet Casual of a Penny Shaver Max as well, which looks very interesting.
That's interesting.
And then you have Hashiko and then Lou then. Lou not about as represented, lower percentage share this week, but that again, larger player pool this week. But then Hashiko as well could be APOC, could be Reg, could be Nobkiri Imp to deal with sports. So runner side, I think there's some really interesting varieties. Smoke is seeing a bit more play, which is interesting. I think most smoke lists now are using Netrunner rather for the draw rather than as a sort of a stealth desperado. So it can keep up when you have a desperado for draw. It means you can keep up the sports deck really, really efficiently and really, really quickly.
Mm.
So there's definitely some interesting things going on runner side. I'm very interested to see what what this Continentals brings runner side. Obviously, we haven't seen NWE,
Yes.
the huge European testing group. We haven't, and they always, they've always got interesting deck ideas. There's some very excellent deck builders. Kinsale, obviously, a fabulous deck builder. So it'll be interesting to see what they've come up with for this meta and what they think is top runner and top corp, which is always exciting.
Yeah, it's been a bit all quiet on the NWE front, hasn't it, over the last couple of weeks? Whether there is a secret brew, and obviously we don't know. We've seen the numbers. We don't know who's playing what. So the rise in Hashiko decks, it could be a Hashiko deck, it could be a smoke deck. Don't know. It could even be penciled on the one Apex list.
I hope so. I really hope so. Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say, it looks like pairings are up.
Pairings are up. Excellent. Right.
Yeah, I was going to say that I played a little bit on JNet. I've been on vacation this week, so I haven't played a huge amount on JNet. I've been doing live stuff instead, but there were definitely lots of secret games going on, private games where people weren't disclosing what they were doing. So
yes,
yeah. All right, so pairings are up. Who should we choose?
I've got a pick for round one. Testing buddies, good friends of mine, both excellent players. If we look at table 7,
I just got table 7. That's a great one.
Unbelievable. So for those that don't know, Oslet and Rose of Appliance are very good friends of mine as well. When we're not chatting, then they're playing a lot of Netrunner at the moment together. So that's probably the ultimate bad draw for the pair of them. So let's go and jump in. Laura's got up at 5:30 this morning.
Shout out to Laura.
Yeah.
For waking up at a horrible time, and I can speak from experience as somebody who played in APAC last week. Getting up early for Netrunner tournaments, it's a tough go.
Yes.
I'll tell you.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to get up at 5:30 for anything. Horrific. Let's see if my hotkeys are working. Excellent. It was table 7, wasn't it? Could someone jump in and ask if they're okay to be streamed, please?
Yep, on it.
Thank you ever so much. If not, are there any other standout games right at the bottom? Hi, Patrick. Any other highlight games of the first round, just while we...
Let's have a look.
Table 1 also was a very good matchup.
Yes.
Mike, MJP, and Mr. Buggles, who is an NWE member.
Yeah.
Actually, very, very good player.
Really good player.
But yeah, we have confirmation from Roham and Oculus to stream their game.
Fantastic. Well.
Okay, so they're all happy to be streams. We should ask just a general comment if you want to hear is that if you're not on the streaming team, then best to leave don't spectate the JNet games.
Yes.
Just watch the stream instead.
If you're signed into your Smurf account, oh dear.
And a real rogues gallery of Smurf accounts available.
Yes. There's another one. That was clever, wasn't it? Well, where are we up to with round 1 kicking off?
So 419 versus PD. This is a matchup that I've played an awful lot of.
Yes.
Both sides. I think, in my experience, it's pretty favoured for 419 if you know the matchup. 419, now that sports, after after sort of game changer sports, which is a real problem for 419, when that kind of left and other corp decks sort of dropping off in popularity, it means that 419 can tech a little bit more for the PD matchup, have things like Inside Draw and an extra copy of Miss Bones to deal with stuff like Tranquility Home Grid. So this matchup is rough for PD because PD wants to go fast. Ideally, it wants to jam out behind a single piece of ice. And 419, especially if they're on something like Anacam, where all of their high-powered events are giving them gas as well, it can be a rough time for PD. But in saying that, if they get an early sandbox, it becomes a lot tighter for them. They have better bounce back economy. Suddenly their macrophages become a very serious threat if Oscillus is on macrophage, which I would assume that she is.
Yes.
So yeah, it's a tight matchup, especially between two really excellent players. I think this will be a very close game. Rotom obviously very well known for his 419 play. Oscillus obviously has a bunch of Argus experience, so rushy corpse. Yeah, definitely Laura's thing, or Oscillus thing rather. So yeah, no, this is a good one.
Yeah, and they'll know this matchup so well. They'll have been testing tens of games, if not close to 100, over the last couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So it'd be really interesting to see how this pans out.
Yeah, and Patrick's a very good 419 player. Laura's a very good player in general.
Yeah,
has played a ton of different. Laura Oslet has played. She's got. I think the flip match is going to be interesting because I do know the kind of deck that Oslet's playing.
Yeah.
I was chatting to her this week on Slack, so it's not going to just be the reverse matchup here. So her runner deck is not 419. I think she's on a different ID. We'll see what that is when it comes.
Well, we've got keep from 419 here, and round one is.
I think we had a keep from PD as well, so
yeah,
both players have what they want for the early game.
Oh, there we go. Fun fact, Patrick won the first ever European Championship with 419, which led to him designing Ansel 1.0 as his champ card. Remember, the prize for being a Continental champion is that you get to design a card.
Yeah. So I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen Patrick play a not 419 list. I imagine he's probably played Leela for variety, but of course can't do that now. And
he's played Steve. He's played Steve. That much I know.
Yeah. It's interesting that one credit tax from 419 is consistently annoying as the corp, right? It really is. And not paying and exposing what you're installing, equally painful. So advanced assembly lines, of course, getting around that. So you don't, since you're going to res it and do something else with it anyway, you don't care about that. That's a good way of getting around 419. Spin Doctor, of course, if you're going to res it and use it. But then as soon as Ormakua comes down, you're essentially paying one credit to deny Ormakua getting one strength.
Okay, so early bravado. Probably not a lot to worry about if it is a drafter.
Yeah.
There we go. It is a drafter.
Yeah, this is like bravado, one of the best cards in this matchup, especially to get a turn one. PD's ice is not particularly threatening if you know what to expect, and especially early on, like this drafter, very low value. All it's doing is installing Spin Doctor, and now obviously Rodham is now able to trash that Crisium grid. So the doof is very, very much it's going to stick now unless Osler can find another Crisium if she's playing more than one.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether Rodham's playing Mutual Favour in his deck, which searches for an icebreaker, but he now knows that he's got to find Begolta or Boomerang to challenge HQ. So just that knowledge is good.
Just using Falsified, I think he knew that the Spin Doctor was there, so I think just using Falsified as a sure gamble, basically. No extra value there. So good first turn for Ronan. Oscillate doesn't have a huge board presence. She's going to want to try and find, I guess, ideally in this situation, a Rashida would be great. But with single ice remote against Krim, very, very difficult to keep them out. So yeah, could be a better start for Oscillate, but we'll see how things go. Another advanced assembly event.
Yeah.
And my experience of these matches is being able to score the early cyber decks makes a huge difference to how the Corp does. If you get stuck with just really strong econ denial from runner and you haven't been able to score that early agenda out, then things get pretty rough later on for the corporation.
And the big issue with something like PD is it's not ASA, where you have something like fully operational, so you have really good bounce back econ after a doof or after resin a serious piece of ice. If you go to low credits, you're on low credits unless you've got your sandbox. From last turn, just trashed the assembly lines, played a Rozeki.
And then double draw for Oslet. Possibly looking for something to jam in server 4.
Yeah. So it looks like server 4 does look like it's some kind of a defensive upgrade. So that is good. Even if it's find a single piece of ice, it is a lot. It is a lot better than just jamming behind, say, a border controller or Hagen. You do that extra bit of protection. Ideally, we prefer something like a void. Also, just icing RNG. This is exactly what 419 wants. This is a slower game. It's turn 3. There's been no agendas pushed. So that Rozeki, if this is the pace the game is going to get, that Rozeki is going to get so much value. And 419 is going to get so much value as well. And yeah, forcing the Spin Doctor pop here. Just making that Spin Doctor devalued. Or actually just letting it get trashed.
The other tell which Roten probably has to think through what it means is Laura not using the advanced assembly lines for tempo, but letting it run and get trashed. That's a free install from hand. But if your hand is agenda and operations, there's nothing you can do with it. So he'll be trying to figure out why she didn't use that to get a tempo install.
Yeah, it very well could be that HQ just doesn't have, anything good going on. It could be all agendas. It could just be all seamlesses. But we're seeing a double ice remote here. Something in the remote. This could be an agenda push. Although again, this remote is a little bit weak to Boomerang inside job. Ideally, that upgrade for Laura is an Anoetic Void rather than a Skunkworks. Skunkworks, you can play around it a lot easier than a Void.
Yeah, I think at the same time, Laura's going to struggle to res the ice on server 4 and use Anoetic Void. So, and that's just the worst situation to have there with a click left to run the remote.
Yeah. The Skunkworks res at least.
Yeah, getting below the doof threshold, but
you can steal that for 5.
Yeah.
I think you totally do here because now this remote
and that sandbox would have made a huge difference
had it
got through.
Yeah, this is so for the PD matchup. If you want best thing you can do against PD is to disrupt that first score, especially if it's in a sandbox, because their recovery economy is tied up with sandbox, and it also makes their macrophage better, which otherwise is a pretty not great piece of ice. So yeah, looking good for Rodham so far. Laura just clicking for credits, which is exactly what 419 wants, because he can just sit back, draw cards, flip money, and wait it out.
Yes. So
It's an interesting one, right?
Sorry, what's the line here for Laura? What's she looking for to get back in the game here?
Well, econ is the biggest issue for her right now, especially since she's still vulnerable to more deuce, at least 2 more to come. Mm-hmm. So at one level, you kind of want to put another ice on HQ just to force, to stop that. But on 4 credits, it's going to be super hard, I think, for her to generate any kind of momentum until her economy strengthens a bit.
Mm. Yeah, ideally you want something like a Tranquility Home Grid, because that allows you to dodge, quote unquote, the 419 tax. But yeah, Ocelot's economy right now just really suffering. Rodham able to get in there with the inside job, knowing that Ocelot can only really afford to res 1 piece of ice. I doubt she's on vanilla. And trash that Rashida, then sending Ocelot back just even further now.
I think you're right, Padraig. But I mean, Tranquility Grid is a big part of the econ of these decks, and you don't really want to trash it. Maybe if you've got a loaded Miss Bones, you could use it, but you really don't want to afford to trash Tranquility Grid. But it does give those 2 credits and options on drawing. So yeah, Laura finding that might swerve the game a little bit her way.
And the problem is as well, at this low credit total, that 419 tax is a very real tax. So if Laura does want to try and push an agenda through, either she can let Patrick, or she can let Rodham know that it's there, and he can try and come and take it, or she can go to a very low credit amount and basically have either the option to either score it or res her.
This is brutal.
Oh yeah, this is really bad. And now Patrick can just go in. Yeah, there's the Tranquility Home Grid, and he can actually go in and trash. It's a 4 credit play. If he has a Dirty Laundry, it's a little bit better. Oh,
Bravado.
Or Bravado, even better.
Yeah.
This is very difficult for Ocelot now.
Yeah. And if Turtle comes down, it's going to be even worse, because you don't want to pay. You don't want to give the expose, but you just can't afford not to pay the tax. So you can't afford to pay the tax from such low credits.
There it is. There's the Turtle.
There it
is. And just a little shout in the chat. Hello, good morning, Sengrin's SC. Yes, it is round 1, game 1, round 1. Ocelot versus Rotom Appliance. Hi there, Tammy Joe as well, Christian. Valkyries, Massisi. Hello everyone, thanks ever so much everyone for joining. I'm joined at my end by Talasin and by Anarcho Mushroom. Thanks to both, and good morning Sanjay. Well done for waking up eventually. So back to the game. Laura really just moneying up.
Yeah, it's all she can really do at the minute. But with the Turtle down now, we saw as well that Juice is Wild exposed an IP block in R&D, which is good protection against Turtle, but PD has no tag punishment. Well, unless Laura's packing some spice.
Yeah.
It's just tempo to clear the tag, really. Just clicking 2 credits if you're going to make an R&D run.
Exactly. Yeah. And and if Rodham wanted to, he could just go full on tag me, and and he eventually gets through that IP block for 3 credits with paperclip. It does mean he might lose his turning wheel, but I would imagine he's on something like Docklands as well, as far as a win condition goes.
Sure.
And Laura not even resing the IP block.
Yeah, paperclip's not in the bin, so at the moment he's got no scope to overwrite that, which is your other option on IP block.
Just think as well. I'm just actually checking the. This is bad. That's the third dude.
Yeah. So at some level, Oscar heaves a sigh of relief.
Yeah. Yeah, she says it there in the chat. At least that part of the game's done. Hello, everyone. My audio's just completely died. Why has that happened? Why is my audio dead? I'm back.
Oh, we're good.
Okay.
One thing I did notice just from cars that are in the heap, I see Rodham is on Diesel. I don't know if he's on the full 2 or 3 or on the full 3 copies of Diesel, but it does look that he's going for a Crim console, like maybe Paragon or Penny Shaver over something like Anacom. Anacomnists don't tend, in my experience, to play Diesels on top.
Roten's clearing the hand now.
Yeah. Stolen,
Ikawa,
Trashinet, Anetic Void.
And then seeing 2 Gatekeepers, which is good for a turn, but then just becomes easy turtle ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Laura.
Cyberdex, CVS in the bin, and would, if Laura had a little bit more money, would have the potential. Then you've got a purge option, but you can't afford to commit ice to archives and res that ice and do everything else that you want to do. So I know it's really hard to see a way out for Laura here.
Yeah, and like ideally what you need to do here is you need to get some kind of a score. And ideally you need to combo that with an instant purge. So even if you can get something like a CDS, into a good res, even something like a Gatekeeper, that might let you push through an agenda, but those windows are becoming smaller and smaller for Laura. You see a legwork here. Interesting new card from Gateway, making the 4-9.
Jailbreak, yeah.
Or Jailbreak.
And finds the off-world.
There we go.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
That was a pretty comprehensive. If you want to see how to beat 4-1 or how to beat PD as 4-19, that's how to do it.
It's worth noting that 419 came to prominence as a response to PD. It's arguably PD's worst matchup. So Laura might have seen that as a write-off for the day. Lose the 419s, but you got a good game elsewhere.
Yeah, it's definitely it's probably not as bad as say APOC. I think APOC is your worst matchup. But 419 has all the tools. 419 loves playing against rush decks. 419 versus Argus. If you ever played it, miserable matchup for Argus.
So it looks like they're going to play game 2, and Patrick already knows what kind of deck Laura's going to be playing.
Yes. There we go. Make sure I don't join the game.
Did that last year. That didn't go well.
So Patrick also on PD. Laura on Max. Do we know what flavour Max? What key signs for what flavour Max Laura could be playing? What we'd be looking out for?
Well, So I think Patrick, because he's a testing partner for Laura, already knows that she's on an Apocalypse deck.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you can watch the flop to see what's happening there. But I think he probably tested this matchup and he knows what he's in for.
Yeah.
So Maxwell milling a labour rights in a daily cast.
Yeah, and because you don't have to fear doof and so on. So Patrick, if you've got a seamless in hand, can already be jamming an agenda. I think it has to be his plan, right? Go fast.
Sure, and a Bran on server 1.
No, that's an interesting one because with the Bran, you could force the res, right? 6 credits is a lot of credits. You can click to stop the first one firing.
What are you worried about with the Bran subs?
Well, only just that the tempo install off the first sub, off the first subroutine. So getting the extra piece of ice if they don't say maybe you break that one and then end the run is an option.
Yeah,
Patrick being on 3 credits is a lot different to Patrick being on 9 credits.
he can still obviously score something like a sandbox, but even then, only being on 4 credits, not great. Doesn't really give you an opportunity to push as aggressively as you like. And Oslet is debating in chat about whether or not to res, but no, it's going for R&D. And I think there was a window there to force the res, even if Roden was able to push through a Cyberdex and regain some of that money back, some of that tempo back. Only on 4 credits, not huge. Or just taking it easy here.
Yeah, of course. The overdraw there gets a breaker in the bin, so you got your MK Ultra in the bin. Obviously, Ansel's a horrible face check if you do hit it.
Yeah. So, just a feedback from the chat about card visualizations and so on. So, one thing you might want to do is just hover over Bran. In the chat, at least in the chat.
Yes.
So, just to highlight what we were discussing there. So, Bran is it's a barrier, 6 to res. High strength, but it's a biowide ice, so you can click through. So at the end of the run, the subs, Laura didn't really care about, but there's a tempo value from of the first sub. So one of her options was to run that, face check it, knowing what it is, let the click through the first sub to stop Patrick installing another ice, and then just let the other 2 subs fire.
Yes, I will try and hover over cards. If you shout in the chat if there's cards you'd like to see at all, if there's anything you'd like us to explain, or if you'd like the others to explain and me to understand as well, do give us a shout. Yeah. So Laura played and I've had worse. Oslet played I have worse. Trashes. Played moshing as well. So really getting through the cards quickly here.
And interesting that she would trash. That's a really bold trash for moshing to trash both Simul Chip and Stargate.
Yeah, it's huge.
Especially the Simul Chip, which is a card that you. So the question is, what is she drawing for? What was she? What's the value? Already halfway through her stack, so 22 cards gone, 23 left.
And in the stack, we actually only have breakers wise. We've only got MK Ultra there at the moment.
Yeah. And the answer is probably she's playing the moshing to find the APOC, because if you've got the APOC and you land the APOC, you really don't care about, you just board wipe to remove everything and then you're good to go. Patrick holding Make Ice in hand. So Patrick, you can see she's, normally you're going to install ice, but one option is to hold ice back so that you've got something, you've got an option post-apocalypse to put it on R&D to stop the Stargate, for example.
Yeah. Sanjay asking in the chat, what happened to the other 50 cards in this max deck? Sanjay famously did extremely well in a tournament with 99 card max list, which was a ton of fun. Good morning, Chris, as well.
Yeah, analyze Chris also pointing out absolutely fairly, you've seen the magnet, so the magnet's good because it sucks up the botulus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Simul chip as well. It's they have the Simul. The Simul chip is really just for the Simul chip plot package, which is again mainly for the sports matchup. Stargate, similar spot. I don't think you're going to be, Stargating super aggressively against PD. Just because getting in every turn into RNG is potentially going to be quite expensive. Rotom icing up, not so much that he's not respecting the APOC, but a Rebirth Omar would nullify a lot of the good work he's done protecting R&D here.
Sure. I mean, we're expecting the outside ice on R&D, Laura says it as well, to be the magnet, which then, of course, moves the botulus to the front.
Yeah. No Black Orchestra in the bin yet, so Gatekeeper's also sort of lot of money to break, but you need it for magnet. So until you can find Black Orchestra, which is a code gate breaker, then code gates are going to be a problem. Primarily magnet and Gatekeeper.
Good morning, Code Marvelous as well. Good morning. Thanks for joining.
I think at some point here, so one of the things about APOC is that they're kind of obviously they want to APOC you as much and as often as possible, but also they want to have the backup option of being able to remote lock you because they can money up so much so that they can eventually just get through your remote full of ice and upgrades. So I wonder at this point, is Laura thinking potentially maybe it's worth forcing some reses on server 1 just to make Rotom use up some of his credits. Rotom's sitting in 16 credits, good amount of money. I think you do kind of want to try and force the corp to spend money to make your APOC turn a little bit better, or a little bit easier, certainly. And there's the rebirth now.
There's the rebirth.
Into Omar.
This big damp stop still a legal card. Give you an extra click for a brain damage.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
There it is.
And she hits the apocalypse.
Ouch. Must have the double APOC in hand.
Must be one more in hand. Okay, this is a solid line from Oslet.
Yeah. Nice having the poke in HQ first, so you get a bit of information what Rotom Appliance is going to install next turn after the APOC, if it comes, which it does.
There we go. And Oslet with the click left, so can install, say, a pawn stop.
Okay, there's the
grabbing an office. Which is good.
So now both players start the game again, only with a little bit more money.
Yes.
Patrick just going to try and rush out, it looks like, potentially. Very difficult, though, when you have a paperclip, unless you're rushing out behind Gate. Actually, you're probably rushing out behind Gatekeeper here. So this is potentially a safe score if it is an agenda, but it's just Rashida.
We know there's a Seamless in hand, though.
Yeah, so if Rotom can fortify this remote a little bit, we can definitely push an agenda here. And no advance either a sandbox or an office.
Yeah. So Rotom lost 4 ice there. No Spin Doctor played, so he's got plenty of options to recur that. Laura hasn't installed or lost any breakers so the face down card isn't a breaker. Mm-hmm. So it's not like Laura can relatively easily challenge the remote. It's just going to suffer, as always, with the relatively terrible performance of Anak breakers apart from paperclip against any ice, essentially.
Any ice, yeah.
Even Magnet at 3 strength is 3 to break with Black Orchestra.
There's the Orchestra now.
Block in the bin. So it's the full complement there on 20 credits.
Yeah.
Worth noting as well, 2 magnets now in the bin for the Corp. So just 1 to dodge botulus.
Patrick gambling that Laura hasn't found the 3rd apocalypse that she's almost certainly playing. And fairly soon, she's going to be able to recur with labour rights. So how many labour rights in the bin? We have
2 labour rights.
1, 2.
2 labour
So
rights in
one
the bin. So there's one to come.
Yeah.
So Patrick able to get a sandbox, which is a good score. Gives him again some bounce back econ if he needs it, but I mean he doesn't really. He's not exactly flush, or he's not exactly strapped for cash right now. Laura just taking money off Liberated, getting rid of a slot, which is pretty useless in this matchup. I do have to respect Rotom not respecting the APOC, the potential third APOC, although he probably knows if there is a third APOC to come. I don't know if there is, just going off the influences here.
Yeah. Just looking at the chat, Project Nisei, thanks for doing the modding for me, looking after the stream so I can look after the commentary team. It looks as though a raffle's about to go live. I know how much everyone loves a raffle.
Love a waffle.
But yeah, keep your eyes on the chat as well as the game, everyone. So install from Rotom here with the spin doctor on the table as well.
Just looking for gas.
So how does Rotom score out agendas here with Oslet on 18 credits and all breakers essentially in play?
Yeah,
Well, he's got a Void and Skunk Works, one imagines.
Yeah, so he's going to need the combo of Void and Skunk Works here. But if he's just got ice, if it's just ice, then this is not a strong remote.
So hits the Gatekeeper and then the Macrophage.
Macrophage, which does have a little bit of teeth now that there's a sandbox for it, but at the end of the day, it's still just 5 credits to get through.
You really don't want to break that with Black Orchestra. It's some ridiculous number of credits. Is it 15 credits or 12 credits 15. Or something?
I can tell you from personal experience that it's 15.
That's very disgusting.
It's not my proudest moment to have had to pay for Macrophage with Black Orchestra, but I have done it.
Yep. So
yeah, that was just a Rashida. This remote, when you look at it now, especially now Gatekeeper has lost 6 strength, not a great remote to be scoring agendas out of if it's just the 2 ice here.
And Laura's solution to Macrophage is just to remove it from the board with an Apocalypse again, one imagines.
Yeah, of course.
So probably Crisium on Archives, something painful on Archives like Gatekeeper. And Patrick brought, if you saw it earlier with the Cyberdeck scored, Patrick brought border control back to hand. So it's an ice that can, at instant speed, just end a run.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, ordinarily as PD, you're bringing back your Never Advanced tools, so your seamless launchers. But in this case, he's brought ice back because the Apocalypse is just something he really doesn't want to have to deal with anymore.
And this is so Patrick is obviously having he's forced to have to commit resources to protecting all 3 centrals. Hopefully this is a Crisium on Archives, which basically only goes on a central, rather than an actual use for defensive upgrade. I don't think Patrick will commit a Void or a Skunk Works to central server. But Laura's going to get in here, unless there's a Void or something like that.
I imagine it's got to be really. Just really trying to drain Laura's resources.
Mm-hmm. But this is the thing about the APOC deck, is that even if all the centrals are iced and protected, the APOC decks make enough money that they can very easily just remote lock you and stop you being able to score agendas. And when PD is so focused on scoring agendas, more so, because its econ is tied into agendas, that's a really, really disruptive game plan for PD.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, the Skunk Works here. But Laura could just pay if she wants to. I'm just going to end the run.
Yeah, fair enough.
And crucially as well, Patrick, 10 to 12 credits, you know, three ice, and an upgrade that he's going to want to res as well.
Yeah, although it's 2 points apiece, does feel like the runner's got the upper hand at the moment.
Yeah, this definitely feels a little bit more favoured towards runner side. If Rodham can put together a remote with Skunk and Void in it, it becomes a lot easier for him to start pushing out agendas, because he can start just pushing out agendas as he sees fit. That's such a hard combo to deal with if the runner's not packing something like Pollock, which I doubt Oscars is running in this list, even at a one-in.
As Laura, do you at least challenge archives just to see if you can clear out what's there and or work out whether a second apocalypse is going to be possible? Because it feels like a second apocalypse right now is what wins Laura the game.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile.
But you need to know whether you can do that.
Yeah.
Well, particularly if it's
is that
Gatekeeper.
Void? Is it a CBS bluff?
Yeah, if it's Gatekeeper Ice, you're happier hitting it now.
Than on the APOC turn.
Yeah, than on the APOC turn.
Yeah, I think if this is an
Chris
agenda...
in the chat saying yes. Chris in the chat saying that he agrees.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think if this is an agenda, obviously you can get in. It does drain, like, it's not as insignificant amount. It's about 8, it's what, 5, 3, it's actually 13 credits to get into this remote. It's 8 credits and 2 clicks.
And you're also presenting a fork, right? So the other thing that you can do is, Patrick's going to focus on scoring if you don't do anything else. So forcing Patrick to spend money, maybe res the Crisium, although he doesn't have to do it this round because Laura's obviously taken a couple of clicks already. But if that's Crisium, imping the Crisium is pretty big, actually.
Yeah.
Like I say, clearing the board once again.
Yeah. So there's...
Do you know how many black orchestras does typically do these run? Because that's going to get flipped face down. Does she have another code gate solution?
Well, they definitely run at least 2. So I think potentially she might be on 2. But I know the Val list. Val obviously a much bigger deck size, 50 cards rather than 45. Used to the APOC Val used to play 3 of each, 3 MK, 3 Pick, 3 Black Orchestra. I don't know if this APOC list is on 3 of each, but I imagine it's 3 paperclip and probably 3 MK.
And we know also that Patrick there's a border control somewhere, so it's either on the board or it's in Patrick's hand. We're asking what the last 3 cards are.
Probably quickly checking deck lists.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly that.
Not allowed to look and shuffle. Okay, Patrick, icing up archives. He's expecting the Duke, or not the Duke, the APOC. But again, this is the thing. This is the kind of the fork that APOC decks want to put forward. Is they either tell you, you can either put your resources into the remote, try and guarantee some scores, let you go fast, but then that means I'll APOC you, or you can commit resources to your centrals. In which case, then your remote gets, it's not quite as strong, and it means then that they can just money up and lock the remote and stop them from pushing through an agenda. So. It's definitely still 50-50 at the minute, I think. I think Patrick is able to it looks like he's going to be able to hold off the third 8 or the second 8 pot. I do think the other big thing as well is there's only about 20 cards left. You do have to wonder where, and there's only 2 agendas scored. So there's
13 cards in R&D.
Yeah, so there's
6 in hand. Yes, 19 cards.
Yeah.
And
there's the border control.
This is good from Laura in that she's pressuring Patrick to think about how he defends against losing rather than just pumping agendas out through the remote. Because if Laura doesn't run the macrophage and let the purge fire, which is, that just feeds Patrick's economy, Patrick's going to be relatively poor here. He's got no tranquility grid on the board, so he's going to have to spend money on resing ice. He's also got a decision to make here, because this click 1. So if Laura installs breaks, what does he do? Does he use the border control? If he doesn't use the border control, what are the consequences then?
So he's not using the border control here, so you have to think, as Laura points out, you have to think there's a second border control on Archive.
Laura's suggesting that there's a second one on Archives, yeah. But even then, the problem is, if you do rest second border control, what do you then do as Corp? You're down to 6 credits. Potentially, you're going to have to ping off that border control as well. Although Laura's only on 9 credits now.
Yeah, and that's the downside of Anarch Breakers. Well, I mean, the paperclip was 4 to install, so she's got some there.
Seeing labor rights here.
So. A lot of her economies in the bin. So 3 gambles in the bin.
3 gambles, 3 mosh pins.
1, 2, all 3 liberateds in the bin.
There's a Wildcat down, but I don't know how many copies of Wildcat she's on. She could be on 2. There's 2. Oh, she's shuffling the second overclock back. Yeah, so the overclock is kind of a 4th and 5th sure gamble, effectively. Laura, forgetting about the brain damage.
About the brain damage.
Oh, that's rough.
So it's the MK.
That's okay.
Simul chip's probably not doing tons here now, is it?
No.
No.
The Simul chip
on. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Sorry. It's only really meant to get that clots and shift Bachelai around. Not math.
If her econ goes low, then the end run on macrophage becomes relevant because Patrick will take money from the purge trace. He'll gain 4 from that, and he can sink if Laura doesn't challenge the trace. If it doesn't try to break it, which she's seriously never going to do with Black Orchestra, then he can just put that money into the end run trace, making it just ridiculously expensive for Laura to get through there.
The question is,
plus she's
Well, the question is, has Rotom got time to money back up if he does start sinking money here and there?
Well, he sinks the money that he gains, right? So he's going to gain 4 from the purge trace, and then so Laura can of course put money into that. But no, I think Laura's line is still make Patrick spend money.
Yeah.
What's this, tithe?
Tithe is interesting.
Can you hover over that?
Yes.
Can you hover over that ice, Ed?
I'm over it.
So this is actually
5 to break from here.
Yeah, so this matches up really poorly against MK. But also, one of the best things that you can do against APOC decks traditionally is you can get sort of incidental chip damage. And so Kakugo used to be really good for against APOC decks because that net damage can snipe that APOC. And then suddenly all their resource spending is gone. So this actually is I'm saying this is a tide, but it's actually kind of a must break ice here because Laura's potentially risking losing one of her actually, unless she's a third APOC, she won't lose an APOC. But yeah, this is.
Yeah, so there's bound to be an APOC in hand, isn't there? So
Yeah.
I think it's APOC and the Liberated that she put back.
And there's potentially a labour rights in hand as well.
Yeah.
Oh no! So let me.
Well,
so,
that was brave.
Oh, so hit the Liberated.
That's losing what? An extra net of 10 credits?
So the agendas have got to be somewhere, and Patrick hasn't been scoring them. So HQ is probably fairly rich by now.
Well, there's one.
There's a food.
Still got to find two more.
In the olden days, we'd say there's Rotom's restricted card, but of course that doesn't exist anymore.
No.
Yeah.
So obviously, global food is a kind of edge case choice. I think some are on food, some are not on food in the PD lists. But the benefit is that the runner has to steal 4 agendas.
Yeah. I think that's basically the choice you make when you're putting together a PD list is what your 5-3 is going to be.
Mm.
You can go food, which obviously eats up influence, but means the runner needs to get 4 accesses. And you can make accesses hard to come by with these PD lists. With your sort of decent mid-range ice and your taxing upgrades. On the flip side, you have Ico, which doesn't take influence. It does mean they only need to score 3 agendas, but it's a lot easier to score because it protects itself. It combos nicely with your click taxing effects like Border Control, Void, Skunk Works.
Yeah. Even with click through ice as well, like Ansel and Bran suddenly.
Yeah, and you do have those Biroids, which, the runner doesn't enjoy breaking, would probably rather click through them than spend, how much, 9 to break Ansel with MP Ultra.
So if you're Laura here, are you at the stage in the game really where your line probably is just take accesses off R&D and hope that you hit 2 agendas?
I think so. I don't see how the APOC is a viable game plan now. At this point, the centrals are too well protected. The remote as well is very taxing now at this point with the 3rd piece of ice. Even if it's just adding an extra 2 or 3 credits on top of what's there.
So I don't think Laura can never run the remote now, and probably hasn't been able to do for a few turns, because it's at least 5 plus either 2 clicks.
Seeing a score here, could be another. Oh, that's
the sandbox is big here.
Yeah, because now you're obviously because they stack, because they combo with each other. It means now that macrophage, that first sub, is going to be gaining 8. Very, very ridiculous.
Quite a conservative pull there from Patrick there to take Chrysium back, because I just don't think the APOC's going to happen now.
Yeah,
Laura's never going to be able to afford to run the APOC. She just can't afford it. So you take that rather than Seamless, for example.
So talking a lot,
or taking another ice.
Talking a lot to Patrick, I know that he often thinks about how to not lose the game rather than how to win the game, and he knows that a way of losing the game would be to get APOC'd. So maybe that's taking that one option off the table.
So I suspect he's going to try and score food next turn.
I think so. There's probably only 1 food left, so hope ideally, if he has it in hand, I think he'd 100% just pushes here. I think you'd almost be tempted to even go for an install advance just to protect against a lucky imp hit if Laura decides to run HQ. But yeah, if Patrick has the food in hand, I think he would 100% jams and just goes for the win.
Yeah. And Aki in chat saying the fact that Patrick's not caring about R&D probably says that the agendas are all in HQ. Laura's still Omar, but I don't think it's any better for her to Omar anywhere than it is just to run directly.
Sure.
You're probably hoping that there's a border on archives, at which point Omar into HQ is 1 credit cheaper than manually go through HQ. But yeah, it's still about 5 credits, 5 or 6 credits either way to get into HQ. So
how long left on the round? Do we know? I can't see a round
I'm just going to go and have a look now. Show timers. I've got about 20 minutes left on the round, just coming under 20 minutes. So, has my audio dropped again? I know you can see me, just can't hear the two of you. No bother. Wonder why it does that. Very odd.
I would, at this point, I think there is a consideration to make shuffling back like some liberateds or some gambles, because you need the money to be able to if you do want to APOC, if you're Laura and you do want to go for the second APOC, you're going to need so much money. If you want to test that remote, you're going to need so much money. And yeah, I think realistically at this point, Laura's plan is lucky single accesses.
So she's put Simulchat back in. So she's obviously, I suspect she's thinking, given that the botch lists have been removed, her line is Simulchip, Stargate, and then Stargate for the win.
It's decent line.
Stargate's her only her multi-access. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's expensive. Stargate down. Bin the imp for the Simulchip. That's 4 credits. Is that 4? There's a discount on Simulchip, which I can't remember. I can never remember it. How much is it? 3 less. So Stargate's going to cost her 1 to install, and then you can Stargate through the paperclip, which Patrick can bin once. He can stop that once with the border control. So again, she's giving Patrick an interesting thought to think about. Right? Does he defend on R&D? Does he try and go for the win in the remote? He knows where the agendas are, and Laura doesn't.
Yeah, I think if Patrick has access to the food, to the second, presumably the second food, and he has a seamless in hand, he does have the clicks available to put Charisma and R&D a food in the remote single advance, which will let him then seamless out.
So that's the food. So he's going to say, like, you can't win the next turn no matter what you do on centrals.
Bold.
Yeah.
So she could overclock that. She's got to do it, click 1 or 2.
Yeah, but then the macrophage becomes a real issue to deal with, because it's a really annoying piece of life to deal with. Laura, looks like you're intending to win the game. Yeah, I think this is as good a position as Patrick has to just push it. Forget seeing with just IAA.
Okay, so
she's forgotten that she's got no botulus in the bin. I mean, does she even have a botulus in the bin? Is there one more there? I can't see it.
2 removed from play, and
yeah. So what does she want? What does she want? What does she want the chip for?
I'm not sure.
Installing the chip before you run doesn't seem helpful.
Unless
I guess she was thinking that she would botulus the macrophage.
I think potentially what you can do, I think maybe so Laura might not be, this is kind of a weird-ish play, but potentially she's looking at it. She knows she can't get into this remote. She might look at maybe using the overclock to help pay for some of the Stargate simulchip back, but even the Stargate doesn't win you the game in this position because Patrick's
No,
border control.
I think Laura was thinking that she would get the Botulus back to break the end of the run sub on Macrophage, and then let the others fire. But with no Botulus in the bin, that's not open to her.
It doesn't come up a huge amount, but Macrophage does remove a virus from the heap with its trace too.
Yeah.
And yeah, Patrick's been able to get rid of both Botuli.
Huge if she has missed that, because but maybe she's a good player. She's probably seen a line that we haven't thought of.
The other issue as well here that you have as Laura is that if you do manage to get in here, and it's very difficult. I actually don't even think. I don't think
she can't, right?
Yeah, she can't. If she stops the purge from happening. Well, yeah. So there's the border control as well. But even if she gets through the macrophage with the purge firing, for whatever reason,
Patrick has to border her here before mana back. So she hasn't got the money to run back a second time anyway, I don't think.
Unless she has another overclock.
I think, what did she bring back? 2 chips and an overclock. Let's just look back in the chat.
Yeah, so she has all of her overclocks. Well,
two chips and overclock, yeah.
I think she's on 2, so there's none. So she definitely has access to the second one. Well, somewhere.
Yeah, but again, if the purge trace fires, then Patrick's going to get 8 credits, and that's more than enough for him to dump into the trace. He only needs 3 credits to score next turn.
Mm-hmm.
I think Aki's right. She can't get through Skunk Works on a second run. She won't have the clicks or the money to do it, even with overclock.
Yeah, I think Postlet identifying that her only out really here is potentially Jack out here, don't let Gatekeeper fire, and then just go for 2 lucky accesses on HQ.
Yeah.
So she can overclock HQ, then she can run the last time. She can't let the drafter fire on last click, because Patrick will just install an agenda from HQ somewhere where she can't get to it.
Mm-hmm.
So she's going to have to break the MK. She can let the Tide fire.
Yeah. So
you run once through and break everything with overclock. You run a second time, you let the Tide fire, and then you break the drafter with the 3 credits that you have, and you hope to take 2 lucky accesses.
Sure.
No. It looks like
That's it.
That's GG.
That's the game. Well played.
Very well played. Very well played by both.
Yeah. A very high level game there. Probably a little bit over my head, to be honest. But for Roseman to get back from what I felt was certainly behind, but almost a losing position halfway through that game. Little money. Really, really, really well played. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Right. Should we jump on a new game?
Yeah. If there's some still running, we can do that.
Still a good few.
How about, do we fancy table 8 maybe? Thorn Wolf often has some fun decks, and Mortivore, very strong player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Do you want to check that they're okay being streamed?
So Thorn Wolf's from the Aldershot meta, I believe. Is that right? Is that Alex Borrell?
Alex Borrell.
Yeah.
Aldershot.
Okay, so what we've got here, we've got Zaya. Oh, so this is interesting. So yeah. So for those that aren't aware of this kind of relatively new deck archetype, could you just talk us through the sort of Tag Me Crim that we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so the interesting one here, this did relatively well last week, and because the fast HB decks, or all of the HB decks, really don't have any way to punish tags, and hardly anybody's playing CTM. There is some outfit kill around, I guess, or they may be trying to do that. But this is an interesting one because you can generate tags and then get a deep dig with counter surveillance, and
Well,
I don't
like
think
what
it's
we're saying
installed.
now.
As we're seeing
Yeah.
right now.
And there's a neat trick that you can do, which seems to be pretty clever. So there's a card called Slipstream, which we shouldn't type in the chat to get over it. But essentially what that card does is you can run any server, and then having broken an ice on that server, you can trash Slipstream to move to the same position on another server. So imagine that you've got, I don't know, four ice on R&D and one ice on a remote. You can counter surveillance the remote with Slipstream installed, just break the single ice in the remote. So in this particular situation, you would break white space, let's say, on server 6. Having passed that, you then trash Slipstream, and it moves you to the equivalent ice on a server that you designate, which would be R&D. So you're bypassing all of the ice on R&D, and you're still doing a counter surveillance run to see a good number of cards.
Mm-hmm. It's a very that you're going up against a counter surveillance deck, and you need the first ice on R&D to be border control. Because if border control is anywhere else on the remote, they can, or anywhere else on R&D, they can slipstream past it.
A limiting issue for this deck archetype as runner here compared to the older, for example, the Lisa archetypes, is that you don't have a good way to land lots of tags. So, I once in a store championship playing as Lisa said, I will see 39 cards from R&D, please. And that's much harder to do when you're basically your only method of creating tags for yourself is to, in this particular situation, you could actually let IP block fire and give you tags, but you're limited to credit kiting, which is in make a run. If it's successful, you can install a program from your hand and take a tag. And Hot Pursuit, which is run HQ, and if you're successful, gain some ridiculous number of credits, 9 credits, and take a tag. So you can't easily generate epic numbers of tags, but you can generate enough to mean that you can see, as you've just seen, seven cards is relatively achievable.
Yes.
I've been playing a good bit of this tag me deck. I know Whiteblade played it to good success at APAC. And then NB Kelly as well also made it to I think a top 4 finish as well. He also brought the Tilt Rope Reality Plus deck as well, which I assume is an uptick in people playing today. And one of the things that I find very impressive about it is that you can actually just play a reg Crim game plan if needs be, because you generate so much money with stuff like rogue trading and hot pursuit. Your breakers, you have 2 very good breakers, and then you've got Mackler. But you see here, like you look at this setup here from Stormwolf, Leech, Mackler, Sleek Door Beta. Like if you can get a Docklands pass down, you could start getting HU for some really good accesses, and you've got a rogue trading with 6 credit. Rogue trading is so much money.
And I don't think these decks run anything that makes trashing cards harder. So interestingly here, Mortivore hasn't trashed the rogue trading, even though it's 6 credits for Thornwolf and a tag. So then there's no running of the cards escape me. The card that increases the trash cost by 2.
Wireless Net Pavilion.
Wireless Net Pavilion, nor the card that lets you trash a card from your hand to avoid a card of the same type being trashed. Yeah, there you go. I'm glad we've got more than one commentator on this. My memory of cards is truly atrocious.
I have very little knowledge in my brain, but one of the things I do have is cards, and especially somewhat obscure cards. But yeah, so obviously, I think one of the things about and this sort of counter surveillance Zaya combo, um, I think people kind of talked about it as kind of a fun interaction because obviously you gain all the money back from counter surveillancing. It's a little bit like the combo with Mars for Martians and counter surveillance. Your Mars for Martians used to, before it was banned, would pay for your counter surveillance dig.
Sure. Sure.
But this is just doing it in reverse.
So you do have to have the money. You have to have the money up front to do it, but you get it back.
You need to have the money up front. Yeah. It's effectively free.
Yes.
Thornwolf only has to survive one more turn as well because the Vacheron's about to click down. So.
There's more to say it's GG.
Yeah, and that's a concede.
Yeah, he knows he's unable to sneak it out here.
Cool.
But yeah, this tag me deck, it looks cool. I hope we see it a lot today.
Yeah.
So I've been playing it a lot, and it's very fun.
I think there's about 10 players on Zaya, but we might see it out of other places as well. Someone
I think you can do it. I think you can do it out of Anarch. I think Hashiko can do because you get to draw. You obviously want to run a lot. You have access to Infaction. Obelisk is Infaction. God of War also Infaction. Really good way of getting tagged. So, really interesting to see if we're in a tag me meta. I love tag me. Love tag me. Love Liza.
Sure. Should we try and catch the end of another game? We can see Rogue Adam here. Let's see where they're up to. Just finished there. And it looks like Adam's managed to take the win against Sports. Very interesting.
This is
Adam's surprisingly good against Sports.
Adam's very good against Sports. You get the built-in multi-access on HQ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're effectively seeing if you can get into HQ 3 cards a turn. The 2 cards in HQ plus the 1 in R&D makes sniping those Vacherons a little bit easier. The Adam Sports matchup is
it's close, at least.
It's fast. Games are over either way in about 7 or 8 turns.
Yeah. We've come to the end of round 1, so I think maybe we'll leave it there for the moment in terms of watching games. Let's just have a quick look over on Cobra, if that's working. See if we've got some results coming in. And there we go. So
Mike Prosser is the current, he's the 2019 UK champion, swept over Mr. Buggles from the NWE.
Mike, I think also a top 8 Worlds competitor from last year.
I believe
I think
so,
he came 7th.
Yeah.
Very, very talented. Mike's a very, very good player. I played against him a little bit on JNet, and he's really, really good.
Heinzel taking the win there against Geigenzeigt. Binary Dogs, another member of the process, as well as Mike, getting a sweep on table 6. A big game there actually on table 9, Doomrat against Lost Geek with the corpse split.
Oh, wow. Doomrat on Polana.
Doomrat's on Polana, that's interesting. I know Doomrat's a fan of the Glacier decks. I know it's very early in the morning over there. I think was up at 3:30 for this.
Yeah.
Over in Texas.
Find the during Continentals. You can try and find the parents who play Netrunner because they're the ones that are playing probably out of time. I know myself and Laura, we both. That's why we're playing in not our home Continentals because we've got little Netrunner players to look after.
Yeah.
Let me look here. Captain Knight.
Presumably
very good.
Presumably the one Sunny.
No, actually,
today.
Captain Knight. Captain Knight is on. They're on Agon Fusion and Hashiko.
Oh, okay.
That's definitely a slight deviation from the norm. If you're familiar with Captain Nice, very extremely good player.
Yeah,
Another
third at Euros last year.
third at Euros last year, known for their excellent probably the best Sunny player in the world.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say. Having a look here, Rust Rider split. I'm just looking for some notable names. Pencil, who's on Sports and Max. He swept over Hyperbolic Mess.
So do we think that the max decks that looks like the Pinsel and the others from NWE are on is standard Hive Mind Max, or have they got some other variant that we should look at?
I think it would be worth catching an NWE game next round, for sure. But interestingly enough, the splits that we're seeing, there are a few runner splits as well as a predominant amount of corp splits. But
it's a lot of seeds, but there are a couple of runner splits. We see I just picked one here: Koshai against Temp Not Funny. Temp Not Funny won with Smoke, L Smoke Skovak.
Okay.
Against Polana, which is a matchup I think Smoke should win. Smoke very good against Glacier decks. Polana obviously,
yeah,
probably the glacieriest Glacier you can play. Trying to see another runner.
Chris Ferg,
yeah, and Test Running, who's a Worlds finalist from 2019. They're on Freedom actually, which is very exciting. I love a bit of Freedom. Freedom obviously lost a lot. Stim Hack rotating, Street Peddler rotating, and just overall lacking in draw, which is sort of Anarch's biggest issue at the minute. They're lacking in draw, and Freedom can't really play stuff like Moshing because you have so many critical pieces. So it's interesting to see Freedom out in the open from Test Running, who is another NWE, another member of NWE as well. So
yeah.
Yeah, I think we're just getting. I think that's all. I think all the results are now in, so should be getting.
Perfect.
So 92 pairing shortly.
We've got 5 minutes until round 2. I'm just going to go and grab a glass of water, folks. Back in a moment, but feel free to carry on chatting.
No worries. How is chat doing? Hope everybody's enjoying some lovely morning Netrunner wherever you are in the world. Right. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun with this commentary team. Obviously, shout outs to Nisei for streaming the event. And for putting this whole Continental season together. I know last year's was excellent. This year is looking to be just as good. So shouts to Nisei. Oh wow! Looks like we have pairings for round 2. Table 2, Husel versus Percomas.
Yeah, that's a grudge match if ever I saw one.
We actually had a couple. We also further down Heinzel versus Tuktagut is another NWE matchup. But Percomas Pinsel, that one's got spice.
Yeah, Bacomas 28. I think it was 2018 World's Top 4, maybe.
2017.
Yeah.
2017 top 4, I think possibly top 3. Pinsel, obviously the 2019 world champion, and then also a top 8 Euros competitor last year. Pinsel also the brains behind the 2017 Worlds winning Corp, the Stinson CI. So very Pinsel, one of the game's best. Thomas, also one of the game's best.
Hello, welcome back to me. Where do we want to go?
So I think table 2 or table 5 would be good tables to go for. Table 2, probably worth a look. I mean, 2 very, very good players there.
Just having a look for the games. Oh, blimey.
Table 2.
Table 2 isn't up yet.
We can just quickly, while we're waiting, I've got the Cobra up so we can see what some of the top players are on. Looks like NWE are on max.
Chris, analyze Chris in the commentary saying he's very nervous about the NWE max. So
okay. Should we?
It could be Hive. It could be still on Hive Mind, but maybe they've got something extra spicy.
So I always enjoyed. I enjoy watching people play Hive Mind Max well because I can't play it well. It's such a hard deck to play optimally. So watching somebody else pilot it expertly makes me feel happy that the game allows this kind of thing, but also a little bit inadequate. I just can't make it work.
And I think if you're gonna want to watch 2 people play Hive Mind Max, Pinsel, creator of the deck, can't pick many people better. He's been playing it since Gateway came out, and he's.
Yeah. So should we go for that one then? Becomus versus Pinsel?
I think so.
Yeah, is the table up yet? I've been scrolling for
Yes, it is. It is up. It was just at the top there.
Oh, sorry. Oh, there it is. Got it. Cool.
Do you want to just double check that they're okay being streamed?
Creepy is suggesting that when players know each other's decks through and through, it might not be that interesting. I disagree. I think we saw in the first round, Rotom and Oslet know each other's decks inside out, and we still had a very exciting game there because you kind of second guessing a lot of the time as well. So
I think it's a fair comment. I think it's kind of interesting when 2 players do know each other and their deck.
So, is that round started? Perkamus has started. Started, yes. Round started. So, Perkamus corping first against Pinsel and Max. It is Hive Mind confirmed. Hive Mind's in the bin already. Cookbook on the table. And one thing we're going to see in this game is absolutely rapid. The speed they play at.
These guys they know the decks. They're also both extremely talented. I think the speed of play is going to be, especially in the early game, very, very quick. So this is the interesting thing about the NWE sports list is that it plays a little bit more ice than the Iceless Plus versions that say the Snare Bears developed. They like to protect things like Rashida and Nico campaigns and Jeeves, just to force the runner to spend clicks and credits, getting in. Paladin Play Move coming down.
Okay.
kind of a interesting include for hive mind maps. Not super spicy, but definitely not the norm. Analyze Chris rightly pointing out in chat as well that ice is the worst card subtype.
So Spin Doctor
gone up.
fired off to get back the red level clearance and the Bartic Labour. Magnet Rest with the old art.
Very nice old arch as well.
Yeah. And then a
Magnet
on the
two magnet.
Yeah.
Install the botches on a magnet. Schadenfreude.
Very, yeah.
I wonder whether their sports list is running 3 magnets rather than 3, because the classic sports is 3 gatekeeper, 3 drafter.
Sure.
So maybe they've just dropped the gatekeepers for magnets because they're thinking that that the cut will be dominated by Hive Mind Max players.
Yeah. Quite possible, yeah.
Pencil running into a Cybernex virus suite. Not great. You lose, I think, 2 imp counters, which is not ideal, but at least you did get 1 use out of it. We see Vitruvius just scored no advance off the table.
It's an interesting one here, because it feels like from what we've seen of the build so far, it's kind of, I'm going to build a deck, and I'm going to build a deck that beats my deck.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is confident from NWE, isn't it? Saying these are the 2 best decks. How do we make them beat each other in the cut? The Progenitor, so for Max, the Progenitor's on the table now. Got the cookbook, we're starting to assemble pieces. So I know I'm no expert whatsoever on Hive Mind Max. Could one of you explain just the basics of how the deck traditionally works?
So the deck is the core engine. So the core engine of the deck is Progenitor. If you're able to highlight that out, which is a demon. It's a 0 MU program. You can host a virus on it, and the memory cost of the program doesn't count against your memory limit, which is good, actually very good. But the main reason Progenitor is so good is that whenever core purges virus counters, you remove all but 1 virus counter from the hosted card. You pair this then with Hive Mind, which is a 3-cost 2 MU, but in this deck 0 MU program, that says any counters on Hive Mind are considered to be on other viruses. So what this does then is it supercharges all of your good viruses. So your conduits, your botuli, your Almakuas, your fermenters all get a boost. And then this combo then is your engine plus Knob Curie plus cookbook to get more counters onto your viruses, onto your Hive Mind. And basically, once you have your Knob Curie out, you have everything running, and your botuli and your Simo chips, you can get through basically any ice in the game that you want to, with the exception of Magnet. And you can get through, you can go for big conduit runs, and then your Knob Curie, then every time you make a successful run, is charging your Hive Mind, which charges all of your other viruses. It's a very cool, very synergistic deck, very reminiscent of Geist, which NWE were also big champions of, but very tricky to play.
Yeah.
You
get situations like, for example, what we see here, where there's 3 Simul chips in the bin now. Botulis is dropping off and dropping back onto the 3rd magnet that's been rezzed.
You are a little bit at the mercy of your max mills. Sometimes you can get, as we see here, all your Simul chips milled. Sometimes you get all your labor rights milled as well. Because this deck wants to get to the 0. Wants to get to no cards in its stats, so you can start labor writing then.
Yeah.
And you've got rebirth as well, so you can rebirth usually into Omar, but you can also rebirth into Freedom. Well, in this matchup, you probably rebirth into Freedom, so you get that trash of any card type.
Yeah.
With the virus characters.
In theory, sorry, please.
Also of note in this matchup, infinite imp tokens allows you to imp all the agendas. So any unusually, ordinarily, if you access an agenda, you have to steal unless it has a conditional steal, like Obligata Protocol, for example, which requires that you take neck down. You can choose whether you want to steal it or not, but ordinarily you don't have a choice about stealing, which means Project Vacheron, which is a big card in this Sports Metal deck. It has it's stolen. Sports Metal gets cards or money, and it doesn't do anything for you until 4 turns later. But with infinite imp tokens, you can imp every agenda into the bin. First of all, Project Vacheron effect doesn't take effect from the bin, so you can steal it and instantly get 3 points. And secondly, you can deny the corp the tempo gain that ordinarily they would get when you steal an agenda.
Yeah, it's good in this matchup. You can imp away the agendas and stop the sports trigger from firing. You can imp the combo pieces, and you can imp Vacherons as well, and you completely negate the Vacheron effect. So,
we're going to request in the chat to see the. I think it's probably the heat that they want to see.
So there's about a 20-second delay on the stream. So I'm ahead of the game on all the requests, but maybe behind on you actually seeing what I'm doing. So, and then just in archives as well, is that
we're seeing most of the deck is nearly gone. The hive minds are gone, which is annoying because you're going to need to spend Simul chips or labor rights getting them back. But once Pencil can get to 0 cards, those labor rights are just going to be stack your deck however you want. Well, as close to. We're seeing a Luminal steal. Luminal, very powerful agenda. It's another 3-2 for these sports decks, so they can fast advance out 3-2s from hand. But then also gaining 3 clicks. So powerful. Just lets you further develop the board state. Draw into more gas. If you combo it with Jeeves, taking 4 clicks after you score an agenda, insane value.
Yeah, it's huge.
So, incredible. Probably more than one CVS, and I think one's in the bin already. So one CVS in the bin already. So if you hit a CVS off R&D, it's going to shut that down, and you'd rather not spend the money to purge or the time to purge unless you absolutely have to.
Manually purging. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just a question of you can't afford to have a conduit to just go completely unchallenged. That'll be a consideration.
So Pencil gets the end of the stack. It has the rebirth in hand, so now the max mill is not an issue anymore.
Now we have infinite imps.
And yet Pencil's just going to start imping away everything. Going for the Omar over the Freedom. Pencil valuing the accesses more than valuing the trash effect and Freedom. But I suppose once you have Nocturi plus Imp, the extra accesses, the access is probably more important than the Freedom trash, being able to trash 2 things a turn. Pacoma's Icing Archives shutting down the Omar ability until Pencil can find one of his ice-breaking solutions.
So, is the idea here from Pacomis to try and drain Pencil's resources, drain that money, hang on until money gets low here?
So one of the things about the max deck is that they do have a finite amount of resources. It's not like something like, say, 419, where you have Rosetti's dripping and you have effectively infinite money and you have your good breakers. Max does have a finite amount of simul chips, a finite amount of botuli. So you do want to try and get them to waste through as much of those resources as you can. The big thing, I'm just checking here, the big thing in this matchup is the clock threat. So I imagine for Coma, and because Pencil has already milled over quite a few significant programs, you do kind of want Pencil to waste some of those simul chips so that you can try and negate that clock threat. But we're getting close to perfect board position here for Pincel.
So one of the go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, once the Hive Mind deck gets up to the full engine running with Knock 3, Hive Mind, Conduit, Turtle, it's so hard to stop. And especially if they can back that up then with the clock threat.
Sure.
Yeah. So what? Only one of those left now, so he's got to use those judiciously. But the game will be paused because Pacomas and Pinsel will be chatting behind the scenes on voice. And Pinsel will be thinking, do I clot here? And what do I trash if I clot? So the obvious target is the Botulus, which is stuck on the R&D magnet, because that's not doing anything for him at the moment. There it goes. So there's the clot. And then, of course, now Purge comes away, so forcing Pinsel to find another breaker for the outside ice, which is, one imagines, probably Drafter, but we haven't seen any other ice, I don't think, from at the moment.
I'm see here, Pinsel's turn, getting the Fermenter down, which is...
Tithonium would be pretty hilarious at this stage.
Tithonium would be hilarious. I wouldn't put it past NWE to sneak in a spicy Tithonium into sports, but I would be it would be fun to see. But yeah, it's able to get in there, has enough money. The sports deck. The one thing about the sports deck is that some people may be looking at is there is no advanceable threats that aren't agendas. So if something gets advanced, it's an agenda.
So what Pinsel will almost certainly do now is put back clone chips, simul chips. They just come back.
There they are. So that's two simul chips and a Labour rights coming back.
And this is exactly what you want your end game to be.
No, that's an important one. So he has to get something out for that, so he can get out a Botulus for that.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward because he's going to need to get rid of the Botulus on the remote and get through this Hagen. Hagen, really good piece of ice against this the Hive Mind decks.
Mm.
But Pinsel now able to get through Conduit. He'll be able to use the Knock 3 to get an extra access now because you can stack the trigger so that the Knock 3 counter goes on before the access.
And that's also forced Pinsel to use the clone chip, so there's now no clot threat on the board. So in principle, Pacomas can now score from hand using Audacity.
Yep. Or some combination of subliminals and red level clearances to clicklessly gain about 3 credits. But yeah, the Audacity play is online, but just icing R&D. Which is fine. Again, you're forcing Pincel to commit resources of which he has a finite amount. So you're seeing here the simul chips coming down. If Pacomas can get Pincel to use up as many simul chips as possible, then it means that clock threat is reduced and reduced and reduced then.
So Omar run gone into HQ here.
Accessing the biotic, not trashing it though.
No.
Which is odd because you already have it's your last click and you already have an encounter, so I'm not sure why you wouldn't trash there, but.
Can I just check my audio is still live?
Yep, you good there?
Yep, still good.
I think Discord is playing a little bit funny games today with the audio. Mine keeps on dropping in and out, but yes.
Am I still good, Ed?
Yeah, all good. We're all good.
Awesome.
Yes. Yes.
So all three. There's the hive mind. So all three labor rights have gone. Last symbol chip has been used.
There's 2 symbol chips left. And thankfully now you have all your combo pieces. So you have your hive mind, you have your imp, you have your conduit. Really, all you need now is a turtle and money, and you're basically good to go.
Yeah, one in the bin. How good's a purge here from Pacomis?
Manual purges aren't great. The hive mind decks actually like when you kind of manually purge, especially if you don't have sandwich.
It doesn't get you much closer to winning, I think, is the issue, right? It stops you losing, but it doesn't make you winning.
Sure.
Exactly. I can think how you win. The way you win here is you've got to Audacity one agenda, which you can do right now, and then probably Biotic the other. I mean, there's a lot of cards now. A lockdown for Clot. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
That's good. That means now that the fast advance is fully online.
So like a Cyberdex blowout here. Well, you can't afford to do that on 2 credits. You can't afford to res Cyberdex manually.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think it's pretty hard to see a way out for Pacomis at this stage.
Yeah.
On 2 credits is particularly tough.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Vashron.
Yeah.
Him to the Vashron of R&D.
Yeah, and that's the win, I think.
So
Of
course, Vashron doesn't take the 4 agenda counters from archives.
You can just get that because you can chip in the Botulus that's on. You can chip in the Botulus. You can trash a Botulus and reinstall it, and that'll get you into archives because Cookbook will give you two virus counters on the Botulus.
Yeah, sure.
You can also just install the there's a paperclip in the bin as well.
You can. That's also true.
Yeah. So yeah, this is, I think, unless this is a Spin Doctor in server 1, this looks like GG.
That's true.
And at Fermenter, gaining 10 credits there is it's quite ridiculous, really, isn't it?
Yeah, this hive mind deck. It doesn't look like it's a Spin Doctor, so that's the game.
There it is.
So now it'll be the reverse matchup if we want to stick with that.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be interesting to see. The thing I like about the Max deck and Max decks in general is every game's different because you're kind of in the lap of the gods with Max. What's going to get thrown off the board?
Yeah, I think that's right, Ed. I think the end games, and typically by the time you get to turn 10 or 12, the runner state is, it'll have Cookbook installed, it'll have Progenitor installed. The question is how you get there, and I think it's the early to mid game which is the most challenging for Max. By the time you get to the end, it's I've got all these cards installed, I've got enough money. Which service do I want to run? How do I use the cards that I've got available to me?
Mm-hmm. I suppose that's where a lot of the high skill ceiling of the deck comes from as well, because you have to constantly adapt. There's not a game plan that you learn. There's multiple lines on the decision tree.
Level 2 is up again.
Is it? There we go. Perfect.
So you imagine they're playing mirror image decks?
Yeah, you have to imagine testing group are on. Although I noticed one small thing is Percoma's basically on 45 cards, Pincel was on 46.
Okay.
So the extra card seldom makes a difference in Max because you get through your deck so fast that an extra card here or there is a little bit negligible.
It's a very hot take, Padraig. Chris Dyer's going to want to have words with you.
I welcome any opposition to my take. And then obviously, what's one extra card? What's 40 extra cards? you know.
So we got Keep, Turn 1 Pincel Corping, Ice HQ, Hedge Fund, and installed in Server 1.
So
It's interesting. So
which was the home
this
grid.
is
leave R&D open and try and get out. Again, I think this is another one where an early Cyberdeck score makes such a difference. But in sports, not running Cyberdecks, right? So the PD, the old PD sports matchup was relatively PD favored if you could score that early Cyberdecks. These sports builds don't lean on that. They're just trying to rush out. So
and this is like very and this is the main difference between the NWE sports deck, where you're seeing 3 pieces of ice, and Vitruvius just being installed and Pincel just pushing it, just no advancing a 3/2. Whereas the Snare Bears version, that kind of became obviously extremely popular, that one was just everything from hand, minimal ice, maximum combo pieces.
It's wider, isn't it? You have more installables on the table. You have to play Find the Jeeves. Really a different deck, to be honest.
Oh boy, so, there goes an Arc Lockdown.
Wow.
So something tells me that that Server 1 has a magnet on it at the very least, if Pincel is Arc Lockdown in Black Orchestra.
So is it? I think if it's one Black Orchestra in the list, if it is one Black Orchestra in the list, then that's Magnet is basically a good game, right?
Yeah, Magnet says GG. They can get Turtle big enough. It is
true,
possible,
yes.
but it is very difficult. Especially if you can sort of
purge out, right? I mean, if you purge out, then you need your 3 magnets on centrals, and you'd have to have your hive mind. Your hive mind is going to have to help you, because you're going to have to. You can never use the virus counter which is on the hive mind. You've got to make sure you always keep it there, because if you use it, right, then a purge doesn't keep it. If you see what I mean.
Exactly. You always need to have one counter on hive mind.
Yeah.
So it is possible to kind of engineer this sort of scenario where a magnet becomes, a real GG piece of ice. Especially if you can get, say, a CBS into archives, so you can't, run archives and get a Nocturi trigger. But yeah, there's the magnet. Percomus losing a Botulus.
So the
Mega Free, which is not a great. That's better for Pincel than it is for Percomus. Yeah. Mega Free I kind of look at it as kind of like baby Vacheron. It's 2 points for the core, but it's only 1 point for the runner. Seeing if Vitruvius as a counter, again, no fast advance from the sports list yet. Pincel just scoring agendas behind ice. A revolutionary concept.
So it becomes a question now of can Percomus find a Namakura as his generalized breaker before Pincel scores out. You can pop that fermenter now for some ridiculous number of credits. There you go, 16 credits.
I think a million credits.
I think so. That's the value of hive mind, is that the hive mind counters count towards the fermenter as well. So you don't just get the money for the counters that are on fermenter, you also get the additional counters which are on hive mind.
Yeah. The great thing about this hive mind deck is that if all else fails, you can just make so much money. You can nearly print money, and then just fall back on your Anarch breakers.
Okay, so Clot's now live. The Arc Lockdown's in the bin, so at some stage you may see a Spin Doctor bring Arc Lockdown back into the game.
Yeah. So spinning back a Rashid and a hedge fund. not the most exciting of recursion targets, but I guess Pincel just wanting gas, just wanting money and cards. You're in a very strong position. You can actually, I just realized you actually have Vitruvius counter, so if you want to pull back that arc lockdown at any point.
That's right. Yeah, good call. I missed that.
So yeah, Pincel probably just wants to engineer a scenario where he can arc lock down the plot and just secure. He can either jam then behind ice, or he can fast advance.
Oh gosh, I thought Magnet was 1 strength. It's not. It's 3 strength. So it's going to be super hard to want after a purge. I think Magnet just locks you out, right?
You need. So if you have a hive mind with 1 counter on it, and you can get your turtle down, you need one run. But the problem is, if you have a CDS in the bin, that's a lot harder to do.
Yes.
Especially now that all. So now, and look, Pincel obviously must be planning for a purge, icing up all centrals. Watchless coming down the gatekeeper. No cookbook though, so one of these subs will likely fire, unless Performance wants to use the hive mind token, which ideally you don't when you're only at 2 counters, but you can.
Letting the
next
end
turn.
fire. Yeah.
Next turn, that's going to be an open server for to generate counters on a Makua.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is at least one positive here, that you can just start running through gatekeepers. But I would imagine Pincel may overwrite the gatekeeper in HQ. Almost spending the hive-mind counter. You do have Knob 3, so you can get it back.
I think this is a feature of this list compared to the earliest Hive Mind Maximus. I think Tranquilizer's gone, and no chisels either, right? So it's just, at least I don't think it's running chisel. So chisel is a virus program that destroys ice.
I think it's still on the. I think in Pincel's heap in the last game, I think there was still a Tranquilizer and a chisel.
I saw a chisel. I don't know if I saw a Tranquilizer, but
I think there was a Tranq in Pincel's heap, because you still Tranquilizer is so good against any of these sort of any deck that's trying to play sort of a glacier gaming plan and install these big expensive pieces of ice. Like tranquilizing a console, really satisfying.
Yeah, at some level, you kind of forget about the fact that there are actually other archetypes. There are other decks that are reasonably good right now. It's not just about sports metal and PD.
Yeah, and that was the kind of the big reason why the Hive Mind deck became very popular, because we were in a meta where at the start of Gateway meta, people sort of saw Polana as a top corp, but then Polana, once the Hive Mind deck came out, completely pushed aside. Because you've got Tranquilizers and Botulai to get through their Anansi's. At the time, there's slot machines and Engram flushes. And this Hive Mind Max deck really loves a Glacier matchup, because it has all the tools to beat these ice-based strategies.
It's saying Green asking in the chat, what's the influence? So obviously Conduit, 3 symbol chips is 6, Conduit is 10. 3 turtles, we presume.
Only 1.
Only 1. Okay.
Yeah.
That's 11.
The next one.
Tranquilizer's 3 influence.
So 2, 4, 6.
And there is a Tranquilizer in the bin now. Yeah.
4, 6. 4 Conduit is 10. Tranquilizer 13, and then a Rebirth and a turtle.
Yeah, there's the Tranquilizer. So it is still there.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that I know Pincel has talked about, is just how perfect the influence spend is for this deck. You have 3 Simul Chip, 1 Conduit, 1 Trank, a Rebirth, and a Turtle. Perfect influence spend.
Yeah.
Oh, this Sanger in chat saying that what they meant was that if you drop the Tranquilizer, what do you spend that influence on? And I think, sure, it's a valuable point.
Yeah.
I think I can't remember who it was, but I remember somebody experimented with dropping Tranquilizer and Turtle for Ngolo, because the deck makes so much money that you can turn Ngolo into this very efficient breaker. But actually, I don't think it works as well. I think you still want the Tranquilizer. It's still kind of clunky, and it doesn't really synergize with the rest of your game plan. Percomus here getting the imp down, knob 3 imp, hive mind, as many imp counters as you could want, and trashing a biotic labor from hand. But can still just scoring agendas behind ice. I don't think there's been any fast advance.
So so the limiting issue is how's Percomus going to challenge the remote, and he's got to find Amakua, otherwise he'll just score out behind. I guess would Tranquilizer do it? Is there a re-res window if you because you can't even install Tranquilizer on Magnet. Yeah, you can't even do that. So without Turtle, the remote is secure.
Now, Percomus has just milled over a Turtle, which is a little bit less ideal. You would prefer to draw it rather than use a Slimer chip on it. But you can now. You could say Slimer chip. You could Slimer chip the progenitor away or the plot away, and Turtle. Progenitor. I think so. One thing you actually might consider here is actually sacking the plot, or if you have, say, a fermenter, that might be better. And putting the Turtle on the progenitor, it just makes it that slightly bit easier at getting it back up to strength to get through these magnets. Because then you have your hive mind and your Turtle on progenitors, which means your Turtle will always be a minimum of 2 strength.
So no cookbook installed. So how's he going to break this?
Oh,
he's got
no.
Yeah, I think he's got to make a run on HQ and then a run on the remote. And he's got to chip in the Turtle before he runs HQ, and ironically hope that he doesn't steal an agenda.
Yeah.
But then I guess he can always input away, in which case he won't have stolen it. Or then he would have trashed it, so that still doesn't work. So he's got to, I think he has to run HQ, use Sim will chip in the Turtle. Oh, that also works.
Oh yeah, Asanger also pointing out in the chat. Symbol chip the. You can also symbol chip the Botulus to get back the Turtle and put the Turtle on the progenitor. Not putting the Turtle on the progenitor though, which is interesting. There's your Rashida, and you're probably into this Trank grid, even though it doesn't really matter a huge amount at this point, but you have an encounter.
So what pencils out is just keep purge the clot away.
Mm-hmm.
You probably purge. Then it's going to have to bring it back. Otherwise, it's use the Vitruvius counter to bring back the arc lockdown, and then of course you can score from hand.
I think one thing as well because you have access to this Vitruvius counter, you can actually.
Oh, is he going to purge
This?
That's
look
at that. That is an extraordinary turn.
World champion, everyone. What a play.
Very, very smart.
Triple biotic.
That's one to copy into out of context, JNet.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If someone wants to clip that, I'd appreciate it. That'd be very cool.
Perfect as well. No clicks left, no credits left.
Perfect game from Continental.
Yeah.
So do we want to jump into there's Heinzel versus Asger? That's going to be the similar kind of matchup. We want to see more of this, or we can look at something different.
I think will we try to get some trade on and Bridgman?
I think Bridgman's not streaming
Bridgman doesn't.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Second half, we're okay there. If we start at the bottom, here we go. How about Shorty against Mr. Buggles? See what's going on there.
Shorty is on Zaya, so it looks like counter surveillance.
Yeah. Oh, good. It seems like the game's just started. Turn 4.
So this is another of these counter surveillance decks, one assumes.
Yeah, the Oblast tag.
Oh, Shorty's on his own stream. Okay, should we leave that one for the moment then?
Yeah, I think we might.
Yeah. So for those that do want to watch the stream, it is in German as well. That's the Rosenheim City Grid stream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a couple people stream today. I know Koga is streaming in Italian language.
Got Marzi as
Shorty
well from
Marzi as well.
Southeast Asia, I believe, from Malaysia.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, streaming over there as well. So do check that out if you get fed up with our voices, which I would totally understand.
Table 30 is Alice versus Reality Plus.
Oh yeah, we've got to go and see that. Absolutely.
Alice.
Good spot.
Was Late Latte okay to stream? They weren't on the list of people who don't want streaming, I don't think.
Believe they're both okay. These are two names that I don't know, I have to say.
You love to see.
Oh wow.
Oh,
okay.
Well.
Okay to stream. Yes, good game.
Amazing.
Yeah. Re-education into Neurospike.
You missed the re-education. Yeah, it's re-education Neurospike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're done here. Okay. Random. Should we pick right at the bottom? We got Kick Eye against MJP.
Against Mike. Okay. Yeah.
It's a good game. It's a good game, I'd say.
Yeah.
I think it was.
This is Zaya. This is Zaya again.
Okay,
so again,
great.
you imagine.
This actually looks like red Zaya. I see Diesel. I see Ngolo.
And worth noting, Kick Eye at the start of the year got a couple of really great results in the store champs. I think top forward in both the Stevenage and Ackies.
I think he top forward Stevenage and I think won Chatteris or whichever.
You might be right. Yeah.
Whichever order they were in. I know he won one of the store champs.
Yes. It's Ben, I believe. So Ben against Mike here. Okay, we just caught it at the start. So I wonder if we'll see the different flavour of sports here, where it's a bit wider.
Yeah, and this is obviously this deck isn't the counter surveillance build because you've got Obolus, it's Penny Shaver, so it's more reg, I think, than
Ngolo here looks sort of similar-ish to Leela, the Leela builds from last year that used to play Ngolo. It's a way to get as many accesses as you can. And the Penny Shaper obviously rewarding you then, and then your ID rewarding you even more for getting those central accesses. And with the R&D, with Gatekeeper and R&D, your runs are kind of free. You have Penny Shaver and Zaya paying you back.
But it's definitely a different build from Mike. So it's a Jeeves. It's not, it's not the super rushy blame changer. Oh, I guess it is Jeeves in there. Jeeves is in that. So
Jeeves in blame changer.
Yeah, this does look like the most recent builds of blame changer. Then three draft of 3 gatekeeper.
Yeah, and you see the laterals as well as your money. As a form of econ, and also as a form of getting these clicks as well, because you can do stuff like lateral red level, and then subliminal, and then you gain a click on subliminal gives you the extra click plus the Jeeves click, and you can do sort of fun little combos like that.
Yeah.
Okay, a little bit slow. Not sure if Zaya here is on Rosetti's. You have to assume that the Zaya deck is playing 1 or 2 copies of Roseki, as most reg Crim builds are. Their econ at the minute is just the ID ability and Penny Shaper.
I think it's an interesting choice, isn't it? Do you make your influence Penny Shaver and Diesel, or do you go with the more Anacam-like builds? I think in the sports metal matchup, the received wisdom seems to be that Anacam is significantly better in that it functionally solves the criminal draw problem.
Yeah, I know. I for APAC, I ended up going with the Anacam because you get that extra speed in the sports and the PD matchups. It also, sort of the somewhat joking answer is that it uses up a lot of influence in as few cards as possible, so you have more room then to play your super powerful crim cards like Bravados, Paul Ops, Miss Bones. I'm sure Modern Crim, if they could spend 15 influence in one card and then just play good blue cards, I'm sure they would, but unfortunately not. Zaya, last turn, able to steal 2 agendas, kind of the 2 agendas you want to steal the least, Mega Pre and Hyperloop. Hyperloop is basically just a clearance. It's like a little mini Rashida for the corp. So not an agenda that you want to score, or that you want to steal as the runner, and Mega Free as well. Now, Mike has access to 2 more 3/2s, so a total of 5 3/2s now available in the deck.
Gosh, look at this! All this ice.
Yeah.
Dockland's really good in this matchup. It doesn't seem it, but you're getting extra access to them. That's a very rude,
Double
rude.
vanilla.
Yeah.
Double vanilla OP.
OP, Mike's absolutely correct. Vanilla OP.
Ban it. Yeah. Chat saying ban vanilla.
Ban vanilla. Mike here, just playing a little bit slowly, not fast enough. So it looks like a bit of a clunky draw because now this is obviously assuming Mike is on the low ice version. But it looks like he's drawn most of his ice within the first couple of turns, which is not really what you want to sports, but I guess now, it means you...
Oh, okay. Well, he can break that with Engelo really helping here. I think at least getting some accesses. I think to some degree it feels like the faster they find Paperclip or an Elmacure, the more they're likely to present a threat. Because obviously they find Turtle, then Diversion of Funds is going to become live.
Sure.
Which they haven't played any of those yet. So you've got to figure they've got those in hand. They're just waiting to draw a Fractor.
I wonder if this deck is on Turtle. The Turtle, obviously the Turtle synergy with 4/9 is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
Outside of 4/9, it's a little bit weaker, but still obviously insanely powerful.
Mike audacitying out the second Vitruvius there.
So picking up in speed now, Spin Doctor as well. Spin Doctor plus Audacity means you can fix even Audacity with 2 Vacherons in hand if you really wanted to. Virus Suite in the bin. Oh, and there's Paperclip. Just regular install Paperclip.
Yeah, so they need to find a wheel, or wheel would be good. Is that the Mega Pre? Look at that. 4 steals, still only on 4 points.
And actually quite a smart play around there potentially from Kikai, installing the Paperclip from hand rather than letting it go in the bin, knowing that the Arc lockdowns are around.
Yep.
High
single
Jess,
accesses
high
still
Andy as well.
Single Jess. I think an interesting one here is whether if you can afford to, challenging with the Spin Doctor is important, because if you don't challenge the Spin Doctor, then you can Audacity and not care if you throw agendas in the bin. Whereas if you can kill the Spin Doctor, that line of attack it makes the court think significantly more about what they've got to do. And you've got all 3 breakers online now.
Sure.
So
yeah, ice is not a problem now at this point. Accessing a Cyberdex, basically
he doesn't
irrelevant.
care about that right now.
Yeah.
In fact, if you don't have Turtle in the deck, you probably just let them draw the Cyberdex. It's a draw that doesn't help them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Mike in this situation would actually probably prefer a guy to spend the credit.
Yeah.
And trash the Cyberdex. But yeah, it looks like Kikai realizes this, just leaving it in top. It's a bit of a do-nothing draw in this matchup, especially if you know you're not on Turtle.
So of course, these HQ runs, although they cost 2 to get in, you get your credit from Penny Shaver, and you're getting 2 credits from Zaya as well. So actually, credit positive making a run in HQ at the moment, plus the 2 accesses.
The wording as well of Zaya is specific enough that it's not going to, if you run R&D first, you're not going to lose your Zaya trigger. So you can wait to use it on HQ and make your runs credit positive.
That's an interesting one. Why did Mike fire the Spin Doctor there on click 3? Seems slightly strange.
I guess
gives them another, and it gives them a look on. I guess because he doesn't. Why know? Because he doesn't want the Spin Doctor. He doesn't want the Cyberdex next turn. That's why he did it. Yeah.
Actually, what I think might be there, I think he might be slightly playing around a Pollock. Because you can run HQ, install Pollock, and then trash Spin Doctor. So, and that would be really difficult or really rough.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's just GG.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, Jeeves. Yeah, so if you blinked and missed it, if you have a Jeeves out, you can use Biotic plus Audacity to score a Vacheron from hand. You play the Vacheron, install, then use 3 of the same actions, so 3 advancements, you get your Jeeves click, which then lets you play Audacity, put the final 2 characters on, and score a Vacheron from hand. But yeah, that's the power of this sports deck.
Yeah.
It's interesting how much easier it is when there's no clock threat around.
Yeah. You can just go as fast as you like.
So let's look at what else. So table 1 is there might be a CTM build up there.
Okay.
So it depends which side they're playing, but it's either going to be Hashiko versus CTM or 419 versus Precision Design.
Looks like that might have just finished.
Yeah. Okay.
Where else? How about table 33? Guy Concise against RTSA?
Sure.
Just
Smokes versus Acer.
That's just finished. We're getting to that time in the round. We've got about 10 minutes left.
Let's table 31 is Hashiko versus CTM.
Table 31.
We can try that.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay, so we're getting into the late game here.
This is the probably the MCA austerity policy Cyberdex build.
So have a look in archives and see.
I see an Aryabhata tech, which is the spinning alarm emoji.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Hashiko fully into tag me mode now. This looks like APOC. I see a face down card and a Stargate, so it looks like APOC. CTM doing very well here to play against APOC. Very, very rough matchup for any acid-based deck, but it looks like CTM is in a much better position. They're on 5 points. They have a macrophage that unfortunately doesn't really do anything. On this board state, no viruses, no cybernetic sandbox. It's just it actually doesn't even do with the link that Hashiko has. It actually just doesn't do anything. Yeah, not the best. And Turnpike as well. Once you're in tag me mode, also doesn't do. So R&D here
Porous.
basically blank.
Need a cyberdeck stored for that to be doing anything. But I imagine their line here is probably going to be Psycho from hand.
Yeah, so they can. Now the Stargate does make that a little bit difficult, because the runner is able to trash any combo pieces. Yeah, there's the Bologna, there's the Project Beal.
So you trash the bill here, right?
Yeah.
You can trash the Rashido and then just run back for the. Well, no, you can't. You can't steal the Bologna because you don't have enough money. But you can put the Bologna in the bin.
The Beal is ever so slightly easier to score.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get rid of the Beal.
Okay.
Oh, it's the AR security Stargate interaction, which is kind of annoying if you're running against CTM, which is that trashing a card triggers project the AR enhanced security.
Yeah.
So tag every time you Stargate.
Mr. Monday has a DBS, which is very, very powerful. Does let you filter your draws. But that does have an unfortunate side effect for me. Stargate is seeing a fresh 3 cards every turn, so you're turning their Stargate into a keyhole.
So you imagine the Bologna went on the bottom, and they
and the Rashida
went to hand. Yeah.
They are close if they can manage to sneak a Psycho in somehow with DBS. With Stargate, they're effectively in Stargate lock here, so it's very hard for them to do anything sort of effective here. And there's 5 points in archives right now as well, so the runner at any point would be able to just money up and go in and steal 5 points if they need to. Yeah, definitely a rough position here for CTM.
Yeah. I guess you imagine that if it's an APOC list, it's probably running Rebirth, in which case the toll booth on HQ becomes irrelevant because you're just gonna although keeping the link from Hashiko is probably something that runners thinking about.
Yeah, I think in this scenario, I don't think you want to rebirth unless you want to rebirth into another Anarch that has a link. I think it's only Ed Kim, but I don't think you want to rebirth into Ed Kim just for the link.
Just a quick shout out to everyone who's joined us over the last couple of hours. Thanks for joining. Hope you're enjoying the game so far today. There's just about to hit 100 people as the Americans start to wake up. So yeah, great to see everyone here. There is a raffle going on as well. Type !! raffle into chat. Giving away 5. That's 5 plastic Hashikos. Not one set of 5, but 5 people can win that raffle. I haven't entered myself. I'll wait and see which of you two decide to stick their neck out. But yes, no, thanks everyone for joining. Thanks, a few shout outs, Cody, Marzi, who's streaming their games. Look, it's Cooker. Hello, Cooker, my good friend from the States, from New York. Slob McGee, hi. Bing, hello as well. And Swery Princess, hello. And Jonas, big unit, and Stoned. Back to the game. Where we see what happened with the Stargate there. Oh. There we
So I think once one imagines that Mr. Monday's got an agenda in hand and stopping the click, he's just going to hope that he can score the final points that he needs from hand using MCA austerity policy.
Hmm.
And I don't think Stargate ultimately is going to let them get where they need to here.
Yeah, you'd
If they
need
can
to
afford it,
do.
right? You get expensive.
So what you would need here is you'd need to find a Beal or a sandbox, and then overclock archives. So you can steal the Bologna. I don't know if this listed on. There's 2 overclocks in the bin, so unless they're on 3 overclocks, I don't know if that line is open to them. And yeah, there's no agendas in the top 3, so this could be GG if Mr. Monday has access to an agenda in hand.
Yeah. And they're gonna, if it's they can score a Beal with 3 credits.
They can score a sandbox as well because they'll have the Jeeves click to.
Yeah, they need 4
credit.
credits for that. But they need 4 credits for that. They're on 3 at start of turn. So
They can do trash the MCA and then do advance. Hang on. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Oh, but it looks like they have a Beal.
That'll be a Beal. It could be an Aries, I guess.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
Game.
Yeah, very good. Very good play from CTM to try and navigate through APOC. Such a tough matchup for CTM.
Were you on CTM last week, Podrick?
There was no CTM at APAC. CTM, very rough position. As a well-documented lover of CTM, is in a very rough position for the minute. A lot of APOC going around, a lot of 4-9, which is a very skill-intensive matchup. It's not unwinnable, but it is tough. But yeah, a lot of APOC, a lot of Shaper APOC as well, which is a deck that can just print money completely. You have access to pawn shop from the get-go. You have very efficient breakers. You also have access to instant speed misdirection. You also have a much better post APOC plan. You're richer post APOC, so your chances of hard hitting news after the APOC, which is normally your strategy against APOC decks, is reduced significantly. So yeah, CTM, it could do with less APOC around, unfortunately, but
for sure.
But yeah, glad to see it's seen some representation here in Europe.
So just looking at Cobra, so the results sort of being posted, we can see how's it going to shake out for round 3.
It was only a couple results. Do you know how many rounds are today? Is it 6?
6.
Okay.
Yeah, we're 4 short. Four players short of needing 7.
Yeah, and cut to the top 8, which is quite tight, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have thought 9. I feel like this 9-3 is kind of the where you're looking to get to.
Tom, sorry, Russ broke first. Russ has just typed raffle into the chat, which means I am now as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, back to actual games.
Yeah, so 9-3 is roughly what you're looking for here in terms of making the cut records that make the cut. But because you're going from 76 down to 8, 9-3 is you're probably going to have a lot of people who are going to bubble out at 9-3. So there's going to be a lot of preying on strength of schedule here, I think, today.
There was talk of tie-break round, but I don't want to
Yeah.
I don't want to confirm that, but there's a few.
Yeah, there wasn't last week, so I imagine that they'll probably stick with the same plan,
Mm-hmm.
which is just a flat cut.
Yeah, sure. David, one of the judges. Thanks very much, by the way, to all the people that are judging today as well. We're in the foreground of what's going on, but shout to David, who I know is judging, and Prince of Space Kitten, who's running the tournament in particular. I don't know who other judges are today, but yes.
Yeah. No, shout out to everybody behind the scenes, judging, tournament organizing.
Yeah.
Shout out to Manvarupt Mike, who organizes the stream.
Yeah.
I hope he's having a good time with his delicious creative beer.
Yeah, it did look rather good.
It did look good.
It did look very good. A good selection.
A very nice selection.
I've got a selection of alcohol-free beers in the fridge for today. I might crack tomorrow, but I want to stay fresh for tomorrow. I think Swery Princess herself is kind of doing some stream stuff in the background for the moment as well, I believe.
Very cool.
So it looks as though a tie-break may or may not be needed, but it's certainly a possibility on the table.
Thanks for that definitive statement there, Ed.
I'm just giving the information that I've got in front of me. There's quite a few definitive results actually on the top tables. So a split on table 1, but then all the way down 2 through to table 9 inclusive was sweeps. Which at that point are people then just IDing their way through?
The problem with you can't. So 9-3 is where you kind of want to be if you want to be in a chat. That's the minimum you need. So you can't ID really until after round 3, and even then you're at the risk of you're basically playing strength of schedule lottery. Because you need, and this is the thing that happened last week, is that 7 and 3 was what was needed to make was the minimum for the cut last week. But because of the smaller field and the very harsh cut to the top or to the cut, the strength of schedule really comes into play there. So I think if you want to ID, I'd be safer waiting until I think you'd be safer waiting for like sort of a 6-2 or a 7-2. No. 10-2. You ideally want to ID the last 2 rounds rather than the last 3.
Yeah.
Looks
like there's just one more game going on. Presumably in the last round.
Ed, I'm just just dipping out of the stream for just a minute or two to run down and just see if there's a bite to eat that I can bring back up again. So I'll just dip out until the beginning of the next round. Back in a sec, okay?
Fantastic. Podrick, who shall we watch next round then? I suppose we want to... standings there, not quite yet. Just waiting for one more result. Can I just drop out and I'm back in?
We've seen some really this field. I mean, this field. I'm just having a look through it now. You have 114141, who's a player from Germany. Very good player actually. I know they've been improving. I don't know. I think they've been playing only a short for a while, but
she's really
good. Really talented player. Binary Dogs, John from The Process. Another excellent player. Shout out to John. We had an amazing game on JNet the other day.
Yeah.
Bridgman, we won't see. I don't think we're going to see on stream, but again, amazing player. Having a look. Dio, who I think is French. She, again, very talented player. Heinzel, amazing player. Was King of Swiss at Worlds last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, this field is stacked. You have Doomrat down there, very excellent player, very consistent player from the states. Jack Made, Howe, really just
It's a loaded field, isn't it? Really?
it's a, it's a these are some shark infested waters.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'm very excited to see the matchups for round three. So we might try and get. We've seen a lot of sports. We've seen a lot of maths. I think.
Yeah, I'd be keen to see what the R plus lists are. In particular, we've seen there's 10 of those out there.
I think we haven't seen a whole lot of the Tag Me Zaya.
Yeah.
We haven't seen. I'd love to get a chance. There's two Freedom players. I know Tradon is on Freedom. Tradon is a very experienced Freedom player. He's been playing it for a good while. He knocked me out of contention at Euros last year with his Freedom. It's very, very a bit unique to him. He likes to play a lot of ice destruction. He likes to play knife, and he kind of goes all in on a Yusuf plan. So I'd be very interested to see what he's bringing. Looks like the standings are updated.
So Emil swept the last round, and they're on Agin Fusion and 419. So that might be an option.
Mm-hmm.
So standings have been updated, but not pairings. Okay.
Looks like they're just up now.
Very clean. Top 8 players are all undefeated. It's a very nice clean cut there at the minute.
So Bridgman doesn't want to be streamed.
Maybe Doomrat. How about Doomrat and test running? Doomrat on Valencia and Plana could be a bit different.
That feels better.
And reward.
Yeah, test running is on Precision Design and Freedom. So.
And there's also the Chris Ferg and Django 84 on table 6 is CTM versus Max, which will be an interesting one as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, go for the one that you said first.
Yeah. Cool. Table 5.
I might actually quickly bounce Ed, just make myself a glass of water. That's
good shout.
All right.
Good shout. And once we get into the actual game, then I'll go and bounce for 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I love
it. So let's just have a look at the IDs in this game again. So Doomrat on Polana, who said is potentially in a bad position at the moment, but has gone undefeated so far. 2 out of 2 wins, and Val going up against Test Running, who's on PD, and Freedom, which is undefeated at the moment. Interesting.
So I think the Freedom matchup, it depends what the Freedom builds look like, but you can imagine that Freedom against Sports Metal is probably not terrible insofar as being able to nuke Audacities and Biotic Labels if you've got a few more virus. It's pretty strong.
Yeah.
But again, it's going to depend on the build, whether you're going a full-on imp build or whether you're doing something which is more, the older style of Freedom, which is basically all Anak cards plus 1 Yusuf.
Yeah.
Or something like that. That's a little bit overstated. Maybe 2 or 3 Yusuf. Yeah, if we watch it, we'll get to see how they built. If we get to it, we'll get to see how they built it. So
yeah, just a quick note there as well. Oh, my windows haven't switched over. Sorry. There we go. So a quick note there is, for some reason it says PD, but actually it's sports. So we're going to see sports against Val. And everything's gone toffee. Why is that there? Oh, I remember what I pressed. Right, that one. Cool. Great. yeah, you can see all my inner workings on my computer there. So that, just so everyone knows, there is going to be a break after round 3. So we're looking at one more round, 70-minute rounds. So just before 3 o'clock we'll break, and that will break through till 4 o'clock my time. So yeah, break in about 2 hours, 2.25 hours. We'll come back for round 4.
How long is the break, Ed?
So the break will be back about 4 o'clock. So you should be fine for round 4 as well. I know you need to dash after that.
So I'll be dipping out after 3 rounds. So yeah, do the next round, and then I'm gonna bounce.
Fantastic. Well, you can use all your brain capacity for the rest of the day on this next round. Then try and work out why Doomrat's chosen Val and Polana.
After that, it looks like Azul and Ticket to Ride are set out on the dining table downstairs, ready for me to get down.
Fantastic.
So I think I'll be playing board games for the rest of the day.
I actually had a brilliant game of Ticket to Ride. It's not normally my favourite game, but I played Ticket to Ride Europe last night with my family, and it was really good. Thoroughly good game.
Good game.
Yeah. I lost on a miscount on the last turn. I picked up the wrong ticket, miscounting. So a spicy loss to my dad. But no, really good. Yeah. So about 3 minutes until round 3 starts. For those that are just joining, give us a shout in the chat while we're waiting. Let us know you're there. Vale, hello again. So this Acme is supposed to be very good. It sounds like Bridgman and Rust Rider opted out of being streamed. I ran into, if it's the Acme list, I think it is. I ran into it about a week ago, and it was terrifying. I don't know if either of you two have seen it, but I was.
I know some people. So I haven't played a whole lot of competitive Netrunner this year, but I remember playing at Acme Store Champs, and there was a couple of people on Acme then, and I remember Chris Dyer in Slack either this week or last week said that Acme is kind of a sleeper boogeyman. That's kind of waiting to pop up. So, I mean, it makes sense. You have very good ice. You have, Data Ward is, even with Paperclip, is 10 credits to get through.
Yeah.
You have good agendas. You can play a good Glacier game.
You're worried about the kill option, whether it's there or not. You're worried about the fast advance option with the psych graphics as well.
Vale has been hyping up this Acme list in chat, so I really got to see it.
Yeah. Well, currently it looks as though potentially Bridgman, it's certainly in a strong position to make day 2, and happy to get streamed on day 2, obviously with the open deck lists. So
yeah, so there's obviously some spice.
Yeah.
But we'll.
Looks like game starting.
Oh, there's an announcement from David in chat. There will be a tiebreaker round if 8th and 9th have the same points.
Okay, great, brilliant.
So, so we're starting. Freedom versus Polana, test running. I'm pretty familiar with this matchup. This is the matchup for Worlds 2019. Mirror match, actually, I think, at the time. Continental and test running were both on. Test running was on Freedom and Polana. Polana, bit of a slow start. No, not on 8 credits. So the threat of a Nancy is, it's not there. So I think test running can face check with a little bit of safety. Not a whole lot that's super scary for 6 credits or less.
It's kind of interesting, though, for Drake, that we say that like Palala's got a slow start when the whole basic point is it doesn't really care. It
Yeah.
slowly snowballs until every server is miserable to run.
Yeah. What does that say? That ice remote install remote ice HQ is a slow start in modern standard. And like this is probably Rashida.
I mean, probably Ice Age hedge funds considered as slow compared to install advance.
Yeah. If you're not scoring agendas on turn 2, what are you doing? It seems. Test running on Gachapon. Gachapon, a card I didn't rate highly when it came out, but I've actually slowly become very impressed with it. If your deck is built to take advantage of it, if it's got a lot of installables, which Freedom typically does.
Well, to be fair, the only thing worse than a blank peddler is a blank Gachapon.
Blank Gachapon is very upsetting.
Getting the early MK out isn't horrific, I suppose.
There's a Devil Charm removed from the game. That is.
And losing an SMC as well. Although I guess what they're wanting to keep is the Blockish the labour rights and civil chip.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate Gachapon.
Devil Charm suggests it's probably a chisel build.
There's probably chisels, probably Slice Destruction, and yeah, Doomrat is picking up the pace.
Okay.
There's a Yusuf cookbook. This is good. Test running. Yusuf. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and it's the interesting one when they score something and it's there you go. It's not a Nissa, it's a Cyberdex. I was just going to say the one thing that you know if they score a Nissa, you're probably pretty happy.
Yeah.
It wasn't a Cyberdex, but it's a Cyberdex, so you don't even have that now.
It's kind of there's a yeah. So this looks an awful lot like the Trash Panda versions of Freedom that Test Running and Pincel both made it to the 2019 World Finals with. So this is a deck that uses Yusuf, it uses Consume. That version in 2019 also had Palangi, because Palangi plus Yusuf turns into a very formidable breaker engine. Yusuf, the numbers on it, if we were able to hover over Yusuf. But for one credit, you get a 3 strength Fractor that gains virus tokens at an extremely fast rate. And when you couple that with Palangi, then you can start to just blast through ice, especially if you have stuff like hippos, knife, things like that, and you can start to just start blasting away their ice and getting into their servers.
Yeah. So this is one where Icing Central's purging helps you out insofar as it forces. And even that's so relevant now. I think if it's an Ice Destruction build, then it's going to be hard to establish a situation where no server can be run for counters.
Mm-hmm.
So moshing.
So instead they're going to rush.
Can we talk about moshing for a bit? Because a year ago it was laughed at as one of the worst cards, and now everyone that's not on Hive Mind Max is playing moshing. Why has it suddenly got good?
So
I don't like it.
I don't like it.
So moshing is good in decks that have a lot of redundancy. It's good in decks. So like the reason it's good in the APOC decks is that it gets you closer to your APOC and it gets rid of things in your hand that aren't APOC. I don't know if I like it in Freedom, because Freedom has a lot of very specific pieces that it wants to keep, like Simul-Chipped, Yusuf, Devil Charm, Nob Curie, but Test running has obviously found a way to make it work in freedom. We're seeing here very nice gachapon hit, getting the chisel. The chisel cookbook combo means that it can trash any ice with 1 strength on install. So Doomrat here has to consider, does he want to pop this border control?
The paid ability windows are a nightmare here, especially with the way they're implemented on JNet. It won't automatically do it unless you do it in exactly the right order, which may have been your intent. So sometimes, all right, so Doomrat's negated that just by saying it's okay, don't worry about it, I'll just nuke your... Ooh, that's...
ouch.
So
did you use the Devil
can
Charm
get
here
in
now?
here. So test running, they can use Devil Charm to make Anansi a little bit easier. It's still 6 credits to break with MK, so I think at that point, I think you'd rather just pay the extra and just fully break with MK Ultra. But this is good. Like, people look at Anansi and they sort of, I think you see a lot of newer players when they see a deck res and Anansi and they get kind of, they certainly go, this is terrible, but Doomrat's only on 3 credits. The range of ice that Polana has, very little thimble rig is a concern, but other than that, very little that they can do on a low credit count. And this remote now doesn't have an end to run. You could, in theory, just run through this if you wanted to.
If you've got an iPad worse in hand, then
yeah, if you've iPad worse, it gets even better for you.
you've got to break at least. You've got to break 1 sub, otherwise. Well, if you've got an iPad worse to hand, you've probably still got to break it, because if the 1 net damage hits the not iPad worse card, then you're going to die to the 3 damage on passing.
Okay, so steals the sandbox there. Test running down to 4 credits. Doomrat on 3 credits. Sandbox piece scored and stolen.
Mm-hmm.
But as you said, 4 credits doesn't get you very far in Jinteki at the moment.
Yeah. Test running playing Earthrise, going down to no money. They do the consume, but they're going to need. They're going to need to be able to get in and actually trash stuff to be able to use the consume. And right now, that's a little bit tricky.
See, I think they're going to chip back in the chisel.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Border control here. You do need to let one of the subs fire if you want to continue.
Yep.
I feel like Doomrat's going to be pretty desperate to try and score out a Nisei here.
And they can't clone chap in the chisel without losing something else.
No.
Oh, the MK, I guess that's the least bad option.
Oh, that's very clever. That's
good.
very good. So,
very neat.
What happened there was they only have 1 counter available. So they run, they sacrifice the MK. They were going to get back the chisel anyway. They bring back the chisel early and use the counter on it to fully break forward. That's very, very clever. Very nice play.
And there's the chisel charm.
And now
they can border this, but then they can still get in to steal it anyway. That's a very neat play.
Yeah,
that's really good. And now
well played test running. Didn't think of
all cyberdexes now are gone, or all sandboxes are gone now. Test running on 4 points, and the remote looking very, very weak at the minute. And that chisel charm as well, giving them a little bit of money off the consume as well, so they're not totally broke.
Both. I'm just gonna jump and grab a drink for 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Another devil charm, another sandwich.
More chisel charms. Like,
yeah.
go ahead and raise your expensive IFC if I
Yeah. Even your one strength dice, even your border controls aren't effective in the face of cookbook and chisel. Doomrat
So
not
you wonder whether
threatening
Doom
here.
Rats. No, you imagine they're on probably an Anoetic Void build.
Yeah, I'd say Anoetics, Lacostas. They probably still run Biovaults because the synergy with Lacosta is very good.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to imagine they're on voids. And yeah, not pushing anything. I doubt they're on 3/2s. I doubt they're on a longevity serum. And Mystic Miami. This is I love this freedom list.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I think what they're clearly doing, which I think is good, is so what is your plan? If your plan is, I'm just going to deny you a remote, right? I'm going to deny you a scoring remote by killing everything that you put on there that causes me pain. And I'm going to do that with Chisel. And I'm going to leave your centrals alone. I don't really care what you do on centrals. I'm just going to stop you having a scoring remote with money and ice destruction.
And the great thing as well is like you look at this freedom list, and one of the things that freedom kind of struggles with is that your money is not amazing. You're not a Hashiko, you're not a Val, where you have a bad pub or a trip coming in. So you're a bit of a glass cannon, effectively. If you make bad runs, or if you get sort of blown out at any point, it can be very hard to recover. But what these freedom decks are very good at doing is they're very good at operating and very. Doomrat Res and Aiken, probably replacing sort of pseudo replacement for Engram Flush, I imagine.
Yeah, I guess it's an annoying ice. The only thing it doesn't really like is Amina.
Yeah, it doesn't like Amina. Blorch is kind of okay. Break the 2 net damage and let the side game fire. Ngolo really doesn't like IEP. It pairs up very poorly.
This is an interesting one because I was expecting the Dirty Laundry there to be there on. Oh, is there a CVS in the bin? I think there probably is a CVS. Yeah, there's a CVS in the bin. So they can't Dirty Laundry Archives, and they can't Dirty Laundry the Spin Doctor either. So this is probably the least bad option.
So they find an NGO front, trash that. They can probably go back in and aim for whatever they see, and then take 6 from consume. Yeah, they get rid of an Enigma. Yeah, this is a really good position for test running.
Although they lost the Yusuf, so they're going to need to find a way to get one back. Maybe I imagine they've got another one in hand.
Yeah, Freedom, I think they typically run between sort of 2 and 3 Yusuf. I think it's often less as a breaker and more just as a very easy and fast way to get virus counters. There's a hippo coming down, more ice destruction.
Yeah. So do you challenge the remote here is the question.
So you can get through an Anansi if it's an Anansi on the outside.
You're going to have to reinstall Paperclip.
But you can get through an Anansi, that is all of your money. But it is also all of your res.
Yeah, I don't think a res here is great. But
yeah, I don't think Doom to res an Anansi.
There's no Black Orchestra in the bin now, so now an Ike here would actually be pretty annoying.
Yeah. So no res, gonna run. I have a funny feeling that this might be a Biovault. Yeah.
Imp the Lacosta, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, like Plan is really struggling here. Um, the remote is
Yeah.
not. They have a border control, but border control is only going to do so much for you. They don't have any of their upgrades. They can't no advance. And yeah, test running here can just sit back a little bit. Doomrat. Okay, icing up, getting an upgrade down as well. So could be a void via Lacosta for a no advance threat. Um, Test running also 3 counters on Mystic Mamie, so going to need to use them at some point, or else they're going to need to
Yeah, I'm kind
take
of
enough
wondering what
damage.
they're. It doesn't seem to be a strongly event-based economy. You've got gambles and laundries, but Mamie's an interesting one, right?
I guess
What
it
are your
is
good
just,
targets? Bravado, maybe. Maybe you're spending influence on Bravado.
I don't think you have the room because you have 2 Simul chips here, you have an SMC, so that's 2, 4 at 7. Imagine you're on 3 Simul chips, I'd be surprised. So that's probably 3s, that's 6, 9. Consume then is 5, so that's 14. Then 1 influence left. I imagine Rebirth, maybe? But your freedom ability is relevant
Um,
at pretty much all points in the game. So yeah, I'm not sure.
maybe they're on a Keiko build. Oh no, we've seen Nobkari. So we've seen Nobkari. So Nobkari's their console. They just can't
I
afford to
mean,
install it.
they could be on 2 consoles. The new console rules mean they
Yeah.
could be on 2 consoles, but I don't see why. I feel if you're on, I feel you would just stick with Knob Fury.
It just feels like it's tilted a little bit towards Doom right now. They're a couple of points down, but actually the board state and the credit differential
Mm-hmm.
is going to be in their favor from now on.
And they have their remote. That looks like another BioVault with the double advanced upgrade. They have a
Yeah.
Lacosta, so they can know advanced agendas. They have money to res ice. They have border controls as well. A Nisei score would be great here.
Yeah. And 3 ice. So if the second ice is a Nancy now, they can res it without losing it.
Exactly. I am wondering though. I wonder what the win condition here for test running is. I would have to imagine something like Stargate because you don't have the influence for conduit. You could use your one remaining in. Trashing all their ice. And I think you would go with Stargate so that once you trash their board, you can just keep denying them, ice or money, or whatever the case may be.
So you'd think like they've kind of given up on their remote, but single accesses are far and great. So it's either Stargate or Conduit or Turning Wheel, I guess. Maybe they've got it, But I think this score now.
So they've shown all their
And
in.
Nisei.
I've just realised they binned a second SMC. So 2 SMC is 6, 2 Simul chip then is 10, and then 1 consume is 15. So that's all the inf.
Yeah.
So no surprises, I don't think now.
I mean,
Yeah,
the real
I think
surprise
this is.
is the real surprise is why is Mamie in there? And
I think
does seem
it's just
strange.
incidental drip, I guess. It makes your iPad worse is a little bit better. You turn them into diesels.
Your targets are Gamble, Laundry, and I've had worse.
yeah.
Unless there's something spicy that we haven't seen. And watch this on Macrophage here. That's really nice.
Yeah.
Test running, not able to steal an oboe if they find one, which is
No,
a
we're
little bit annoying.
starting to get to the point with only 2 in the stack and 3 in hand.
Yeah.
Those hit points are starting to get a bit low.
Yeah.
1 Labourite's in the bin.
Yeah, and you have to assume they're on free labor rights as well. So
It's quite finely poised, this.
mhm. Yeah, it looked very rough for Doomrunner earlier on, but I think he's been able to claw back
Yeah.
a board state now. He has his remote back built up with, and now he has access to essentially 3 different end of run, instant speed end of run effects. Um, so whatever he puts in that remote, he can score.
So do you challenge again? Do you challenge it with Doom Rat on 6 credits? Like, what can they res? Not res the big
res a
ice.
macrophage.
That's true.
Macrophage would be bad. Aiki would be annoying. A Negaba would actually be surprisingly annoying. There is a Black Orchestra in the bin, but still a 3 credit tax. Even something like a white space, the new slot machine like from Gateway would actually be quite annoying here.
Where do we think the influence is on the Polana side? Presumably 3 border controls is 9, 3 spin doctors is 12. And then there's
I'd say
IP
possibly
block.
money. Actually, yeah, 3 IP block sounds right.
Yeah.
Polana did suffer from the 2106 ban list. It lost probably its 2 best pieces of ice in slot machine and anger and push. Yeah. And then coupled with the fact that you have a very, very poor Hive Mind Max matchup, it probably contributes to why we haven't seen a lot of Polana come in. So I imagine Doomrat here is importing ice because unfortunately your options in faction are not. They don't fill you with excitement.
Yeah. So I made a mistake there. So that we know that the what's in the remote with the 2 advancement tickets on this is viable, not an agenda. I missed the fact that they just scored the Nisei with that still advanced.
Oh,
so
sure.
yeah, sure. So they're waiting for an agenda that they can pump out through there.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, they have 3 instant speed and the run effects. So even if test running can find a way into this remote, I don't think they can find a way in twice, let alone 3 times.
No. So maybe you've just seen what they're going to draw off R&D. Maybe your line is you could try taking an access off HQ. This is another one where having the non-Curie down would be good. Yeah, I don't know, it felt like the install that the run they made where they binned the Yusuf in order to kill the I key with a dirty laundry on R&D. That felt like a pivotal turn in the game where I think they lost a lot of momentum off that.
Yeah, I don't know how valuable trashing, because now all your devil charms are gone now as well. So even if you're able to get back and your Doomrat is advancing here, this looks like an avocado. So I have a funny feeling that's what was top decked. Macrophage, horrible res here. That's horrible miserable. Res.
Yeah.
Very painful. A new raffle started. Unfortunately, the 3 of us didn't win the last round. But new raffle for Jakuza's Altart Tapworms.
We'll need to get better at bribing Mancorrupt, Mike.
Yeah, and Streamlabs bot as well.
And the stream bot, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's slightly strange line here anyway, because you got 7 credits, right? What you know is that they've got border control and a Nisei token and a Biovolt on the remote.
Yeah, I don't know why you...
Any ice that they res on the remote is going to stop you getting in 3 times. Are you not better off maybe just taking accesses off to HQ?
And you see, the thing is, Freedom's single accesses are slightly more valued than other runners because you have that trash ability. So your single accesses have slightly more value, slightly more power to them than, say, a 419 single access. Sake of argument. So running HQ for singles is not the worst. Yeah, so there's the fire vault.
I think it's your only line, right? Hope that they've got an overcaster in HQ. Three credits they can't score next turn.
Are they calling the bluff? No. There it is.
Yes. Surprised they didn't take a little look in HQ at least, but
I think if you think it's overcaster in the remote, if you think it's any agenda in the remote, then you've got to try and win that turn. But tough, these decision making is hard.
No, so. Absolutely. Well,
so we jump into the return match.
Absolutely, yeah.
So this is Sports versus Valencia.
Apparently so, yeah.
I think Doomrat is on APOC. I know he's been playing he's been championing APOC Val a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know he's been practicing with APOC Val an awful lot, so I think there's an Apocalypse list.
Most.
Which is probably favored for test running because Sports doesn't care too much about APOC. You don't have a board really for them to wipe away.
Maybe if you follow it up with Stargate.
Yeah, I think your main hope as the APOC deck is basically you're kind of disregarding your APOC plan, trying to find your Stargates, your Wantons maybe, if you're on Wanton Destruction, and just try and disrupt. I think is the plan. Although that being said, the test running could be on the NWE version of Sport, probably on the NWE version of Sports, slightly ice-heavy version. So your APOCs might have a little bit more value, but I still don't think it's a. I still don't think it's going to be your main game plan here.
I think it's test running. Your goal is how fast can I possibly go?
Yeah, absolutely. So Spin Doctor, turn one, click one.
Yeah, I mean, if you never install any ice, you don't care if it gets trashed.
Exactly. Do you want playing Wildcat? Yep. Also
always
known
the
as
money.
Always the money. Always the money.
I've just been texted a rules question. For some reason, someone decided I was the right person to message with a rules question. An uniced skunk works. Does it have to be rezzed before the run starts?
No, but JNet is not implemented for CR 1.5 just yet.
Yes, that's what I thought. Yeah.
So you basically it's kind of awkward. You kind of need to undo the click and do a bit of backtrack, and you have to res it before the run happens. But in CR 1.5, there is a window to res even if there's no ice.
Cool, brilliant.
This is interesting. If you just Stargate all of the ice away, Sports Metal can never draw any ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Doomrat is doing exactly what needs to be done. Just find the Stargate, play the Stargate, and Stargate the Stargate.
Test running did manage to find the third piece of ice there. Doomrat knocking down a lib. But I suppose has now forced the Corp to commit ice to all centrals, slow down in the early game.
There's the first fast advance,
Yeah.
Truvius, which is again you want to be fast advancing your 3-2s. You don't want to fast advance. Sorry, excuse me. You don't want to fast advance. You don't want to fast advance hyperloops.
No.
You don't want to fast advance Mega Free without. Um,
Gosh,
Okay.
networking.
That's spicy.
Networking.
That's a card I haven't seen for a long time.
That's I actually almost forgot that was in system update. I mean it's pretty good anti-tag tech, I guess.
Yeah.
I suppose when you've got 50 cards.
Wow.
This is where I'm going to lose the Stargate. I wouldn't be surprised here if Doomrad is on 2 copies of Star. I think the Val, the Apoc Val lists are on 2 Stargates. I think most of them are.
Interesting that 0 was discarded. I've always thought that was one of the more powerful cards in Val lists.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? I always find it a bit like moshing. I was watching an old stream a couple of days ago from one of the major tournaments where somebody was zeroing, and it's a strong card, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's money in cards, but the first one hits indexing, the second one hits mad dash, and I'm thinking I'd rather have played those than lost them to the bin.
No, sure. Yeah, David, just a reminder that the judge team is available on Judge Desk in the Nisei online event hub if you have any rules questions. Seriously, it's a better way to get help than messaging Ed. I can confirm that.
Or appealing to the hive mind of the Twitch chat.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm getting 12 different rulings potentially, or interpretations of rulings. So test running, over installing the Hagen.
Clippy in the bin?
There isn't a clip in the bin, so I'm not sure why.
What am I missing there?
Well, no, that means they're forcing breaker install, I guess. Right, over installing.
You're already doing that by just having, because you don't have a paperclip in the bin. I mean, you have it now.
No, just
so yeah. maybe test running is clairvoyant in some way. Test running going to score aluminum on 5 points.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So they're an audacity away from the win.
They are. They do need. The only 3-2 they have at the minute is a Vitruvius. Their Mega Freeze are still only 3-1s for them. So oh yeah, there's the Mega Pre. So now they have 3 3-2s then in their list now.
It's such a bad feeling. I've just stolen the agenda, which has enabled your win.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Doomrat getting into HQ now, and yeah, just tumbling in on HQ. Yeah. There's the audacity.
And
I wonder, would you try and just run R&D to force them to spend,
Well, the trouble there is, even if you steal, you just let them draw 2 cards. I'd rather steal one from HQ than steal one from R&D.
Yeah. I think as well. I think to some degree you might want to try and maybe check R&D to not quite keep them honest, but
if you don't think that they have the one in hand, then probably. But this is where Stargate's good, right? So if you can Stargate from here, you'd be in a better position. even the APOC doesn't really help you right now when they're on 5 points.
Yeah, the APOC does very little here.
Okay, so Botchus on the remote. Rest is the drafter.
That's a bit awkward. I guess you can let the archive memories sub fire. Because you know that they have the audacity in hand. So they have the win in hand.
Yeah.
You know that they have the audacity.
Yeah.
So what are they buying?
You run HQ twice, I think, here.
Yeah. And Ray.
Okay, gets the Hyperloop there.
Yeah, not the best one. You have to imagine Press Running has found the 3-2.
It's vanilla. Now 9 cards in HQ here.
They haven't
Red
found
leveling
it.
to find more. The pause suggests they still haven't found it.
Wow.
Or maybe
They
they have.
get a click.
Another one.
Another
Got
level.
to have seen it now.
Yeah, I think the speed of the play picked up there, and
Yeah. No.
No! Oh my goodness!
So what do you do?
Have I got
Biotic
time?
lateral.
There we go.
Oh, biotic into audacity. Yeah, there we go. GG.
Yeah.
That's a game. Well played, Test Running.
I'll play Test Running.
How stressful at the end there as well, not being able to find.
Yeah. It's kind of, if I don't get the win in this, I've got like 18 cards in hand and nowhere to put them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome.
Who haven't we seen yet? Table 6 is still going if you wanted to dip in. That was Django and Chris Ferg.
It's Ferg and
Oh,
Django.
yeah. This is 419 versus Fort by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Pretty good position for 419 here.
Yeah, they've controlled the board.
Yeah, board is under control. They have their Rosettis. They have a nice big turtle.
Chris saying hi to everyone in the chat. We've just hit 100 viewers, which is always a really good feeling. Thanks everyone again for joining.
Us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phil in the chat asking, is Pants winning? Is Pants playing?
Pants is not playing, I don't believe.
No.
So, in the battle of Xeroth versus Pants on who to ban, I think Xeroth still winning based off
yes,
his last week's performance at APAC. Yeah, Chris Berg, the reigning European Continental Champion. On sports at the minute, 4-9 is a decent position at the minute. What they would like here is probably a Docklands or a turning wheel so they can kind of start to get some mugs in. Docklands would be better, but they have Rozekis, they have Draw, they have Miss Bones, so they're able to trash any annoying assets or upgrades.
What would be even better would be Docklands and turning wheel.
Yes, that's what you want.
just
exposing the Hyperloop. So now this is important for Turtle because now Turtle can get through a gatekeeper. Now.
Yeah, good call.
So maybe Chris could have paid 4-9 tax there, but especially because they have Tranquility. But and there's the Duke, and Crim has ways of getting past ice, even if they don't have breakers of the right strength. But if there is a gatekeeper on HQ, you kind of have to be wondering, maybe you could have paid the single credit. Now they're going to trash the Tranquility home grid. And I wonder, do you trash the Gs here as well?
Probably. Otherwise, you're just enabling and click up to 4 is a lot better than click up to 3.
Mm-hmm. You also get value purges because Chris can purge here and still do something with their turn, still advance their board state. I know Chris is click for 3, potentially click for 4.
No CVS in the bin. So I think purging with no CVS in the bin is great because, sure, you can just run archives 3 times and run R&D if for counters.
Mm-hmm. Chris installing Cyberdex Virus Suite on R&D.
That's big, right? So now he can't. The only place he can run safely is the remote.
Yeah. Very nice little rude play as well, showing the CVS. Penny Shaver coming down, Turning Wheel coming down. Penny Shaver okay in this matchup. It's not amazing. It does mean that your runs on server 1 are sort of free, so you can build up those turtle counters, relatively okay. You don't need to pay in a bunch of money, but you also have Rozeki, so money at the moment is not free.
Just looking to undo that Penny Shaver install.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's adding a huge amount of value right now. You don't need the memory for anything. You're probably going to want to install.
Yeah, Unity seems.
Yeah, if you want to install the Gultra as well.
Yeah, you really don't need the full breaker suite in this matchup. You only really need at minimum Charcon per dolphin.
Yeah.
There's a Spin Doctor down. There's already a Spin Doctor removed from the game, so there's only one left.
That's interesting that he's installing the Unity and running with CVS on the table. He maybe knows what the HQ ice is already. And so if he knows it's, say, two gatekeepers, for example, getting both of them. All right.
Having a look at the chat log here.
So now HQ is safe until he's found Begolta. Unless you can't really let Draft a fire at this stage, I don't think.
Okay, so Django knows that one of the ice on HQ is Gatekeeper. They exposed it early in the game.
Yeah. And they've overwritten it now with Drafter, so.
Yeah. So it's Drafter on HQ, Drafter on R&D, and then just the vanilla in the remote. We've only seen one mutual favour so far, so presumably 2 left in the deck.
There's Audacity, though.
Audacitying out.
So no Spin Doctor, so Archives could have agendas in it. I doubt there's a Vatron. I don't think Chris would Audacity away a Vatron at this point of the game.
Feels a little risky.
A little bit risky.
Yeah, good question in the chat. Movable Object asking, what's our thoughts on Unity rather in 419? Presumably Unity over in Golo and over Amina.
Yeah, so I think in the sports metal matchup, Amina's just terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it's just miserable to install Amina at that amount of money. So I think that the 4 credit differential is good. And it's 2 less than Ngolo. So I think if you think it's a if you think it's going to be a sports metal meta, then Unity feels like a good call.
Yeah, it's just really solid, isn't it, Unity? And 2 influences. You can find it in Crim. You can find 15 influence if you need to, let alone 2. Especially.
Oh,
look, he's
find
the clock.
Find the Vatron.
And a Hyperloop as well.
And Hyperloops, that's good.
Could win this the proper way.
Now, there is only one...
It's like, oof, I don't want to... Django 84 saying, oof, I don't want to... No, I'm giving you money and draw.
Yeah. Painful.
And there is only one runner 3-2 left in the game right now. There's only a Vitruvius left. Whereas for Chris, he has access to, I think, 3. He has 2 Mega Pre left. So Chris has 3 3-2s available to him. Whereas Django only has 1.
2 of the red levels are gone, so and a Spin Doctor, so it's tough. He's going to have to top deck the win with Audacity in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And how many Deuce gone? So 2 diversions gone.
2 diversions gone. Not the diversion is super great because they have subliminals, and so they can subliminal from 0 to 1.
No.
There's also only 1 Audacity gone, so the chance of having the second or the third pretty high. Yeah, I think Chris is firmly just in dig mode.
That's an interesting one. Do you playing red level clearance 3rd click? Because you can't win off the last click. So I'm not quite sure what he's thinking there. Okay, ice, that's fine. Not doing a lot though.
I think he's just saying here that this is somewhat telegraphing that HQ is pretty clean. He's going to be an undo, potentially.
I wonder if this is a bit of rusing going on here.
Yeah, Django pointing out vanilla on R&D, not the best piece of ice.
Sure, of course. So you can just take the click and the credits and then install with the last click.
Lateral.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there might be something in HQ.
That's why turntable would be good here.
Yeah.
Would turntable do?
Yeah, you'd switch Hyperloop for Vitruvius.
Yeah. You'd go to 6, so I guess any agenda then gives you the win.
Yeah, but you'd put Chris back on 4.
That's true. Going for a single is Cyberdex. Pretty okay. Turtle not at a relevant strength.
Get him, let him have that. I think.
I think you're going for double dig here, aren't you? You're going to run twice and then third in with the.
Oh
no! That feels so bad.
How many agendas are left then? 3, 6, 9. 1 left in the deck.
There's 3 left.
3
in 12 cards. Can we find that now? Yeah, the second Vacheron actually kind of worse than the first because it is actually useless. Because by the time the first one is ticked out, the second one will still be ticking.
Yeah, Stoned in chat saying it's a good time to install the Black File right now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I know that Cable Carnage was testing that out and said, it's cute, but actually it didn't win them any more games.
No.
Yeah, it's just kind of clunky because Vacheron is a 4-turn and Black File is a 3-turn timer. So they just don't sync up. You're still basically playing Find the Vacheron, unfortunately. Inside job. Okay. Oh,
There it is.
there it is. GG's.
Rough.
Yeah, and Django did everything correct there as well from what we saw. Managed the board, doofed when necessary, found the turning wheel, took accesses where they could. But yeah, even when you play extremely well, it's just so hard to beat this sports deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've stolen, effectively, you've stolen two. Well, if Rega Pre were a sensible agenda,
Yeah.
all this agenda, I think everybody knows, all of this agenda point manipulation seems so strongly in favour of the corp right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Corps of access. HB in particular has access to just so many ways of messing with the runner's agenda scored. And it just makes it hard for these kind of reg decks, as they were, to compete.
So, have they already played their first match? Django 84 and Fistfolk.
Yes.
I believe
they
so.
must have done.
So
Yeah.
thanks for the games. Yeah. We've still got about 15 minutes left in the round. Just coming under that, coming up to about 10 minutes left. Probably time to watch one more game. If there's anything in particular.
I see Drago, who I believe is Aaron Byrne, who's a former
a Bristol player, I think,
and
former
has been texting me for rules as well.
So, do you want to jump into that?
Yeah, I'm in
Smoke
there.
versus...
Yeah.
Drago on Smoke, which positioned quite well at the moment.
Oh, spicy.
Oh, contaminate onto the conduits. Let's go.
So Aaron's not been playing much Netrunner recently. Kind of just pops in for the big tournaments, but has been playing a bit this week. Said he was sticking to decks that he knows.
Contaminate conduit smoke, you mean?
This is what he said. I'm not saying this will happen.
Sure. No.
Well, presumably the last time he was playing it was Contaminate Medium. Did that work? Was that a thing?
Contaminate medium, yeah. You could do it. You would do it with blackmail in Val.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have your medium, you contaminate, and then you blackmail R&D, and then they can't res any ice, and you would see, you'd see 4 cards.
Sure.
And you could just keep doing that then with deja vus and same old things.
Yeah.
That's a network of a different time.
Contaminate must be quite an old card then, that stayed around, not rotated.
It's Order and Chaos, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa, it's Katara. Oh. Maybe I'm conflating Eternal Meta with Meta of Days Gone Past.
And Drago does have Aaron does have a champ card in the works, I believe, as well. So one to look out for in bashes.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Zorptic saying yes, Surge. It would have been Surge when it was medium.
And yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Surge into medium, into blackmail.
Yeah.
So Humigo, the remote's not looking super great. Penrose deals with it quite effectively. You have plenty of smoke or stealth credits. And then your upgrade. So if this is an agenda and this is a defensive upgrade like a Skunkworks is only going to keep them out. Well, it's not even going to keep Aaron out. He can just double click it. Or if it's a void, you're only going to get 1 void activation because you've only got 3 cards in hand. So Aaron going for
That's
the
bold.
conduit dig. Yeah, I guess you can still get in, but you can still get into the remote, but you're
I feel like
using a
challenging
felt
it.
credit. Although I guess, check the top 5 or so of R&D and then swing over to the remote. You can still get into the remote.
You saw a good number of these last time, right? So,
An office.
Oh, I think you have to check the remote here.
I think you do.
Yeah.
There's no issues getting in. I don't think. No, because Penrose can break with real credits.
Yeah. And the overclock, just to make sure.
Yeah, you 2 clicks for Skunk Works. I guess Void here is a bit rough. Do you have enough to get in? Oh yeah, you've got enough to get in if this is a Void, I think.
Yeah, because you're using real fake credits here with the overclock the first time in, and then you can use your NetMakia credits second time.
Yeah, you're using fake Monopoly money.
Yes, real fake and fake fake.
Real. You're using real Monopoly money.
That's correct. Yes.
So there is a Void.
You've got to trash that, I think.
100% trash. The Tranquility Home Grid.
Probably leave that.
Yeah, you leave that. It's not doing anything.
I'm running HQ here if I can get in, because I found it unusual that the void wasn't rezzed.
There's no fracture on that. No fracture on the table, so that's really off the table until he can find whatever fracture he's using.
No, fair.
So there is a paperclip in the bin, but it's just not.
You can't do it. It's 5 to break. 9 to get
4.
9 to install and break.
Mm-hmm.
To a credit short previous turn.
Sure.
So can we go purging there? So conduit reset back to 0. We haven't seen all of Aaron's influence, so there could be a second contaminate. I really hope there is.
I bet there is.
Yeah. Let me just double check. So 3 for paperclip, 1 for piece at a time, 3 for impus 7, 1 for contaminated 8, and 4 for after images 12. So there's 3 influence left over. So we could have another contaminant.
3 for after image. So.
After image is 3.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a second piece in our time. So
yeah.
There's
of course. Yeah. Good morning, limes. Nothing super spicy yet.
What's the spiciest we've seen?
Maybe this.
Contaminate. I think contaminate and conduit. Yeah, I think maybe the spiciest.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ansel versus after image is very unfortunate. You just pay 2 credits and you're able to get through it.
I think R&D is still locked right now. No shuffle, and Pumigo still hasn't drawn through what Drago saw with the conduit run.
Mm-hmm. Troops attack from again with source of stealth credits. Yeah, it's just very hard for Pumigo without a defensive upgrade in server 3. Very hard for them to push through agendas.
Interesting. I just quickly glanced at Cobra. A ton of splits in the top.
Yeah.
In the top tables, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 all split.
And I think they're all played as well.
9, 10, and 11 split as well.
Yeah, there's no way you'd ID this early. And I know for a fact that I see Pincel split, and Pincel doesn't ID. He has ID'd, I believe, once in recorded memory, and that's because it was the last round and he wanted to go for a nap. which is a fair reason to ID as any.
Lunch break is after this round, movable object.
Okay. So I think in about 15 minutes, possibly less.
Lunch at 3:15 UK time, 4:45 European time.
Yeah.
And African, well, I think Africa's mostly in those time zones. Do we have anybody playing from Africa?
Not that
know,
I've
actually.
spotted.
There
used to be a few South African players, didn't there? But,
Tris.
Yes.
Tris is the obvious person down there.
Yeah.
I think they were buying back in.
Oh, cool.
So there's actually about 3 minutes left on the round. So as it stands, Aaron Drago would win if this went to time, as he has more agenda points. And I really don't know how Kimigo is going to win in this position. It's very Drago's able to get into the remote machine.
Unless they got a fast advance.
Yeah, they could be. They could have an Audacity plan or a Biotic plan, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, there's MCA in the bin, but probably not good at this stage.
Yeah, MCA is just too slow when you've got such little time left on the round. I think Aaron is just able to check the remote. I think that's what you do. I don't think you can try running R&D, and it's not like you have any difficulties getting in, but I think it's best to just run the remote, click for credits.
Sure.
Keep it safe. You're in the winning position. There's no reason to take any unnecessary risks.
We haven't seen a lot of influence on the corp side, is one thing I would say. So 3 spin doctors, 3 presumably 3 foods, 6.
The voids will be the biggest. So voids are 4 influence.
Sure, of course.
4, 5, 6, 7. 7 seen. You can probably count 2 more spin doctors. So that's 9. Probably another global food is 10.
Yeah, Primo's got to push here. See how you do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would have to be install Void, install Skunk Works, install your last agenda with Seamless in hand.
Sorry, ice. Oh, that's not great. Unless they could be setting up here, they could be setting up to push. They do need to push through next turn. I'm just going to quickly check what time is left. I think we might actually be coming up on time.
That's the round there, so 1 turn each.
I don't know if one of us should intervene or if we should wait for a judge.
I think we wait for judges here.
Yeah, I think we'll...
There we go.
Oh, Kimigo's called it.
Yeah. Oh, everyone's jumped in. That was very decent there of Pimigo to call time before a judge came in, which I believe that means essentially she's saying that's the end of her turn.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And that's it. Yeah, there won't be enough time left to complete the round, complete the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's GG.
So maybe we'll review the outcomes and just look at the standings, and then it's the lunch break.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thoroughly looking forward to lunch today. So just waiting for this to update. Bridgman again with the win there. So standings.
Wow.
Still just
Are
waiting.
they on the same Bridgman on the same build as Rust Rider?
We believe that's the Acme list, yeah.
They're in the same testing group, I believe. So I think same.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Cable Carnage.
The Rust Rider.
Hello.
Rust Rider's down there, yeah.
So let's just wait for those results to come in.
Everybody thinking, boy, I wish we'd gone with Sunny.
Well,
because it's interesting, right? Because I mean, I know that Acme Hunting Grounds doesn't, has some issues with the Acme effect isn't avoided by Hunting Grounds, but nobody's playing Hunting Grounds right now. Whereas 3 or 4 months ago, everybody would have had probably in a Anak list or a
almost also
you'd have probably a splash and influence on that, and that's because of slot machine going away, Raven rotating.
The
only real reason to have it now. The only real reason to have it now is probably if you're running Turtle and you're worried about IP block.
Just waiting for one report. Captain Nice and late. A couple of games still to come in.
That's favorite thing. A couple of runner splits, but I'm just scrolling through the results here, and there's a couple of runner splits towards the lower tables.
Yeah.
But a lot of the core splits.
We missed Apex. We could have watched Apex there.
Oh no!
Fumiga's runner was Apex.
Oh, how are they? How are they doing on Apex?
I have to find out.
Winless so far, unfortunately. Well, as of the start of this round.
So far. Game 1, Apex was on 6 points by the start of turn 3, but then sports apparently.
Marzi, this tournament is extremely stacked. Stacked. When you have Percomas down in the mid tables, if you even just look through the mid tables, Greyfield, Percomas, Shorty, Mr. Buggles, Steph Monkey, Howe, Captain Knight, Rough Rider. Yeah, this is shark-infested waters.
It certainly is. Oh, sorry, you can't do that. Well, it's not happy about that.
I think the Cobra might have I think the Cobra might have gone private by the looks of it.
Yeah, maybe while they're just looking at where they're up to.
There we go. Back up now. We had just the one drop. So still 75 players and 2 undefeated people so far. Bridgman and Asker.
Tugtugus playing as Tugtugus today. No smirks for Asker. No sign of O. Current top 8. Yeah, look at the top 8. You Mike in 3rd, Pincel in 4th, Rotom, Matchak, Krusty, Watslow.
Got to highlight Krusty there on in 7th at the moment on Jemison and Wu
and Cavanessa.
Yeah.
The only green player anywhere to be seen, and the only Wayland player to be playing 2 off meta decks.
Yeah, really, really sticking out here. Especially if you're like me and you use a dark mode your screen, the green and the double green really pops out amidst the sea of purples and blues.
Yeah.
But yeah, some serious players in this field. I think the rounds after lunch are going to be very tight.
For sure.
Yep.
Right. On that note, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back. Let's have a look at timers. 1 second.
I think about half an hour. I think.
I don't know if you've seen it, Ed. There's a reminder from Aki just to pause the recording while we're on break.
Yeah, will do. I will leave the stream running, everyone. I'm going to take about 20 minutes. Russ, Tol, thank you ever so much for joining us this morning or this afternoon.
You're welcome.
Always a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully you'll be watching from the sidelines. Podrick, I'll catch you in about 25 minutes. And everyone else that's watching, be back very shortly. Go eat, go get some water, and we'll see you shortly.
Bye.
Welcome back, everyone that's here at the moment. It's me again, Ed. That's me. We're back for rounds 4 to 6 of the Euro, Middle East, African Continentals Day 1, rounds 4 to 6. I hope you all had a lovely lunch. If you didn't have lunch, I hope you had a nice breakfast and had lots of water. That is voice meter, which we can close, and that is the Cobra standings. So Russ has left us for the afternoon, but we're joined by I won't do a long introduction. The newly crowned APAC Continental Champion, Will. Will, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks ever so much for getting about 2 hours sleep today to join us on commentary.
Thanks for having me. I was gonna sleep earlier so that I could get a longer sleep, but I was too excited talking to people in prep for today.
And welcome back to Podrick as well. Good afternoon.
Hello.
So Will, obviously you haven't really caught much of this so far, I presume, with the napping and stuff. Maybe Podrick, you could go through what's happened so far, what we've seen.
Yeah, so I'm going to take a quick look at the standings. So we haven't seen, I think, a huge amount of spice. The top table, so the top 8, if you look at our current top 8, a lot of HB. There's 4 sports medalists in the current top 8. There's 2 precision design, and then there's an Acme and a Jemison, which I think we can safely assume is the Jemison list from APAC.
Mm-hmm.
The Acme list, there's been a lot of hype around it and a lot of talking about it, and apparently it's a sleeper, busted deck list, but we won't be streaming it. The 2 players have asked not to be streamed, so keeping it a bit secret. Hopefully we'll see it tomorrow. But then outside of that, there's a lot of Macs of differing varieties, some APOC, some HiveMind. Not a huge amount of 419 representation, I don't think. There's only one 419 in our current top 8, and that's surprise, Rodent Appliance, known for his 419 play.
Absolutely.
But hopefully we'll catch some spice this round, and see what people are bringing to the table for Euros.
And Soccer, what are you keen on seeing in the lists? What has caught your attention on the top tables in Cobra?
Well, I think so I actually prepped with Bridgman. So I actually know what his lists are. So I guess that's not a surprise to me. But I'm interested that there's still 15 players playing PD. I think that was my first surprise seeing the IDs. I thought that it would get phased out a little bit more given the success of APOC Max, and the percentage wise PD's popularity increased from APAC to Euros. So that's the first thing that surprised me. And then the second thing that I guess I'm looking for is the split between the variety of maxes, because I believe there's people playing APOC Max and there's people playing HiveMind, and it'll be interesting to see how that shakes up going into the last few rounds and which ones stay up top.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm just going to check where we're up to, just in terms of the clock. So it stopped flashing up for me now for some reason. Okay, so
It looks like
round 4 starting in 2 minutes, apparently. So let's have a look at the pairings.
Some good pairings. Table 3 is, we've seen them on stream, but it's quite a showdown.
I'm maybe interested in seeing Table 2 with Crasty's lists.
Oh yeah, Jemison and Cabanessa. I don't know what the Cabanessa, when I see Cabanessa, I think APOC, but It could be Reg. It could be Reg Shaper. So yeah, I think that actually, and Mike MJP, really excellent player. Hopefully they're not going to ID.
No, they won't. They won't. They're both not safe to ID.
Actually, yeah, you're right. There's only two, only Bridgman and Tuktugut are safe to ID here out.
Yeah, and you could actually argue that Bridgman and Toxic's not even safe to ID themselves.
Yeah, it looks like 9-3 is the minimum that's needed.
Yeah.
I think anybody with a worse record than 9-3 is going to make it in, but even then, I think there's going to be a lot of bubbling on 9-3. I think
Exactly.
I think it'll be similar to last week.
I think in Bridgman and Tuktukat's case, if they ID their way up, they kind of ride the SOS of their opponents a bit better than everybody else.
Yeah.
But there's still a chance, so it's not completely safe, but it's fairly safe.
Well,
yeah, I think they're probably in the safest position to start IDing.
Soccer, as your newly crowned champ, you can pick the table for this round.
I think I agree with you in seeing Krasty's game, because I think, although there is another table that's really big this round, is Rotom against Pinsel.
Yeah, for sure. We have seen both of those players so far.
Okay.
So, well, let's go.
Okay,
let's go with that one.
I think table two. Yeah.
Let's go for it. Okay. Cool. Brilliant. So yeah, they're okay to stream. Oh, I need to press that. That will make a little bit more sense. There we go.
I think the interesting thing that actually draws me to Krusty, I actually noticed this before coming on today when I woke up and checked the game and checked the standings, is that I believe Krusty's the only one on Jemison. So this is like from last tournament. There was a lot of there were these two new Jemisons going around. I guess a little background about the deck. There were two versions of it. The one was on False Lead and Clearinghouse. So the game plan is to score False Leads.
I hate to. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we're finishing turn one with 2 points for the Corp.
Oh no!
Yeah. An absolutely wild start there, Mike. Using Audacity to get the Vitruvius scored straight up turn one.
And a clickless install, you have to assume that's a spin doctor, and they're going to be able to spin, and Mike is going to be able to spin away any agendas.
Yeah.
He ditched any with Audacity. So yeah, that's as Mike says in the chat, it's funnier when it's Luminal. If that was a Luminal, like, what a turn one for sports. But the 2 points turn one. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, that's a pretty much a dream start here, especially if this is a spin doctor.
I think so. It might still be. I think there's a chance it might still be, even though Mike didn't res. But yeah, the added bonus of their Audacity, not really getting rid of anything, getting rid of a sprint and a drafter, 2 cards you are fine getting rid of to an Audacity.
So I don't know what decks Krusty came up against in the first 3 rounds. Or I guess this is round 4. So it'll be interesting to see what Krusty's game plan is against sports, and if we're spamming Hushuk, or if we're actually have a Claude in our deck.
Yeah, so Krusty, he threw out the Cyber Trooper to loot. So this looks like it's that Cyber Trooper Aesop's Bin Breakers with Chameleon as well.
Yeah.
That kind of the affectionate Shaper BS term. That kind of a deck.
So this is really nice. It was really nice to have found this.
Yeah, and he's found the Audacity in hand as well. So that's the Audacity in the bin. 2 gone.
Yeah, Mike's just digging here. He had a good start.
Okay, so there's the tranquility. So I think there is actually reason to force this spin doctor before you continue to imp. Because if you hit a Vacheron here, you don't want the spin doctor on the board. Oh, well, we're just gonna steal some more Mega Pre's. Nice hits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can leave that tranquility. You go
Yeah,
to
I think from
Okay, that's interesting. I suppose to use the spec work, may as well use the token from imp, then spec work out.
so we're actually so here we're thinking about if we want to simul chip the imp back right away.
Would you?
I don't think you do because you can woo out your MK Ultra next turn and then simul chip the MK Ultra for the imp.
Yep.
And that gets your breaker into the bin, and it's safer because if you use your simul chip now and they ice HQ, then you can't use your imp right away. So yeah, so they're electing not to, which is I think is the safer line, especially if you have MK. Like sometimes these decks don't play MK, but I think the majority of them do.
It's quite nice to see Wu back in the game. Obviously, became a very strong ID around 2018, and seen a lot less of it over the last year or so. Certainly appearing a little bit more, because I suppose you have got the ability to challenge quickly if needed. Can bounce back after APOC. What we found here.
This is so good. When they so Krusty's playing the overclock to trash the Tranquility home grid, which is in itself is good, but we're hitting a CVS, so we get to spend all 5 credits on this overclock to trash cards. And it's they got so rewarded for choosing not to simul chip the imp last turn.
There's another lateral growth. Is that the second one we've seen? Yeah.
Mike is icing HQ. I think I'm not entirely certain, but I think Mike is on the slightly ice heavier version of sports. I don't think he's playing like the Nikos, the Marlins, the heavy acid build.
No, I think we saw the Vanillas and Hagens earlier, didn't we? In this.
Oh.
Yeah. So I think he's playing Hagens, Vanillas, Drafters, Gatekeepers, the full HP suite.
That's really interesting. That the Tranquility grids found their way in here despite all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have the Clot.
2 DZ Measy Opsy Mopsies.
Yeah, though that was just to get those down, because it actually didn't save him any credits. Because we installed 2 DZMZs and then wooed out SMC, so the DZMZ trigger was eaten by the SMC. So I actually think from that play, we can expect Hushuk in this deck. Because I think if you don't have Hushuk in the deck, the DZMZs don't get installed in this matchup.
Okay.
So that's actually quite good for Krusty here. Because I think Hushuk is actually really good in this matchup if you can install your cards for it. Because you Hushuk and you find a 2-pointer or you find a Vacheron with Imp.
Mm-hmm. So what are your other 2-cost installables? Clot, DZs, Rozekis,
Chameleon.
Imp.
Your 1 Chameleon, MK Ultra, Beth, the Tolu that was thrown away. Imp is another 2 as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a fair few. You could potentially get a sort of a 5 dig, 6 dig, couldn't you?
Yeah.
I think the 6 dig is pretty easy to get.
Mm.
You don't need to put a whole lot of work, and you don't even really need to construct your deck, that difficulty, or that like, you don't need to jump through hoops because you're playing a lot of those cards anyway. The Arc Lockdown, the clock is so rough.
Yeah.
Because now Krusty can just now Mike can just fast advance to his heart's content. He doesn't need to worry. Highly unlikely that that Krusty is on a second copy of Plot.
So one read that you can make here. So on the gatekeeper had to fire, unfortunately, and MGP drew 3 cards and shuffled back the Megaprix, and Megaprix's worth 2 points here. So the only reason you would shuffle back the Megaprix is actually because you have another 2-pointer in hand. Because you actually want the Megaprix if you don't have a Vitruvius or a Luminol in hand. The only other reason you would shuffle it back is because you know you can't score it and you're looking for Arc Lockdown. But based off of this turn, we just drew the Arc, we already had the Arc Lockdown. So I think it's fairly reasonable to think that they have a 2-pointer in hand here after shuffling the Megaprix. So it's like we're running HP. I think this is a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just kind of want this. You want the sports deck to kind of like spend some money here, and like the information you're gaining here. Like there's very few like rough base checks. You don't even... Oh
that's,
wow,
that's not good. Yeah, like installing that Chameleon and getting the Gatekeeper fire. I wonder if because we actually called Barrier with that Chameleon. So I wonder if there was something that they accessed earlier that suggests that there's barriers on HQ. But I think Barrier only breaks vanilla, because Hagen will just trash your Rizeki.
I mean, we have seen a lot of the vanillas have been on HQ today.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a thought process. I suppose you'll find running through the drafter. You can't run through the vanilla. So it's 50-50 then with the Gatekeeper, maybe?
So the one thing that's really good here is that MGP needs to find their 3rd copy of Audacity, because they don't have the money to buy Audic here. If they do find their 3rd copy of Audacity, that's amazing, because they have the Spin Doctor on the board.
Mm-hmm. Then getting a double install out. What are we expecting here in 4 and 5?
I was thinking, so the threat is Rashida, but I think one of those cards is Tranquility Homegrid, because we saw one in HQ earlier, I believe.
Yeah, I think one even got trashed. Yeah,
but it got imped. I think the one in HQ. So I think likely candidates for these two. I think potentially. I don't think Mike could play the second Spin Doctor, because if Krusty does decide to run the first one, like I think ideally you want to save your Spin Doctors. You don't want to have multiple out, unless you're planning, something like Big Audacity or whatever. I think Jeeves is a pretty good shout. Krusty just going to go for. Oh man.
That's so sad.
Such horrid luck on the Chameleon calls.
Somebody in the chat here is saying that it could be Hyperloop, which is risky. So right now in this board state, you want to steal Hyperloop, because the runner just needs to score points to win the game, and the Corp is at 2 points with the Vitruvius scored, so they actually need to score a 1-pointer themselves in order to win the game. So the Corp wants to score the 1-pointer, and from the runner's perspective, you do want to take it.
So Krusty sees a Jeeves in server 4. Would you be trashing there? Taking you down to 3 credits?
You can. So Shaper does have access to stuff like Creative Commission, so you can bounce back from low credits. I don't think this is the list that's on ASOPs, but I don't know if I like that trash there. Your econ at the moment is just a Rizeki. Obviously, we don't know what's in Krusty's hand, but it's just a Rizeki at the minute. And even though Jeeves is a must trash, I don't know if I like spending 5 credits at this point in the game.
I think given what I mentioned a turn or two ago about they shuffling the Mega Pre back in, and I think that there's a 2-pointer in hand. And Krusty has been running the hand, but he's just been failing to get in. So I think here you want to run HQ, and I would even simulchip for that imp to try to trash the biotic, or if they have audacity, they probably have biotic though, because they've clearly been clicking up for credits to get to 7 here. So I think there's a biotic in hand, and there's good imp targets.
Well, there's only something in hand, Mike.
Oh, so we're doing it. That's exactly.
Yeah. And finds the Vitruvius.
Very nice.
That's a nice hit.
Yeah, and I was like, even if you steal an agenda here, it's fine because your imp isn't going anywhere. You're gonna get more out of it later. Okay, so he's running here to force the Spin Doctor pop, which I think I would argue it's actually unnecessary.
At this point, I think it's just too late. I think your window to force the Spin Doctor was a couple times ago.
The risk is what Spin Doctor can do is that it saves you if you have Audacity. So you can Audacity and then Spin Doctor if something is in hand. And the reason I was saying that you can leave it is because I think that MJP has Biotic in hand. So if they Biotic and score, they can get a free Tranquility trigger.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're imping the Tranquility, so that makes sense.
Yeah, and Mike is playing sprint, so it looks like any potential Audacity plan that he might have to take a bit of a pause, because he needs to sprint away the agendas rather than just Audacity and then spinning back into R&D.
I actually think what happened here is that because I think MJP was very clearly clicking up for credits to play Biotic. And with the Vitruvius stolen, I think what happened here is that MJP doesn't have scoreable agendas in hand. And we actually tried to sprint to find agendas, and that's why we couldn't score last turn.
Krusty just forgetting the vanilla there. Mike very kindly letting him take back. Mike obviously hasn't read Whiteblade's article on Tournament Netrunner.
What does he say in that article about takebacks?
Don't let them. Whatever you do, don't let them. You're there to win. You're not there to be nice.
Very nice. Yeah. Okay, so we found the Biotic.
Yeah.
We get to imp.
That's a really good hit.
This imp is doing a lot of work. Huge.
Yeah, even without the infinite, knob theory imp engines, the Anarch has options too. Even just getting, a simul, even if it was simul chip an imp and get 4 uses out of it, that's really good. Mike fast advancing out a hyperloop, which is, it's fine. Obviously, you prefer fast advancing out your 4-2s, but you're going to need 4 scores anyway, so.
Yeah, that's really good news for Krusty here. There's 1 Spin Doctor left, and there's 1 Biotic and 2 Audacities left. So we need 2 out of the 3 fast advance pieces to score another 2 agendas. So I think Krusty actually has a turn or 2 here to get the stuff that they need to get more accesses, which is really important because I was just thinking that with the Rozeki gone, there's actually no money for Wu right now. So Wu actually needs to find a way to get some more money.
And the planky not going down quite yet. Getting the Rozeki down.
Coming down, so a bit of money coming in. Not a lot, but at least the DZN.
It's actually really good because it costs 0 to install. We have a second Biotic straight off the bat. That's unlucky.
Okay.
It's now we're on match point. The Audacity wins it here.
Yeah, and there's 2 Audacity in play, so it's not looking good.
Yeah, there's 2 Audacity. There are only 2 3-2s available to Mike left.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry. Sorry, yeah, no, there's only 2. There's a Luminal and a Vitruvius.
Yep.
So he needs to find one of his 2/3/2s. How long are you going to turn vanilla into a code case, get through Unity? And I think Krusty is going to reset the imp here, I think. Presumably?
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So we'll see if this works out, but I think I would actually run R&D instead. Seeing red level clearance, so I think you have to get rid of that. Oh,
That's
second
so
CVS.
rough.
Oh, that sucks. Seeing the second CVS and the arc lockdown in this sports metal deck. So I'm actually wondering, going through the sports list, like what this sports doesn't have, because it had to find the slot somewhere. Because we're playing vanilla. You said that we saw Hagen in an earlier round as well.
I believe so, yeah.
So if there's more ice and there's another CVS and there's Jeeves and there's Tranquility Grid, then I guess we're only on, and there's also 3 sprints, and there's also 3 lateral growths. So I'm really wondering what this deck is missing.
I mean, have we seen Hedge Fund not being flippant?
No.
No.
Did not see Hedge Fund with the Tranquility Grids, but that's still not enough slots. We still added a lot of stuff in here.
Unless you cut all of the acid econs, so there's no Rashidas, no Nikos, no Marylands.
Oh, true. We haven't seen Rashida. Yeah, I think a lot of sports are already not on Maryland and Nikos.
Yeah, I think the Blame Changer, the Snare Bears version, cut them. I think to just have Jeeves. They're on Rashida now, but the Rashida is really just there as a what should we call it? A punishment for runners that don't check the remote.
Okay. So in the event that the runner Hushukes and steals an agenda, sports has to trigger their ID before Hushuk shuffles. That is correct. So the runner will know what the sports deck will draw. This is really good news for Krusty here that it's not GG. So we actually either Audacity is in the deck or wow, we're gonna score a 1-pointer.
Oh wow, okay.
That's interesting.
Amazing.
Okay.
So that's so you've only got one spin doctor left. You also only have one fast advance tool. All your biotics are going. 2 of your audacities are going. So barring, G's tricks with red level and subliminal, which I actually don't even think they're on, this sports is on subliminal. I don't know where you have the slots for it.
Okay, so this archives run is really good. We'll get to see if an audacity goes back. It doesn't, so there's 1 audacity left. We need to, from the runner's perspective, we need to find a way to get into R&D here, I think. Or HQ is good. If you can reset your imp, then you can run HQ. Oh, wow.
Double arc lockdown.
Yeah, we have double arc lockdown and double CVS. So I'm really confused as to what this sports deck has cut. Because, we haven't seen Rashida, we haven't seen Hedge Fund, but that's actually not enough slots to include all the things that we have seen.
Yeah, is the econ just... I think the econ is just laterals and Tranquility Home Grids.
Yeah.
Plus the ID, red level clearance, I suppose. We've seen in earlier games a lot of gain a credit, gain a click.
Yeah, in a pinch, red level is econ.
Yeah, we're packing some serious clot hate here.
So Krusty also only down to 1 simul chip left.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what we're digging for. MJP is just going to draw up here because they can't Audacity with the 2 cards that they had in hand. So this turn was more or less expected. And then from Krasty's perspective, we have to win now.
Yeah.
We have to find, there's 1 Vitruvius, there's 1 Luminal, there's 2 Vacherons, which are worth nothing, unless we can reset the Imp, which if you can't, then you don't go for it. So yeah, I think the click 1 draw was probably, it was a very low chance that you find your Simul Chip.
Oh,
So it's 2-2.
Oh.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm enjoying this deck.
So this, I think, this is basically just going to give you another, I'd say probably another, I don't know, another turn or two, which is kind of what you need. You just need to kind of slow things down, just buy enough time for you to find ideally a Simul Chip, the third Simul Chip, so you can reset the Imp. And you can hopefully find either the last Audacity or a Vacheron, because the spin doctors there's no recursion left for supports.
So the one thing here that's actually not great is that CBI grade costs 3 credits and running HQ costs 3 credits. So we're back down on 1 credit with the Rezeki drip next turn. So we take a credit here and Rezeki gives us 1. We're at 3, which is not great.
Yeah, you've stalled, but you've stalled for both players. So what have you actually achieved, in a way?
Yeah, and I think it's I think if Krasny had a better board position, I think it would be swinging back over in favor of Krasny. But because his econ is so poor right now, I think if the game stalls, I think it makes no difference really to the game at the minute, because Mike's just going to draw back up.
Yeah. So for the Corp, there's 3 agendas that they can score, which is Vitruvius, Luminal, and the Hyperloop. So if they lose an agenda, its chances are they'll still have it. So we either have to install Simulchip and imp the Audacity, and that's game winning, or we have to score twice here for the runner. And it looks like with the click 1 draw, that's unlikely going to happen at this point. Unless we have, install Chameleon, jailbreak HQ. Ooh.
Yeah.
We found the Simul chip, but we have to take the risk on the creative. I think this should be GG.
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, there it is. There's that athlete.
Yeah. Yeah, just hope.
Good game. What a fun game of Netrunner that was.
Yeah, I think they were actually a credit short from getting into HQ there. If they drew the Simul chip click 1, they were 1 credit short from installing the Simul chip, installing the Chameleon, and running HQ.
Yeah. And in HQ there was the Vacheron. Mike's just confirming, just the Vacheron in HQ.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you imp the Audacity, then you win the game, because the Corp doesn't have a way to score out without that last Audacity.
Sure. Yeah. No, fair. Cool.
Yeah,
great
you
game.
need to kind of...
Yeah,
definitely.
Let's watch the flip. A big thanks, by the way, to Scroll Up Running Parallel, taking 5 months of Jeff Bezos' money and gifting it to Nisei. Probably not 5 months of Jeff Bezos' money. I dread to think what that would look like.
Yeah.
So Mike at the end here is saying absolutely no idea what's going on with Jemison.
No.
And I'm interested to see what this is as well. So I guess I was alluding a little bit to it at the start. But yeah, so based off of what we saw at APAC, the 2 versions of Jemison is that we've seen, at least, and it could be something else, but the 2 versions, the first version is you're trying to score 2 false leads, and then you're trying to install double advance a clearinghouse, and then you're going to pop both false leads to make the runner lose their turn, and you're going to get 6 counters on your clearinghouse and kill them. And then the second version of Jemison is a Neurospike version where we are scoring. We've got SDS and CityWorks project, and we're going to install an SDS, dedicate the SDS, and then we're going to put Arella Salvatore in the remote, and then score the CityWorks using Arella to put another 5/3 in the remote, and then playing Sacrifice to get 4 advancements on the new 5/3, scoring that as well. So you've scored 6 points in 1 turn, and then Neurospike for 6 damage.
Brutal. And yeah, the Malapert is part of that list, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Malapert is most likely in the Neurospike version, but yeah. I can see Malapert being in the false lead version as well, because you're scoring smaller agendas, so it makes sense to have that in a sense. It is the Neurospike version that did better at APAC.
Yeah, I think it was second in Swiss. But
second in Swiss.
The player couldn't play the cut, so you didn't get to see it in the cut. But here's hoping Krusty is able to sneak in, because I think I think we're all interested to see how this deck fares up against a cut environment. So it looks like Mike is on the APOC version of Max. There's a Juice as well, and a Moshing in there, which the Hivemind version doesn't play. I've seen some people play Moshing in the Hivemind version, but Juices, I think, is a the kind of more reg-ish Max.
Well, I think Deuces is the tell that it's APOC Max. Yeah, because APOC Max plays 1 Deuces, and then I think the Moshing and the Deuces together confirms it's APOC Max. And I know that this group is on a version of APOC Max that it has a lot more stuff going on than the ones that you saw at APAC. So they actually have, from my understanding, Cookbook and Botulus and Fermenter.
Yeah.
So you're setting up a little bit more, and you have 2 APOCs instead of 3, and you have the simul chips in there as well.
Yeah, they're kind of taking the APOC plan and then also kind of merging it with the Hivemind Max, like playing the Cookbook, Botulus, Fermenter package. And then I think you can assume then as well that they have a flop as well, if they've got the simul chips and the virus package already.
So interesting little bit of counterplay here. And we're actually in an install the Clot onto the board. I was just going to say it. So if this is the Jemison where your game plan is to get a CityWorks and then score that and also sacrifice to score another 5/3 in the same turn, Clot is actually relevant, because when we Arella in the second agenda, we can Clot that, and to save our.
I think that confirms it with Krusty immediately on site purging there.
Yeah, unfortunately for. And then once we get to the bottom of the deck, we'll also have the labor rights to get that back. So we are probably going to have to see a CBS if we are going to score the 6 points in 1 turn. One thing to note here, though, is that even if we don't, so even if we like Deady CityWorks and then there's a Clot threat, if we just score the CityWorks and Neurospike for 3 and we hit the labor rights and there's no more labor rights left, then Jemison will also have a good chance of winning the game from there.
Sure.
Yeah, you always got to be careful against damage decks playing Max, because you can lose your last labor rights that you have in hand, and then the rest of the game gets really hard.
Okay, so Afshar ending the run there. There's very little on the board at the moment for Mike. Stargate's gone into the bin.
Yeah, just getting a simul chip down, taking a credit. Stargate's not necessary in this matchup, really. Stargate's not necessary actually in a lot of matchups. You get it later, but from the early to mid game, you're just looking to APOC mainly. And from Krusty's perspective, APOC is also the threat, right? Because we can't just install CityWorks and deady that, because we can just get that blown up.
Yeah, and your combo is tied to, these two upgrades and building a remote that they can't get into to disrupt that combo. So if they can APOC, they can just run it every server and trash your combo. Once the Irela and the Malaperp are gone, your options are a little bit more limited than.
Yeah. So it looks like we're just resing Spin Doctor, popping that for some cards back.
2 Spin Doctors gone just to get back.
Okay, so here we go. CityWorks, steady, advance. We're going to see if we have the APOC here. Two I've had worse in the bin. So one more left somewhere, because we could... This is actually threatening game next turn if we have advance and then we just double Neurospike.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and hit the amped up on the max trash there.
Okay, so it looks like we're going for the APOC. Is Stengrid in chat saying that Max could just steal it as well? Which, yeah, you totally could. It depends on how many labor rights they have in their hand and if the rest of their hand is good.
A Winchester.
Ooh, we got a lot of HQ positional ice in this deck. I like it. I like that a lot.
Andy in the chat asking, are there any punitive in this list? I mean, we haven't seen the list yet, but I think it's all in on the Neurospikes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the Neuro. Yeah, there's no punitive backup plan.
So the list that was posted in APAC that Bing played, which is the one that I'm referencing off of, doesn't have punitive. However, with the agenda suite of 3 SDS and 3 CityWorks project, I think it's very easy to put punitive in the list. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it, but from what we've seen in the past, there's no punitive.
Yeah, I think Sanker makes a good point, is that the deck is it's not a rich, this Gems deck, it's not rich.
No.
It's not pumping a load of money. Like, it's too big to fail, but you're going to waste a lot of that 7 credits quite quickly. And your slots, your combo is so specific and so tight. Or the slots are so tight, you don't really have that kind of wiggle room. So yeah, this looks like a pretty clear APOC turn here.
Yeah, especially if we're using this simul chip for the Botulus on the HQ Afshar. That otherwise is not great use of a... Oh wow, we're hitting a Sapper as well, so we're just going to trash the Botulus, and we're going to APOC with no board for the runner.
That's pretty... You couldn't switch
feels good. That feels really good.
Yeah.
Usually lists, because I believe this list is on 2 APOC, 3 simul chip. Where does that leave us? That leaves us 12 influence. So there's 1 Deuces, 1 Rebirth, and then 1 of something else, unless it's on 14. But either way, we've seen the Deuces. We know that there's a Rebirth. And if there's 3 simul chips and 2 APOC, that's not enough influence for a pawn shop. So things that go face down are likely staying face down for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think
we saw
an issue earlier, didn't we, with the Black Orchestra. Had to be very careful playing around, not turning. One got removed with an arc lockdown, and didn't want to turn the second one upside down.
Yeah,
would have been a lock.
Yeah, that's one thing about these lists is like the one that the process is doing and the one that the Snare Bears is playing, because the list that I played has 3 of each breaker, and the other lists don't have 3 of each breaker, and I think that's really risky because if you flip one of your black orchestras over on an APOC and then one of them gets arc locked down or the other one gets APOC'd as well, then you can no longer break magnet. Cody's saying probably on 3 APOC. So, from my understanding, it's on 3 simulchip and 2 APOC. Probably on 3 APOC would be my thought as well, because from my testing of APOC Max, 3 APOC was always a lot better than 2. But yeah, from my understanding of this group's list, it is not on 3 APOC. But we'll see in the coming turns if we see a 3rd simulchip or a 3rd APOC, because it's one or the other. It's not going to be both because we've already seen the deuces.
And I think because this list, I know they were working on a version that had the cookbook package. We haven't seen a cookbook yet, though, so maybe they cut a simulchip for the 3rd APOC and went further in that direction.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, we haven't seen. That's interesting because we haven't seen cookbook or fermenter. Mm-hmm. So it looks like the simulchips are actually just there for botulus and clot, which is similar to what the snare bears were doing.
Yeah. And they were on, I believe they were on 2 clot as well, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's totally possible here that we see 2 simulchip and 3 APOC, given that we haven't seen the other cards that kind of align with what I was expecting for this list.
And there's the Sapper.
I'm really learning a lot about Wayland Bites in this deck.
Sapper, not an ice you see very often.
Yeah.
The raffle winners have just been announced, by the way. Tokai's AX getting a 2nd raffle win. I'm still yet to ever win a raffle or a tournament.
Lime's also world champion, has won a raffle.
Soccer, have you ever won a raffle? Have you won anything?
I have not.
No, just tournaments. just lots of tournaments. I know which I'd prefer.
See, but it's the raffles that have the cool prizes.
Mm. Did we saw an Arella, but didn't get trashed, did it? A bit shy on money.
It did. Did we not trash it? Oh, we accessed it out of HQ.
Yes.
Sorry. So we ran the remote. We ran the remote. We broke through a sapper, and we trashed. Our way from setting up our combo here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 2nd clock hitting the bin, so the process looked to be on.
Okay, that's more
similar to the snare bears with 2 clocks and 3 APOC.
Yeah, this list is looking so far. There hasn't been a card off from the snare bears list.
Mm.
So. Mausolus is a good hit here. Hitting MK Ultra from the hand is unfortunate for Krusty, because I think there are definitely better targets in the runner's grip right now.
I would say probably, yeah. Getting the standoff, though, I mean, there's worse things can happen.
This is round 4.
I was interested. Mike installed the Black Orchestra there.
I think you just want to get it out of the heap.
We have 2 bad pub, so it costs 1.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So I think for a credit, I think you're fine just paying a credit to get it out of your heap, and in the off chance that there's an arc lockdown, for example.
Okay.
Because now again, I don't know if this gemstone list will be in. Neurostrike is 3, Arella is 3, and you've got spins, so I don't know where you'd find the ink to put arc lockdown, but
Yeah, I think there isn't, especially with Arella. There's only one Arella as well. So, or sorry, there's two Arellas. So it's two Arella, two Neurospike, three Spin Doctor, and that's very, very hard to change.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting here that Mike is going for accesses. I think a lot of times, when you see Max, you're just looking to set up more, so that you can
This is
APOC.
this is a really good turn from Mike. He finds the border control with the APOC. He's able to rebirth with an imp. And there's the sacrifice gone. So
the outs are starting to look a bit short here for Cresty, aren't they?
This Jameson list is kind of starting to crumble a little bit. Mike still needs to find 4 points to win. And this Jameson list does, I think, it's 3 SDS, 3 City Works, and then just 2 Hostels.
Yep.
And I think 2 Standoff then as a forfeit target.
So we're going for the City Work here.
Right.
This
is really smart because I'm going to actually try and explain something clever here. So we think within the heap there's 1 labour rights, so there's 2 labour rights in hand. Stealing the City Works knocks out all the labour rights, and then
so you can't even steal the City Works because you have 3 cards and it's going to be 4 each.
Of course, yeah.
So yeah, this is super safe. Although it does look like this is just going to be an APOC.
Oh, we're just going to APOC here. That's unlucky. We missed it on the Mausolus. Oh wait. Oh no, we broke it. Never mind. We broke the Mausolus. Only the 1 credit triggered. So this is totally safe APOC here.
Cody, no, we think just on 2 APOCs rather than 3. So 1 APOC and then 2 labour rights in hand now.
Well. So now we see the 3rd APOC. So now we know it's on 3 APOCs. So this is looking like card for card the Snare Bears' list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the install. That's that. Oh.
Okay. Conceded here. Giving away an agenda, I think.
Yeah, I think he knows that he has no outs here.
Or maybe they just miscounted points because they think the City Works is game. It's not necessarily GG because if this is SDS.
Yeah, actually, SDS they can score. They can actually score that naked.
Well, actually, you can score that and then narrow spike if you click up 3 credits next turn, and the runner actually has to, like, if you just click for 3 credits next turn and the runner doesn't check this, the runner can install a program because otherwise MJP has the labor rights to put a program back in their deck and draw the program. So
yeah, there's no ice. All of your installable programs you need to run into an ice to install them. So yeah, Crafty does nothing here and just clicks for credits.
Yeah, so we totally can labor rights for program. So we have to check this, and then see if we need to do that. But as we were saying, SDS in hand. Okay.
Okay.
So now we definitely are going to labor rights for a program, I think.
I think you have
Given
to.
that,
well, I don't know if you are going to. Well, maybe you do APOC a 3rd time. Mike is just getting back money in a program.
So it's like MK Ultra and 2 Liberateds going back in. So we are going to threaten the SDS deal next turn.
The list just on 1 sacrifice, we think.
Yeah.
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 And we're respecting Urtica Cypher by not running this. That's just there. Although I think Urtica Cypher's 2 influence. So that's...
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty influence heavy for this deck to port.
Yeah, the new June bug Marzi is Urtica Cypher.
Yes.
Actually, an improved Junebug.
It's,
Really?
Yeah.
I would say it's worse.
Okay.
It's better on 0, 1, and 2 advancements,
Mm-hmm.
and then after 2 advancements, it's better. But like I think a lot of decks that are using Junebug, I would term seriously, is trying to advance it more than 2.
Yeah.
No, it's fair.
Okay, so it looks like we just installed the MK Ultra and ripped the SDS out of hand.
Yeah, that's game.
So it's a good game, yeah.
And it's a sweep for Mike. So Mike, yeah, not quite in ID range, I don't think, but I think Mike's probably feeling pretty safe about his position. And he's very strong very strong strength schedule. And if the sweep puts him up to 21, so actually, I think he might be able to ID from
He
this
is.
turn out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So MJP joining Bridgman and Tugtagut on 1 loss basically after 4 rounds. So they're all 7-1. It looks like Rotom swept Pencil on table 3.
Okay.
That's a big result there. So
Huge result.
Rotom also joining them at 7-1. So we have 4 players now at 7-1, we'll probably see IDs from them for table 1 and 2, and then the only other table that can reach 7-1 is table 4, which is Matushak against Watzlaw.
Okay.
We want to go from here.
I don't know. I was just having a little look through. Any standouts? Podrick, I think this is probably potentially your last game of
Probably,
comms.
yeah,
Is there any,
last game.
your choice?
Let me have a look.
Table
we haven't
10,
got-
we've got Jaska on.
I think I see Tag Me. I'd love to spectate a Tag Me Zaya game.
Yep.
Um,
Oh, here we go. So we've got
it's just
Polana.
started.
Jaska there on Polana. Just started. And probably Tag Messiah with Snoopy.
Almost certain. Yeah, there's a jailbreak. Jailbreak probably actually. Yeah, we don't know quite for certain, but I think it's very likely to be the camera surveillance Tag Me Zaya deck.
Sure.
So we want to hear getting some information, getting some money, getting an exposed trigger for Turtle.
Table 10 soccer.
I was I had to open my other tab to see the stream. I couldn't see.
Whoa! Whoa! What's that card? Heritage Committee.
Heritage Committee. I haven't ever seen.
I didn't know that card existed.
Add 1 card from HQ to the top of R&D. Okay.
Okay, that's cool.
Got a little bit of spice going on.
That's interesting. Big brains over there. What's your thoughts on why you put Heritage Committee in Polana at the moment?
Sorry.
So we've just seen a Heritage Committee in this Polana deck. Do you think you're saving money on Spin Doctors? Saving influence rather on Spin Doctors? Getting that draw?
We're getting a comment in the chat saying it's a bad sprint, which is that's
hard because sprint is not a shining example.
I don't know, to be honest. Heritage Committee has very little things that it actually synergizes with. Somebody in the chat saying political dealings, which is not necessarily, because it takes a click to play Heritage Committee and it takes a click to install the agenda. So you're basically just installing the agenda out of deck. So you're not really fast advancing with your political dealings if you have to install it with Heritage Committee. So, like, yeah, some Manrap's saying it might be a Jinja deck, which is totally possible out of Polana.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
Yeah, there's nothing too much that pops to mind immediately from Heritage Committee.
Corp here trashing the rogue trade. So the rogue trading is kind of a giveaway that this is counter surveillance. Planet trashing the rogue trading. I played a fair bit of the counter surveillance deck, and yes, you lost paparazzi and wireless net pavilion to rotation. So if you get tagged, your assets they can get trashed quite easily. And these decks aren't playing. They're not playing dummy box either. So they're open to just getting their assets or their resources picked apart. But even still, still don't think it's correct, even if a rogue trading is mostly full, to be trying to trash these resources. Because it's slowing your game plan down. A click and 2 credit is not insignificant. Yasha still needs to res with the ice on their centrals. They still have upgrades that they're going to want to res and use. And I think if your plan is to, I guess these decks are able to make a bunch of money regardless, stuff like Hot Pursuit. So I think if you're playing against the counter surveillance that's trying to pop their rogue tradings, I think you're better off just trying to advance your own game plan and win rather than trying to slow down the runner by. And it's slowing them down. You're not even slowing them down a huge amount either, because there's so many ways to make boatloads of cash.
Yeah, there's so much money in this list, isn't there?
You Hot Pursuit, you rogue trading, Zaya, the ability itself, Yasha trashing the rogue trading here. But if you look at their board state, they have 13 credits. They've gone up, they have a hedge fund, but they can't score right now. They only have a single border control. They have no defensive upgrades. They're not pushing. So Snoopy here can just, if the corp just wants to spend the game just trashing resources, they can do that. Because it means that they're not doing anything else. They're not actually trying to win here.
Yeah, the runner's very happy to take this, to get this time here. But it looks like Polana is able to put a card in the remote. So we are. I guess we're threatening like Rashida on this, but I think it's mostly trivial for the runner to run that and just pay 2 with Turtle to go check what that is. So I think you probably check that. We're just blind doofing. This is rather risky.
Yeah. Yeah, and that I don't quite get this play because so they use the deuces to expose this ice, so it's a macrophage.
Oh, they know it's a macrophage? Okay.
Yeah, so I don't quite get this play.
Didn't see that. Yeah, right at the start of the game. Yeah, just as we joined.
So I guess we're paying 4 credits to get in unless the corp boosts, which we are. So we're going to get the turtle out of here. Now suddenly the remote is safe until we find something else. This is quite nice.
And you can keep them out here now as well. You can boost into the end of the run and stop them from getting in. It'll hurt your own credit total, but they don't get the diversion.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not. I think it's very, very sus there from the runner, especially if you know that the macrophage is there.
I wonder if they literally just forgot that they'd exposed the macrophage.
Yeah,
that happens. That
happens.
It's a long tournament, a lot of stress. Going back in.
I wonder actually. It might have been possible for the corp to actually not boost the trash turtle sub. because if you were to say boost it by 2, then they have to pay 5 credits to not lose their turtle, and then they can't boost into the end of the run. So instead of spending 8 credits, 3 on the trash virus and 5 on the end of the run, they could have just spent 2 credits on the trash virus. And then they either get the turtle trash for 2 credits instead of 3, or the runner pays into that, and then you don't have to boost the end of the run. Because I think yeah, it's valuable to get the turtle trash, but I think from the runner's perspective, if they're going to play a diversion and spend 2 clicks and a credit only to pay 5 on a trash virus subroutine and then bounce off the end of the run, that's a really bad 2 clicks for the runner. And then you just take that as the corp.
The corpse by the celebrity gift revealing a pretty rough hand: 2 void, 1 sandbox, 1 overcata, 1 thimble rig. So it's not a great HQ to have, but this macrophage is actually, with the credit lead, this macrophage is actually keeping the runner out. And I'm not. Yeah, this hot pursuit, you just boost into the end of the run here.
Yeah, you have to, I guess, because it's hot pursuit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is just a single access. I think you just take your chances.
Yeah.
You've seen. I suppose you've seen 2 agendas in hand there. You kind of have to pay into.
So it's interesting because I think the thimble rig could have gone on HQ instead of on the remote, because I think if you put the thimble rig on the remote, you're kind of asking them to just run HQ 3 times or 4 times, and just pay 1 to get in, which is really risky for you. And also the border control is fairly safe for now, and you can probably draw into another piece of ice before you jam next turn.
Just pop into the bathroom 1 sec.
Yeah. So one thing about this is that because you installed the thimble rig there and everybody knows it's a thimble rig, like you're giving away information about your ice placement on the remote, which is a lot worse than putting the thimble rig on HQ here. And the reason I say that is because the Crim is playing like inside jobs and boomerangs, so we actually know what we need to do to get into this remote here.
Yeah, the runner has pretty much perfect information here, so they know where to put their border control, or they know where to put their boomerangs or their inside job, or they know when to inside job.
Yeah. So the great thing here actually is that boomerang inside job doesn't work, because you can, when you play the inside job, you bypass the thimble rig and then you swap the thimble rig to the inside. Hit the thimble rig again. So inside job on its own is not enough. Inside job boomerang on the remote is also not enough. So it's safe if we're actually going to jam right away, which it looks like we are.
Yeah, this looks like a sandbox. And there was 1 in hand as well. And I know there was a void, so it looked like a sandbox with a void backup.
Yeah, so suddenly the corp is looking in a much better spot compared to 2 turns ago.
Yeah, the runner, this is a very rough position. And now, I know I was talking about the road trading, trashing the road trading plays, but they do have 2 of the road tradings are down now. They've lost a hot pursuit, so they need to be careful with their money here. And like counter surveillance, if your plan is still counter surveillance here, counter surveillance, even though you get all the money back, you still need to pay for it. You still need the upfront cost. And I don't think you're going to be able to contest the remote with this low of a credit total and this low of a board presence. So your plan is kind of to try and CS, do a big CS dig on R&D, but
yeah, totally. So we're just seeing some draws here, clicking for credits. Not too much that the runner can do otherwise. Corp side, we're just scoring the sandbox, getting the 10 credits. We can just push the next agenda next turn for the Corp if that's what they want to do.
But I believe there's only about 2 minutes left on the round as well.
Oh, okay.
Which in the chat they're saying potentially that's why players are getting a little bit weird here. Trying to get that first agenda and then just lock the remote, maybe.
Yeah, that's definitely rough. If you have a long game one and then you're playing game two, especially at this point in the day. I know Snoopy is a German player, so right now it's getting close to 6 in the evening, so it's already kind of a long day for him. So yeah, I can't really blame. I can't really fault the weird plays. I know I've made them myself in these long tournaments.
Yeah.
The Corp here is able to just push. They have a border control. The agenda they have in hand, we know it's an Obokata, which they can push pretty safely. But they're just going to do a single advance, so this looks like another 4-2.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're playing the Heritage Committee. So it's actually better for the Corp if we score a 4-2 because we actually gain tempo off of it, or we're getting a token. Both are insanely good. So this is nice. If we score a Nisei, actually, if we score any 4-2 here, that's
Sneak Door comes down.
Okay. So
Sneak Door coming in, seeing the third copy of Thimble Rig.
I don't know why you don't go for the. So they drew last click, which I don't know. I feel like you could have Sneak Doored a second time. And that way, you're not giving them the Polana trigger. You're not drawing and giving them the Polana credit. You're getting an extra access, which is what you want. The access is free. Obviously, you look at your Zaya trigger, but you know that there's got to be an agenda though.
So yeah, if we go back and take a look at that turn though, they actually accessed HQ with 3 cards in hand.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, so I mean, I would agree because you might as well get the other access if you're willing to access on 3. But otherwise, you probably should draw first and then just Sneak Door last click.
So Axwell coming in, calling time in the round. So Snoopy will get a chance here.
It's a rather small chance here. It's actually a very unfortunate timing to call time in the round for the runner. Because we already committed 2 clicks to playing Diversion, which is not a useful 2 clicks if this is the last turn in the game.
Yeah, you want to maximize your accesses rather than trying to deny money.
Yeah. Corporate 16.
Yash is probably just going to let this.
Take the access. Right. No. Taking the money.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
You should just take the access instead of the
Yeah.
That's a good call. Yeah. So I think from here, you probably draw a card and then Sneak Door into HQ and try to get the Obokata and hope that it's not an agenda in the remote. Because I don't think you can get the agenda in the remote here.
Getting in a meme, going for single access and R&D here.
Believing in R&D here.
So presumably the doof was to get enough money. It would have been okay. Anyway.
No, I think this
on top. So that is it with the Polana winning on time. And it's a 4-2 in the remote as well. Flower Sermon.
Lovely. I reckon there's political dealings here. If there's Flower Sermon.
The Heritage Committee makes a little bit more sense now because you can do some weird Heritage Committee Flower Sermon hiding of agenda, tricky plays.
Yeah. Interesting.
Okay, that's unfortunate for Snoopy. I think the fatigue kind of getting in there and kind of, making some less than 100% plays. Just it's a long day of Netrunner. It's to be expected, and we've all been there. But yeah, Anna taking this game, I think. Yeah.
Cool. Well, as we wait for those last results to trickle in, I think we're just waiting on that game. Just a couple more to come in still.
A couple more coming.
Let's have a quick look at the Cobra, if I can press the right button. There we go. It should be up with the stream. Thanks everyone. We're still over 100 viewers. Hi Knuckle Guy, Anna. I hope your day is going well. Big Fleet. Lots of names I don't know in the chat as well. Koga,
Very cool.
but it's Vilius, Christian, hello, and Croupier, hello, and everyone else. So there's the Cobra. Obviously, a couple of results still to come in for this round. If I just give it a quick refresh. Big result there, as we said, Roten beating Pinsel.
Yeah.
What else has been interesting there? Splits on the 15 points across the board, more or less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so those players on 6 and 2, they're kind of, it's getting a bit dicey for them. They're probably going to need to play out the rest of the day unless they can sweep the next round. The top cut is beginning to kind of take shape a little bit, but I think most people are going to end up on a 9-3 record. So strength schedule is going to be huge for this cut.
Yeah.
But I think we can safely say that Bridgman took to go probably the safest. Their strength schedule going into this round was not great, but IDing against each other, and hopefully continuing to ID for the rest of the day now is going to bump up their strength schedule. And it's gonna hopefully lock them in for the cut. So I think those two are probably safe. Mike, good strength schedule coming in, probably only going to get better, not too much worse. So I think he probably safe. Rodham is probably in a similar position. Václav got a sweep over Matuszek. They're probably in a slightly riskier position to start IDing. Their strength schedule is not amazing. It'll get a little bit better from beating Matuszek, but they might need to consider playing this next round just to see where
So
things end up.
I think from here, I think it's actually quite safe for because we have 5 players. So we have 5 players that are at 1 loss right now.
Sure.
So I think it's actually pretty safe to ID if you are paired against somebody else that's also 7-1. Because if you can ID round 5 and then ID round 6 against people that have the same record as you, then your strength of schedule goes pretty well against up against the other people who are sweeping their way up. If you actually look at it's just, I think the math works so that there's only maybe 1 or 2 people that don't make it with 3 losses, so with a final record of 9-3. And I think if you are already up there right now, if you're one of the 5 people at 7-1, it should be safe to ID because your strength of schedule will probably just get better from here.
So I think there's just a pause here. I think there's 1 table still yet to send in results, and then we'll be able to see the pairings for the next round and standings. Hodrick, you're going to be leaving us shortly, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna head now. I'll give you time to find a suitable replacement. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun. I'm gonna bounce.
There's no suitable replacement for you, but we'll find a replacement at least.
I know, but I want somewhat modest.
Before you leave, do you have any closing predictions for the last 2 rounds and what the standings will look like at the end of the 6 rounds?
I think that at the end of proceedings, I think the best 8 players to play in the Europe and Africa Continentals will all make the cut.
That seems like a pretty good prediction.
Yeah, but no, I think genuinely, I think It's a really interesting looking cut. It's going to be stacked to the gills. I think we're going to see, I'd say, at minimum, I imagine six HB mostly sports. There's a personal evolution deck that's on 4 wins out of 4 in ninth place, which is interesting. But yeah, it's hard to say what how the final cut is going to look, how it's going to shake out. But yeah, I think either way, this cut's going to look really, really good, and I can't wait for tomorrow. I think it's going to be just unbelievably full of talent, um, full of serious competitors,
Full of sports.
full of sports.
Yes.
Full of sports.
Full of. I hope you have your ESPN subscriptions because so much sports. So much sports.
Project.
Well, I think you're actually seeing more Max than you are sports right now.
There's 1, 2, 3,
You're
4,
not wrong.
5, 6 max. 1, 2, 3, 4 sports. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it is an interesting note that I remember waking up after round 2 and there were 8 people at 4-0, and 4 out of the 8 players were on Sports Max. And then now after round 4, there are 5 players that are at 7-1, and 3 of them are on Sports Max.
Seems like that's the parent to beat. Okay, I'm going to bounce Ed and Will. Take care. Enjoy the rest
Take care. Thanks ever so much.
Tournament, and yeah, hope everybody enjoys the rest of Euros.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care. So soccer, where to go? I suppose what we want to do is wait for the IDs to get sorted.
Yeah. Has the other round been paired?
It has just been paired. I think obviously we're getting some IDs getting sorted out first.
Open chat.
We're also waiting for Jeff to drop in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Sangrin, in mic check at the moment, but probably watching the stream. Definitely watching the stream. Come and join us, Jeff. Oh, next round started already. Blimey, things happening fast. Jeff, hello. Good morning. Jeff, you're silent. Soccer, can you hear me? Oh, goodness. Right, let me... Hello.
Hello?
Hello,
I
Jeff.
can see myself talking.
I can hear you now, yeah. All good.
Hello.
And Soccer, I can hear you now as well.
You can hear me now, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Previous round stuck on a judge call, apparently.
Oof.
I don't know if there's a restart on that round. Yeah, very... Oh, I'm just waiting to see what's happening. But Jeff, welcome. Thanks ever so much for joining.
Yeah, it's great to be on. So it's been a fun day so far. I've been watching the stream, and well, we might not see quite as much Max in sports because they'll all be IDing, I guess. But
yes, yeah, I think that's going to be the case. Have we worked out what the IDs are yet? I do know rounds starting a bit.
Yeah, top 2 tables have ID'd already.
Yeah, I mean,
which makes sense. I think those are the only people who can safely ID.
I believe we could, if we wanted to now. I'm just going to double check. We can watch table 3. We haven't seen either of those yet, and Rush Riders on the Acme list that we're all a bit excited about.
Yeah. We got 2 players playing Acme, and hot takes. We're gonna have 2 Acmes making it to the cut.
I think that is quite possible. Yeah. Rush Rider, I think, just swept last round. Although it looks like the table's not been created, so it might be might be that they're IDing as well. Might be a 2-for-1 even. Unlikely.
So I think Watzlaw will not take a 2-for-1.
Mm-hmm.
Rest Rider will probably not offer a 2-for-1. It's funny. I'm actually messaging. With them now.
Right. Cool.
But yeah, I think Watzlaw will definitely not take a 2-for-1. Rust Rider will probably not offer a 2-for-1. If anything, Rust Rider would. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're just going to play, and Rust Rider's looking to sweep.
Okay. Cool.
And it depends on what kind of max this is. But I think if it's APOC, the Rust Rider should be pretty favored coming into this match.
Okay. Okay. Well, should we wait and see if they create a table? I would be very keen to see that game.
I thought we were. Are we now at the point where we're allowed to start streaming the Acme games?
We are allowed to stream Rust Riders after round 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
They wanted to keep the tech secret for as long as they could.
I believe that's the case. Yes.
I don't blame them.
No, absolutely not. If you've done something left field, the last thing you want is everyone knowing.
Yeah, I feel like I've been seeing some Acme around. It's an interesting list. I think it preys, seems like to me, a lot on the runners being tuned for very fast games and not for very long games. But
so table 3 is up, Soccer. We're just waiting for Rust Riders to join the table. So just quickly look at the ID. So Waslav, Max and Sports, and Rust Rider, Acme and Max. Okay, just... Okay, they're just sorting out... They'd like to play both. I think... Having not got to the stage where you need to ID, only ever been at 2-for-1 territory. If you say you don't want to get an ID, that's that, isn't it? And you play out.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, cool. So never feel pressured into IDing if you don't want to.
Yep. I've offered players IDs and then they've said no, and then we've fought 2 hard games, and I was excited at one point to get a better player than me. I offered the ID, and then we played for 40 minutes, and then we got the ID result, and I was like, all right.
That's always funny.
That'll teach you.
That's always funny, because it's like, oh, like we split anyways. You could have just saved an hour and 10 minutes, and not played.
Yeah, that said, it was me. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, I was right.
I think this player, to be fair, was probably right to try and get 2 wins off of me, but the cards happened to align. So
we're going to be left waiting just a little bit longer to see this Acme list with Rust Rider running first with Max.
Yep. Starting off with the Max. So this is, this will be a good game to start us off, to see which way the luck rides. Have we seen the Watzlaw play? I don't think we have.
We've not seen either of these players yet. No.
Okay.
Obviously, Rust Rider on 18 points at the moment. Watzlaw on 21. Undefeated.
Yeah, this is the
Corp side.
Rust Rider was the one player on the 18th that got paired up. Which is just random, of course.
Yeah. Of course.
Yes, you always have some pair up and pair downs. So
yeah.
If this was a different not Nisei stream, I might evangelize for single-sided Swiss some more. But for people that are curious about in chat, because there's a couple of questions, feel free to DM me in Discord or Slack or somewhere, and happy to talk about why I think it works well. So
I agree. I like single-sided Swiss a lot. It takes away 2-for-1s. Like just on the most basic level, it takes away 2-for-1s and it maintains IDs, which I like because I think like I'm okay with IDs, but I think 2-for-1s is what warps standings the most.
Yeah. And it pushes back when you can 2-for-1 pretty dramatically, I think, in most cases. Because
you can't 2-for-1 in single.
I'm sorry, ID is what I meant to say, yeah. But we should also talk a little bit about the game that's going on. So this looks like it's the APOC Max with 2 Stargates milled immediately. I guess in some small recompense, you get 2 Hyperloops. So you gave the Corp 2 Rashidas for free.
Yeah, you gave the Corp 2 Rashidas, but the thing is, I think that's actually good for a Rest Rider, because I think the main plan in this matchup is to install Stargate and hit it every turn, but with 2 Stargates milled right off the bat, you're probably just looking to score some points, and picking up 2 Hyperloops is pretty good out of HQ, and also at least it's not Mega Pre, so you get to score the Mega Pre's a little bit later, and you get to make the Corpse scoring pattern a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you are like the deck does have you are playing to get a 7 points, so you do just need to steal agendas eventually.
Yeah, totally.
And doing it before they're too far in their deck is not the worst. But okay, wow. So yeah, Rusty Rider's got all 3 breakers available on turn 2. So losing Stargates is rough, but if this is the sort of ice heavy sports, I think you've got a lot of play still.
Installing the paperclip, running into the Hagen. It's like they knew.
Yeah.
Getting into that Rashida, that is what they were looking to trash.
Yeah.
Getting the daily cast down is solid. But yeah, the 2 Stargates gone is still the biggest problem here, because I think from the runner's perspective, you can't, like, if your game plan is just to run and steal agendas off normal accesses, then your chances aren't that great. But if you can find that 3rd Stargate, which is totally possible, then we can start to get our money up and Stargate to close the game.
Yeah, so I guess one question for me is, what is that server 3 just another Spin Doctor, or is it like maybe a Tranquility Home Grid is another plausible candidate there?
You tend to install that behind ice, although I have seen it a few times naked.
Yeah, I think with no res, it's not a Nico Maryland, it's not a Rashida, so it could be a Tranquility, but I think that's also unlikely because I think that would have gone in the remote with the Hagen.
I'm going to call it Jeeves. I'm going to say it's a Jeeves in 3.
Yeah, so I think the options are it could be a Jeeves, it could be a 2nd Spin Doctor, and it could be Bass if you have Bass in the deck.
Yeah.
Drawing a card, taking 3 credits. Oh, looks like we're not taking 2 credits. Yeah. We're just looking for draw here for Rest Rider. We're trying to play our I've had worse, find moshing ideally, because in the sports matchup you have a lot of cards that you don't need, like APOC, most of the time. So you can like moshing, draw more cards, get your Stargate down. If another ice comes down though, then you might want to APOC, or if more stuff comes on the board, then APOC can be good.
So this is more like your list, isn't it? Well, unsurprisingly, as you test together, but with the Out of the Ashes in there.
So the Rest Rider's list is. So I guess we'll get this clear. So the list that I played was very much Bridgman's list.
Sure.
It started with him, and then I tested it and refined it with him, and then I ended up, like, all 3 of us ended up on slightly different card choices. So I chose to play 2 Out of the Ashes, and then so Rust Rider's list is also on 2 Out of the Ashes, I believe.
Hmm.
Yeah, I believe Rust Rider's list is also on 2 Out of the Ashes, and he just made one slight change, which is to include a hippo, which is good for the sports matchup. So we'll see if that comes into play here. But otherwise, it is more or less the list that I played.
Yeah. Yes, I think I think there's a little bit of a itchy trigger finger, and there's a bit of a double click on Rust Rider's turn.
Yeah.
Just undoing that and then redoing it, and just resolving that.
So it looks like there's just a little bit of confusion as to what the turn was, so we're going to roll that back.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense as well. If you're not sure as the opponent, just doing the same thing again, it just makes it a bit clearer for you to see exactly what's happened that turn.
So we're getting there's a comment in the chat here about single-sided Swiss and how it you don't get to play against someone. What was it again?
Yeah,
it adds randomness into who you get paired with on the weak side. I think that argument is true on the flip side as well. So if you're doing well and you get paired against somebody that's really good, and then you get swept by them, compared to getting paired against someone who you might deem to be on the weaker side, and you're trying to get the split or to get the sweep. I think that's true on both directions that you go. So,
and that was a Bassin server.
Yeah,
That's a good read there.
That's interesting.
So we're getting a Rashida pop, new card in the remote, Bass and Biotic. What are we scoring here? We're scoring a Vitruvius with a counter?
Yeah, looks that way.
That's spicy.
Yeah,
a lot of resources.
This is interesting. I think a lot of people will not do that. I've heard that. Oh, okay. We just started our turn as Max, and we just milled our third Stargate. So that's really bad news. So we have to labor rights that guy back. Yeah. But yeah, so we just spent 2 fast advance pieces to score Vitruvius with a counter. And I think like it depends on what you think the threats are. Because if you think that you're going to need the Vitruvius counter later for potentially saving a Vashron out of archives, that's totally fair. But I guess otherwise, you basically spent a Biotic to get a Vitruvius counter.
Well, I guess it's like the other way to think about it is you're turning a Biotic labor into a Audacity later in the game is probably the other way to think about it.
That's fair.
In addition to shoring up that any potential imp Stargate weakness.
So here's the turn. Right after milling that third Stargate, we're taking a credit, playing our gamble, running the Spin Doctor, and then we're going to labor rights for 3 Stargates back, still with 22 cards left in the stack.
That's rough.
So we're really, really telling you what the game plan is here. But with this Vitruvius counter, it's actually quite difficult to get a Vashron in archives and steal it.
So why has Rust Rider HQ here? Sorry, why has Rust Rider taken all 3 Stargates back?
Because you just need to see one.
Yeah, you just need to find one as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because APOC, it's basically the only cards relevant for Rusty Rider here at this point in the game is if he's on any imps, and then his Stargates and his breakers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and the rest of his deck is more or less meaningless. APOC is just blank, so Out of the Ashes is close to, but not entirely blank. It does, the max deck is money and breakers and Stargate at this point, so it's not like the end of the world. But
I would actually argue that maybe before Stargate comes down, like next turn, maybe you might actually APOC and then Stargate the following turn. With an ice on the remote and an ice on HQ, ice on R&D. It's not a bad APOC.
Yeah.
Looks like with the fermenter, with like 3 draws and a fermenter install, it'll be unlikely, but not. We might still see an APOC because keep in mind that we can out of the ashes twice, so we still have 2 clicks after the APOC.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Wow. Okay, we're discarding 2 Liberateds in a Black Orchestra. So Rest Rider thinks that economy is not an issue right now. 12 is actually not a lot. So we'll see if that actually comes back to bite him.
Yeah, I mean that if you're happy to sit on, well, it'll be effectively what 16 next turn. That maybe suggests you do want to make that out of the ashes APOC play.
Yeah, exactly. It's another thing to note here is that if we do, oh, okay. So it looks like we're just gonna get a score with the Biotic after rezzing a Spin Doctor behind the Hagen. So now I think you actually want to APOC because you don't really want to run the remote to trash the Spin Doctor. But you can't Stargate until you trash that Spin Doctor.
Yeah, and it with Watzlaw at 7 credits, like it's hard, and 2 biotics. We haven't seen any audacities yet, so like there is a world where Watzlaw doesn't really have enough econ to res this ice and survive the APOC. So if you have a Stargate in hand, and we haven't seen one of the 3 milled yet, I would think if you're going to do the Apocalypse, which I think makes some sense here, could be nice. But
looks like we're
next
getting
turn, I guess, is the problem. I guess what it's going to be. But you want to do it soon, I guess. But yeah, this Dirty Laundry Hippo. Just want to open up HQ.
So we'll see. We'll get to see what's in hand. Okay, we're not rezzing. I think that's actually really good for Rest Rider, because I don't know if we want to hippo this HQ ice, but at the same time we also want Watzlaw to spend money as the runner, because at 7 credits you can Biotic again with the Vitruvius counter picking up the Biotic. So that if Watzlaw has an agenda here and scores to 5, then it puts the runner at a really bad spot. But it looks like
I wonder if the hippo is basically doing all the work that an APOC would do as well, though.
Exactly.
Like, so it's like interesting to me to discard the daily cast. Like, what's in the grip that's so much better than a click for 5? Like, I think the game is going to last long enough that daily cast should probably have been able to pay off.
Yeah, I agree with that a lot. I think what happened is that we actually, because Rust Rider drew last click, we probably drew the daily cast last click. And then we just have 5 cards in hand that we don't want to get rid of.
Yeah, so it's like 2 labor rights, an APOC, maybe a Stargate or something like. I'm just trying to devise in my mind what hand would make me discard the daily cast here. And there's definitely good cards and good reasons to do it this way. I don't doubt it. But
hit labor rights and rebirth. Max is not being kind this game.
Not so much.
No. Yeah,
I wonder why, like, what card was in hand to discard the daily cast? Because now that you're talking about it, I can't think of 5 cards that you would not want to discard.
Especially with when we know that 1 labor rights and 1 rebirth just ended up in the heap. It's But no, I think Rusty Rider is taking a good think after seeing those 2 cards milled. Makes a lot of sense.
Is there a clot in this list?
There is not.
No. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, with no simul chips, I think clot would be the weakest card in the list, I think, by a pretty wide margin.
Sure.
Yeah, there is no clot, and there's also no imp. So we are just Stargating. And because we didn't get a Stargate out turn 2 or turn 3, that's why we're in this position here.
Yep. I do like this Out of the Ashes run, just like saving yourself a click. You need to go and kill the Spin Doctor. I think Rusty's probably decided to not APOC at all and just use Hippo instead. Though obviously now Hippo is turned off for the turn, which is a little bit anti-synergistic.
So I think with if Rider finds finds the Stargate here, then you can slam the Stargate, hit the Fermenter, and then hit the Stargate, and then we can hippo the ice on R&D, and that'll be what they want to do this turn.
You can't hippo the ice on R&D though, because you've broken the
because we
outpost
just
on
broke
server
the
2.
Hagen.
Yeah,
True.
that's why I'm like, that's why it's a little bit of a weird play to me. I don't think it's a bad play. Like 15 credits, you can still destroy that ice or whatever next turn.
Yeah. We might actually. Oh, because we're not using the other Eye of the Ashes, so I guess this is just a normal HQ round just to get an access. Which is fine because you want the corp to spend some money here. We're just seeing the Audacity in hand again, though.
Yeah.
Cody asking why not eat the board with APOC. I would agree, and I think that if APOC was available, I think this is a good time to APOC and just get rid of the ice entirely. Maybe 2 APOC in the bottom 8. But
maybe, I don't know. I feel like there's one of them was discarded, I think, not trashed, but
yeah.
Oh no, the one Apocalypse in there was trashed by Max, so it wasn't discarded, which does change the likelihood that it's one thing or the other.
Okay, so here we go.
See this down.
Stargate last click. Yeah, I mean, this is where you'd really wanted to not have, like, you wanted to have still have your hippo trigger available.
Yeah,
but
so
it's 3 credits next turn, so
we have to install the orchestra and break this gatekeeper. Stargate seeing Rashida biotic red level clearance. You probably hit the biotic.
I would probably hit. It's hard. Like I might hit the Rashida or red level because biotic. They already have access to biotic if they need it.
Well, yes, but it uses the Vitruvius counter. And
I guess we also know they have Audacity. I guess is my thinking. So like, I'm not going to trash enough fast advanced tools for it to matter. I think, but I could be wrong about that.
So it depends on the.
Yeah.
If we're Audacitying a 2-pointer and there's also a Vacheron in hand, then the Vitruvius needs to be used on the Vacheron, and then we can't pick up Audacity. One reason to not trash the Rashida, though, is that the Corp will Mando the Biotic at next turn, and then they can score with Biotic, which is definitely not what you want. So yeah, I think the Biotic is right. We got a fast break, click 1 for 2 triggers, drawing the red level clearance and a unknown card into hand. So that's interesting. We're at 6 credits. So if we want to biotic here, we have to play a red level clearance before we biotic, and there's only 1 biotic left.
Yeah, but we do know that there is a red level in hand here. So like Watslev can go down basically to effectively 2 credits to score here if they want to.
Yeah. And that would be
and then they still have the Audacity in hand after that, so they would be threatening the win on any agenda. But R&D is probably locked, so it's a bit of a tricky one for them, I guess.
So the thing is, I guess it's fine if for Rust Rider if we're gonna hippo the gatekeeper, because if we hippo the gatekeeper, then if we see a 2-pointer, we can just run back and steal it off of R&D without having to put it in archives. Looks like we are going to biotic.
I'm assuming this was a mistake.
This was a mistake. So
this is going to be undo click and then there's not enough cards in hand to Audacity, so you have to use a Vacheron counter.
So
or a Vitruvius counter, I mean.
Oh no. So they fast braked and installed the card behind the Hagen. Red level clearance for credits, so that's 7, and then they biotic and installed in a new remote. So they forgot they either forgot that Audacity costs 3 cards, or they didn't install the agenda with the fast break. and that's what's going to cost them here.
Yeah. I mean, I think you just like at this point, if I'm Rusty Rider, like I can't let you. Oof. Okay, well, that's probably more generous than I would be here.
Yeah,
Maybe.
same.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna
Yeah,
have to
so
manually.
it looks
fix
like
this.
we're rolling it back all the way to the
To
biotic.
yeah, I guess you can roll it back to the fast break. It's gonna go the same.
No, because you can use the fast break to install the agenda, and then red level biotic triple advance and score.
Yeah, that's true, and that's probably what Waslow should do. But yeah,
That is, yeah.
I mean, like if I felt like this was a make or break for me on the cut, probably don't do this take back. But I also think this is, at the same time, this is high class sportsmanship from Rusty. So
Yeah, for sure. We can't wait on the Sick Acme actual game take backs and top decks.
Yeah, Cody's saying the whole turn, what a gift. I agree. Although I think a lot of the times I'm of the philosophy that if there was no information that was given, like they didn't draw a card or they didn't make a choice that affected like some kind of timing window, then I would let them take it back. But
yeah, and this definitely fits in that, like post the fast break.
okay, so we're not going for the score.
Okay.
So it looks like Watzlaw either chose not to go for the score or just kept with their fast break and installed the same card in the remote. So we're getting a red level clearance for money, putting an ice on R&D, and we're going to draw a card as our third click here, and we'll see what max triggering I've had worse, and Stargate, which is fine. 3 cards left in the deck, which is a good number for one more max trigger. Yeah, a lot of comments in the chat here saying, you probably not do this at a Continentals level, and I totally agree, but I think you totally can let it happen as well, because I could
totally see a scenario where like if Watzlaw was actually like winning the game, it was just like a credit off and like could just maneuver things differently. I would say, oh yeah, that's fine, you win the game. And so it's like, wait, so why is that fine to me rather than like saying, oh, it gets you to 5 points?
Sure.
It's like there's this line where like it seems really dramatic, but like maybe when you're at the table and you're thinking about this, it's just that, oh yeah, they just miscounted by a card, and like there's so much card text on Netrunner cards that you have to keep in your head all the time. Like it is good to give your opponent some slack.
Yeah.
So I think we're deciding here for Rust Rider with the second ice on R&D, corporate 6 credits. Are we going to APOC, or are we just going to run R&D and hippo the ice and just break this gatekeeper every turn? It looks like we're not APOCing because we didn't use Out of the Ashes, so we're going to moshing for paperclip, APOC, sure, gamble, and draw the last 3 cards of their deck.
Yeah, that's a very interesting moshing choice to me. Again, because like Rust Rider doesn't have that much money, and like I get that the Apocalypse and the paperclip make total sense to me. This is one of those games where I'm dying to know what Rusty Rider has in their hand.
Yeah.
So we know 3 of them. So we know that there's a Labor Rights in hand. We know that there's the third APOC in hand, and we also know that there's the third Stargate in hand.
Oh, do we know it's the third? Okay, yeah, counting influence, that does have to be. Or there's 3 influence left open, I guess, right? Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I also cheated because I know the list.
Yeah.
Looks like we're popping Fermenter and running HQ. Drafter getting rezzed on HQ. We're going to hippo that, and we're going to go for that agenda in HQ.
Yeah, I mean, that is the nice thing for Rusty right here is because the agenda wasn't scored, they know it's in HQ, and they can try and snag it here.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're just going to hit the Audacity. Running again. Biotic Labor. Oh. That's rough.
I mean...
and it's Rashida in the remote too.
Oh yeah. We knew, and we sort of should know it was the Rashida. So that's if it wasn't Rashida, this would have been okay. But yeah, I don't know. With 6 credits now, it's much harder for Rusty.
At least we can't. At least we can't like biotic unless we have another red level, which it looks like we don't. So sprint click 1 is really really good for the runner because we're not scoring.
Yeah, I'd be too surprised if there was a red level, but
yeah,
like, there's a lot of cards.
that Rashida not getting checked is unfortunate. But at the same time, there is MU problems. So you can't run HQ and break the drafter and then run the Hagen because you have to install your paperclip and then lose an icebreaker. So
yeah, I actually think that to some extent this game's going to come down to not having the hippo available to hit that gatekeeper on the turn when the Stargate went down.
Yeah.
Just because that allowed having to pay 3 every time to go through R&D, or really probably 6 every time, is pretty backbreaking.
So this is my philosophy when playing Max against sports, and I think we actually saw the punish here, is that like you run HQ and you can just access things that you don't steal, and you more or less wasted clicks. And we also used the hippo, which is a very valuable resource here. And so now we're a lot further away from stargating, and I think that you like if you just stargate every turn and you see 3 cards and you trash 1, that should usually get you there, and you don't need to spend clicks running HQ.
Yeah,
You just force the corp to respond to you trashing things at R&D with the Stargate, because from the corp's perspective, like if you run HQ, you basically spent 2 clicks running HQ there and the hippo. And if you take the agenda, especially if it's a real 2-pointer, then that's bad. But if you don't and you don't Stargate, that's like best case scenario for the corp.
Yeah.
Although I am really surprised that, given that we think, we basically know that there was an agenda in hand last turn, and we also know that there's Biotic Audacity in hand, and they chose to sprint click 1, that actually means they're not willing to Audacity that agenda, which probably meant that they had Vacheron in hand.
Yeah, that's a good read. At this point, though, I would say like you could probably Biotic Audacity score here.
Yep.
And you'll be on 5 agenda points. You'll still have the Vitruvius counter. You'll have 2 credits, which is enough to score. Or actually, it might even be on 3 credits, I guess.
You can have 3 credits or 1 credit and 2 cards.
Oh, well, lateral growth just makes this even easier, right? So
it looks like we got lateral growth in the remote, red level for credit.
Yeah.
So we're actually going to have money here.
Yeah, just dump all of the cards that you don't need, or that you were going to throw away. Just turn them into credits. It's a nice thing to have.
And
yeah, and so
previous.
Yeah.
So
I guess.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm a little. Yeah, I feel like you. So I guess you take 2 there because you are worried about drawing, but I feel like you actually want to draw, because if Max steals an agenda off of HQ, worst case is you just draw some more. But I could be very wrong about that.
I think you want to draw because your ice, like with 4 credits, you can res whatever this ice is in R&D, and unless it's a Hagen bringing you to 0. So it's a gatekeeper. So you would be at 1 credit right now, which is enough to Audacity the last agenda, which is why I would draw.
Yeah, like it's actually like it's to be fair, like paying 6 to get through 2 gatekeepers is not something this Max has the economy to do right now.
Yeah.
So like you're probably in a little bit of pain, but short of it being like,
ooh,
yeah, like this draw is
okay. So this Stargate putting Max down to 0 hit a sprint hyperloop Vacheron. So we're probably going to hit the Vacheron run archives, and then the sports will pick up the Vacheron, and then you can pick the Vacheron out of HQ, and then it'll have to It'll have to tick for 4 turns.
I wonder, could you just
Fortunate, but
let
I
them
think-
have the Vacheron? I guess you can't really, because you can't take the draw, because then they have the 50% to win the game.
Yeah, 3 real points.
Isn't there a line for the Corp here where they sprint and find a bit of ice for HQ and hope?
Not in time, right? Because Rusty's got
He's got no
Rust
money.
Rider, sorry, has
Rust Rider can
has the time.
take it. It would actually be really good for the Corp here if there's an agenda that's face down, because they can pick up the Vacheron, and if Rust Rider steals like a Hyperloop, then they can draw 2 cards and then turn the Vacheron and HQ into a 1 and 3.
Yeah.
There is... Oh, we're not triggering the Vitruvius. We're just going to let them steal the Vacheron and the Megapre. That seems very risky to me.
Yeah, this is like the line that's highest to lose, I think.
I think
and
you
not
just...
that much. Oh, I guess, yeah, you're drawing 4 now here, I guess, right? And then
Right,
you put back your fast advance tool. And so it's like a 2, somewhere between a 1 and 2 and 5, most likely. Because there's
Yeah, so there's
1 Megapre, 1 Vitruvius, and 1.
One Hyperloop for sure we know's in hand now.
We know there's a Hyperloop. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, my biggest issue with this line is really the fact that you're drawing a Hyperloop that is now like a guaranteed loss line for you, and not doesn't really help you win in a predictable way.
Exactly. There's 3 agendas that the Corp can score, which is Megapre, Vitruvius, and Luminal. And then there's the extra Hyperloop, and there's also a Vacheron that the runner can steal. I guess Vacheron isn't anything. We're going HQ here. Rust Rider.
Yeah, I mean your only choice here is to run HQ twice, I think, is max.
Yeah. Totally agree. We're picking up the Audacity.
Yeah.
Accessing Sprint.
Well, that's really good for Watslav if they can.
Oh,
there it is.
Found the Vitruvius in HQ.
Wow, so 2 Stargates was enough. I mean, I think this is... Yeah. I think... I'm trying to think. So there was like 3 Bionics and an Audacity in the bin, so there should have been another Audacity still in the deck. I feel like that was maybe the line to play for, rather than gambling on this Vacheron. But, you know, it's a hard... It's a tough choice at that point, for sure.
Okay, we get to see the Acme now.
We do get to see the Acme now, with probably like 5 minutes left in the round. But
we got 20 odd minutes left. That might be time. How fast is that?
a sports game going 35 minutes seems like a crime, and there's only 9 turns too.
So that was table 3, wasn't it? We're just looking for the remake.
Yeah. Well, I get that is one way to be. You know, that shows the power of Stargate against the sports medalists. If you can get it down and land it, you don't need it to even land that many times to do well. I guess I have one question for you before we really get into this Acme matchup: is do you pick up the agendas, or do you just keep Stargating them and leaving them in the bin?
You pick up the agendas that are worth more than 1 point.
Okay.
Yes. So if it's a Hyperloop, it's a Megapre, those can stay in there. Unless they build up. So if there's 2 1-pointers, or if there's 3 1-pointers, and it gets you to like 5 or 6 points, and you know that like the tempo that it gives them doesn't threaten the win next turn for them, then you would pick it up. But otherwise, the 1-pointers usually stay in there. But if I Stargate and I see a real 2-pointer or a Vacheron, I go and take that right off the bat.
Ooh, this is a fairly nice start for Max.
Yeah, it's actually a good start for both players. Daily quest, ice the daily quest, put the ice on R&D, so we're respecting the APOC, we're protecting our daily quest.
Yeah.
Is a great start for Acme. And then Max Gamble into moshing is also pretty much the perfect start as well. And then we're running into that IP block. Don't have the paperclip though, so we're going to have to pay 3 credits and bounce.
Yep.
And a daily cast down.
Yep. So that daily cast is going to build up. I do feel like I'm like this. I've been seeing this Acme list, and like I've definitely lost to it several times. But I also every time I do, I'm like, I'm not actually sold that this is great against APOC. I'm not sold it's great against Hive Mind Max. I'm not even sold it's great against 419. So I'm like, I don't quite see how it's where it sits. But clearly, Rust Rider has been piloting it to some very good results so far. So.
Yeah. So just 2 credits and a second ice on the remote, which in some sense is risky because it actually turns off your Acme ability for the IP block. So the runner could run that remote, and if you don't res, they can pay through the IP block. So you kind of have to threaten that second res here. Yeah,
so I wonder if this is something like an F2P, which I know is a pretty common Acme include.
Yep, that would be exactly the perfect ice.
WhatSlav seems to know the list. I've come across this a couple of times as well, and I believe these are all in the deck.
Sync BRE is in the list?
I believe so. When I played it last week, it was. Adam was not happy.
Well, that's what, I'll be honest, that's what you get for playing Adam. Most ice makes him unhappy.
So, for those of you that are following this chat here, WhatSlav is just typing in cards to, I guess, remind themselves of the text, and they've typed in Thoth, Hydra, Sync BRE, and Rust Rider just offering universal connectivity fee as another piece of ice, which of course is rotated.
If only they had saved it in system update. That would be every Acme player's favorite thing.
Dream,
So
looks like it's just gamble, I've had worse, draw a card, and daily cast.
Yep.
Rust Rider clicking for 2 credits, putting ice on archives. From the course perspective, because it looks like we're against APOC Max, we're happy just taking some time to set our board up, getting as much value as we can out of this daily quest, and just taking things slow and setting up the ice that costs the max 1,000,000 credits to break.
Yep. But Max is getting through their deck pretty well, and could very quickly. So Overclock, Out of the Ashes, and a Day Job, which we didn't see in Rust Rider's Max list, but I think makes some sense.
Yep.
I mean, this is one of the things where I'm like, I don't know what this Acme list does if a runner just has 30 credits. Because ice is good, but not that good.
So here I can go over that with you. So just to be clear, Overclock, Out of the Ashes, Day Job was moshing, and then we're installing Liberated and clicking it twice. I'm just going over this because I think Brandon the King is listening. So shout outs to him out there.
Oh yeah, good call.
It looks like we are, for the corpse side, planoing for 3 cards. Planoing for 3 cards again, bringing us to 8 cards in hand, and then icing each queue. And then we're pitching 2. That is interesting. I wonder what kind of hand Rust Rider was working with to need to do that.
I mean, it sounds like to me Rust Rider was looking for agendas because they feel like their window's not going to be that big.
No. So, and I think I'm in the clear to share this because we're going to see it in this game. Max milling, Overclock, APOC, deuces, draw, hit the Liberated twice. So as you said, it's not actually the typical plan of score some agendas, get APOC'd, try to score another agenda after the APOC. This list is actually trying to stop the APOC.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
And
so Rust Rider installs in server 2 and double advances naked,
So out of the ashes into HQ here for the Hydra. So this is the thing. Like the max has 34 credits. This
They're
Hydra
gonna evaporate.
This Hydra costs 11, and it gives the Corp 5, unless they want to pay 14 to prevent that. And that's half their credits. So if we're rezzing like another 2 ice here, then we can't APOC. However, Restrider's position is not actually that great, I don't think, because with no defensive upgrades and only 5 credits plus potentially 8 on an NGO, we might be a little tight on rezzing these other 2 ice, and they also need to both matter. So F2P would be an example of an ice that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Ripping tomorrow's headline out of HQ.
Yeah, one thing I feel like when I play against Acme, there's often not tag punishment in the list. It's just all my ice is the tag punishment. Is that generally correct, or because I don't look at these lists quite as often? But yeah,
Generally,
okay, here we see the NGO, probably another Hydra, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, generally it is the case, but sometimes I was testing a list weeks ago and I played 2 hard hitting and Market Forces Psycho. I think you kind of play on the fact that a lot of people, as you just said, don't expect tag punishment, so they will dip low on credits, and then you play a hard hitting and it catches them off guard usually.
And then there's the APOC down, so board cleared. But expensive APOC there, a very expensive APOC.
It is expensive, but you blew up an IP block and a daily quest and 2 Hydras and then 2 more unresed ice. So that was a really, really good turn for the runner. And now we're not looking that good anymore for the Corp, especially with the double planogram. That kind of hints that their hand isn't great.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess the question here for Watzlaw is, do you try and rebuild some econ here? Do you try and build a threat on the board? Or I get the clearing the tag doesn't feel like it's terribly necessary to me at the moment.
It's not necessarily something you need to do right away, but
well, the third of 3 planograms being played with 1 tag on Watzlaw is in fact the punishment for floating a single tag here.
That's what we needed.
And an attitude
Acme
adjustment.
So they planogram into attitude adjustment, showing a Bologna and a Cyberdeck sandbox, shuffling those into R&D. They've still got 6 cards in HQ, no ice installed, 2 face downs in archives that I think are both ice.
And an interesting question in the chat there. Would Nisei organise these types of tournaments for startup? Jeff, you're the person to speak to about that, really, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. So I've been running a monthly startup tournament. It's single-sided Swiss. I need to schedule the one for September, but it will probably be the first or second weekend in September. I've been starting them at noon Eastern time, but if that's a time that's inconvenient for you, I'm happy to shuffle around because I know there's people interested across many different time zones. But yeah, I've been hosting those, I think monthly for the last 4 months or so. So. Yeah.
And been very popular as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they've had a very good turnout each time, which is nice with not that much promotion. So, other than really GLC posting.
Have there been any exciting new decks today? Asks Rotage. Nothing quite to the extent of yours. This Acme list is probably the most off-piste that we've seen so far. We saw a smoke list earlier that contaminated a conduit.
Oh, I missed that one.
Oh yeah, that was fun. We caught it right at the end of the game. We caught. So this is looking pretty bad for Acme at the moment, right?
It is, yeah. Being down 4-0 after a single APOC is not where you want to be.
Just ripping that sandbox off the top of R&D here. Acme needs to Acme needs to set up their economy again. So you definitely need to find your daily quest, which there's only one more, and try to win that way. Well, I mean, you have to reset your economy, and then you're trying to keep the runner out again. Icing Archives, taking a credit, playing the preemptive action. That's exactly what you want.
Yep.
Preemptive action, really, really good here. Shuffling back IP block and 2 Hydras.
Yeah, I wonder if Max has a Stargate available. They're a little bit low on credits because, like, really the play you want to do. Okay, well, speak of the devil. Yeah, it's you really want to hit the Bologna this turn.
So it looks like CVS and 2 IP blocks on the Stargate.
I think you hit the IP block and then just like click the fermenter because that's really your only virus, I would imagine.
Yeah. I was actually thinking that I think so far Watslav's corp and runner. From what we've seen, it was identical to the list. And like this Max is so far aligned with that as well, with 1 day job, 1 fermenter. I think this Stargate is there are arguments to not Stargate even with an open R&D. You could hit a 5-3 and win the game, but you still have to. I guess you have the fermenter to steal the Bologna. So yeah, you're kind of rolling the die to see if you win the game off a 5-3.
Yeah, I had a game the other day against PD where it was like I could try and keep the APOC condition alive, or I can hit the open R&D with like a conduit and hope that I'm like have enough points that it's plausible I could win in 2 turns before the court, and like there's an agenda in the remote. So it's like, I'll take the high variance line of trying to win immediately. And I think the mistake I made in that game, and maybe that Václav is making this game, is that when you're ahead, you don't need to make quite as risky plays. You can play much more conservatively and still have a good chance.
While I generally agree with that, I think it's okay here because Václav has the fermenter ticking, so we're not actually at 1 credit. And we also played a moshing as well, so we're back at 4 credits. We have 4 counters on the fermenter, so Václav is still doing really, really well. It's interesting moshing a liberated, because that seems like what you want, but we have another one in hand. So we're
and presumably there's a couple of labor rights. Yeah, there's at least 1 labor rights in the grip. So, and a rebirth, I think. Just based on what's not in the heap right here. I guess. Do you I'm trying to decide if you call this as an NGO bluff or just say, you know what, worst case it's a 4-2 and they purge.
We're just doing some research on the text of data ward.
Oh my goodness.
After install behind the ice and advance. I think my initial reaction is I would agree with you. And as the Max player, I wouldn't run this because if it's a 4-2, that's fine and you just money up. But if you run and you have to break through a piece of ice, like if you have to break through data ward and then NGO front gets popped here, that's your way back into the game as the core.
Oh, but it's IP block, so that's
and running into an IP block, which will cost the runner 7. It's not quite a data ward, but that's still a decent amount of money.
Yeah, for sure.
It is NGO front.
NGO, yeah.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I think that play really doesn't make a ton of sense if that's as a 4-2. It feels like it's Acme seems like it needs to be actually trying to win by scoring. We haven't seen a lot that implies kill threats, but I could be wrong about that.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. We haven't seen any influence.
Yeah, that's true, right? And I guess there's a lot of stuff for cycling agendas away potentially. So kill definitely seems like it could be on the table. I don't know. I would definitely be looking at Stargate here.
Yeah, but
I would definitely be looking at Stargate here. I would definitely be looking at Stargate. I would definitely be looking at Stargate here. I would definitely be looking at Stargate here. I would definitely be looking at Stargate here. I would definitely be looking at Stargate here.
Yeah, the most risky
Like-
thing right now is that the fact that the runner's on 4 points and they just need to find one good 5-3 to win.
Yeah, and like, yeah, a Hydra res would be pretty. Maybe the Hydra res is the reason you can't just run R&D. But if you're gonna run server 3 last turn, it feels like you probably could have run. Like, I don't know if the math has changed that much, other than the paperclip being kind of expensive. But
So the biggest problem for the corp right now is just money. Like if the corp can get their credits up and get ice resed, then they'll be in a good spot because we still have there's just one IP block in the bin and 2 face down ice. So from unless the 2 face down ice is one of these, we still have 3 hydras and 3 data wards in the deck.
that's true.
And there's also there's F2P, there might be toll booth. So the ice is really, really taxing for Max. The problem is just getting it rezzed. But I will say this is that the way that that the Max can I guess get their credits sucked away is that if they go for an APOC and they break 1 or 2 ice and then they don't have enough to APOC, then that'll put them in a bad spot. Looks like we're labor rightsing for 2 liberated and a labor rights, playing Rebirth for Omar and then hitting liberated after installing it. Rashida in the remote, hedge fund, new card in there, and take a credit. So we're just getting more things in the remote, getting some money, exactly what the corp is wanting to do here.
Yep. I think as Watzlaw, you're pretty happy to click the liberated with 12 credits on it, and maybe twice, and then run R&D so that you have a click to go back if it's a winning agenda kind of thing. Because there's probably nothing that Rusty Rider can score unless they're splashing for seamless launches kind of thing. Which, again, we still see no influence, so could be on the table.
Yeah, there's a lot of, with no influence, there's a lot of things that you need to respect. Looks like we're just hitting liberated twice to start the turn, and then we'll see if Omar can pull off a second APOC. Actually, we can actually see if there's another APOC in hand. There is an APOC in hand because there's only 2 in the bin.
Yep, and I think one more liberated, or no, there's a liberated and a labor rights in the deck, and then so there's something else in the hand.
I can probably figure out what that is.
Yeah, it should be figure outable, but it would take a minute to count how many copies of all of their breakers and stuff.
Is it a mushing?
It could be paperclip number 3, I think. Because I think it's.
Oh yeah, because it's just empty.
No.
Oh no, I'm sorry. There's 2
bin,
paperclips in the bin and 1 installed, so I can't count. There's a face down MK, 3 floor. So yeah, it's not entirely. There's not a card that I'm saying is obvious, but.
Looks like the runner hit the liberated 3 times and drew a card, and Rust Rider installs another card in the remote, advances, takes a credit, and we're gonna Out of the Ashes to run that remote, rezzing an F2P on the outside here. Interesting that we're using the Out of the Ashes just for an extra click here, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. I see Ronky Doge in the chat going, no, just APOC. Just do an APOC. And that's Hydras. Maybe the reason, 2 Hydras is not APOCable, probably, but
yeah, it's tough because the ice does cost a lot of money for the corp. So I don't actually think it can all be rezzed from 20. But yeah, if we go Hydra, Data Ward, IP block as the 3 ice on centrals, then we can't get through all that.
Yep. All right, so here comes the Analytic Void, which makes a lot of sense.
We're breaking through, and we're getting voided.
Yeah.
And yes, in the chat here, we cannot pay pay for the subs on F2P because they are Acme. Looks
Yeah.
like we're Stargating click 1, hitting a data ward. This is going to cost 7 and a tag or 10.
Yeah, I think I think you just go. Oh wow, I would just go tag me at this point, but because I want to be able to steal a Bologna if I see it. In theory,
That's very true. I think that's a good call. Oh,
I think Waslav maybe is.
we're just going to free an ETR. We don't want to break that data ward.
Okay.
Huh.
Okay.
So I think this actually means that Waslav, they
Wants to APOC
want
next turn.
wants to APOC. Wants to APOC and
Okay.
So do you poke HQ
correct
here
this?
just to try and get some resources spent?
Wait, should we correct this? Rust Rider seems to have forgotten that their ID is Acme.
No. It was once he was past the ice, Jinteki says you're no longer tagged,
Oh,
and so data ward subroutine doesn't work.
That's funny. That's funny. We're no longer encountering the data ward, so we can't fire the end the run.
Yeah. So I guess for this, this is where using those out of the ashes on the remotes runs as opposed to centrals seems a little bit like Waslav has made their life very challenging.
Just
now.
very relevant here. There's about 30 seconds left in the round.
Okay. Well, that's very good for Waslav then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rust Rider kind of has to throw an agenda, advance it, and then Waslav just goes for the APOC, I think.
And we're putting another ice on that remote.
Yeah, I mean, this is just screaming to APOC, right? 6 credits.
Oh,
what?
Remote.
It's not happening.
Why are you going for the remote?
Thimble rig.
Why are you going for the remote?
Huge
You
thimble
have
rig there.
That was the freest APOC. Oh no.
I'm sorry, Finn. I know that you're watching the stream, and I'm just here to enjoy this moment.
Thimble.
Yeah, sorry. I don't mean to flame people. That's not good commentary to me.
There's this thimble rig is so good. We're just gonna swap this thimble rig down the server, and you have to pay 9 credits.
But isn't it actually more expensive to do the F2P because you can just bounce the paperclip to their hand? Oh, because Waslav won't be tagged.
You could bounce. You could actually move the thimble rig to the bottom, and then you can bounce the Black Orchestra. I think that's actually a better play.
So PSK just asking players to say that they know the time's up in the round. There.
Yeah, I think it would have been better to move the thimble rig to the bottom of the server and make them encounter the F2P, and then you have to let the F2P. You could just pay 2 credits actually to break the F2P, and then just take the tag. So never mind. Swapping the thimble rig is just correct. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, so in this configuration, Waslav basically has to go through. Yeah, no, this configuration of ice is fine for Waslav here. No, I'm sorry, it's fine for Rust Rider. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So 1 void is sufficient here. So I think actually Watslav's line here is not to bother running this remote again. Like maybe you force the discard, and then run HQ, run archives, and Omar R&D, and then be like, oh, I could have APOC this turn if I had run server 3. But it also is probably your highest chance of finding the missing agenda. Because Rust Rider can only afford to res a 1 credit piece of ice, I believe.
Well, actually, so the thing is, Rust Rider has to score this agenda. Otherwise, you lose. So credits, with only 2 credits, you can't actually score.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow. I forget that Anoetic Void has a credit cost, not just a card cost.
Yep. So we actually can't score unless this last card in hand is subliminal messaging.
Yeah, because all planet. Yeah,
So yeah,
I mean, I think it's
looking bad here, and the best
There's
that
the-
Rust Rider can take is the draw.
yeah, and there's nothing that Watzlaw can access that's going to give credits mid-run.
There is.
Pop-up
There's
window?
CVS.
Oh, there is a CVS. So yeah, then I guess maybe Watzlaw
Yes.
shouldn't even. Well, it's in archives, right?
I don't think
No,
there's-
it's not necessarily.
Oh, but it was. We did see it off the Stargate. You're right. So
It's probably in archives.
it could be. It could be in HQ as well.
Yeah. So I guess actually, can Watzlaw just click up? So they need 8 just to break the F2P. If they don't, card gets bounced, and they would have to either spend 7 to, and then they have to spend 7 to break IP block and 10 to break Thimble Rig. So I think they can click for 2 credits and actually make it into server 1, and just let all of F2P fire, and they make it through. Because they need 10 credits regardless of which breaker gets bounced. Like, or 10 credits is the ceiling of what Rust Rider can bounce.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So yeah, I think if Thimble Rig had been swapped back to the Thimble Rig being swapped back to the outside doesn't actually help really, because then
no, it doesn't. It just costs 9 to go in. Then it's just there's a little bit less.
Yeah. So Jack, the play I'm saying is like, because there's an extra copy of every breaker in the bin, you can let F2P fire and then install the breaker that you need that gets bounced from your hand. And you only need 10 credits to get through these 2 ice in the worst case scenario where you have to install a paperclip to break IP lock.
Yeah.
So.
Is there a case for running archives here with 6 cards face down?
So if you run archives, you can hit a CVS and
lose the game.
The corp can score. Well, you would draw the game, which is actually not that bad, because usually in these tournaments a draw is like a win, but you basically won with the worst strength of schedule in your points level.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the correct play is to go for the remote, as the chat is saying. But looks like we're going into HQ. We take a credit, run HQ. We see a Hydra in HQ.
Oh, no. This is the run you don't do because the CVS is in archives here.
Oh, no. Is it?
It's got the Bologna.
Oh, but there was a Bologna too, so. Oh, that's too good. There was a CVS.
There was a CVS,
yeah.
Boy. That, I feel like Watzlaw steered around a couple of winning lines, but found one anyway. So, they did a really good job early in the game, setting themselves up to have lots of outs. And that paid off in this turn, I think. So.
Wow.
Well, that was an exciting final turn.
Super intense. Right, so that's results in for this round. Let's just have a look at the Cobra. Should be coming up on stream now. We're up to 130 people. Thanks ever so much, everyone, for joining. Hope you're all enjoying. That was a fantastic game there. Loads to think about. And I believe Cobra should have updated now. So you can see the standings. That's after 4. Not quite updated yet. But if we look at the results, Lost Geek got the double win over Snoopy. Chris Ferg, Sweat, Paulie G swept. There was a split, Krusty, and 1-for-1.
Yeah, I'm assuming most of these tables 16 through 4, well, maybe not 4 and 5, but 16 through 6 are probably all 2-for-1s.
Yeah.
Though obviously Krusty and 1-1-4-1-4-1 played it out. So
Yeah, it looks like sweeps from. Well, actually, there's only like until you get to table 29, there's only 2 splits.
Yeah.
The rest of them, except for like the Krusty and 1-1-4-1 and Rust Rider Watzlaw here.
yeah, I guess there's very few splits. That's definitely
Good
a lot
question.
of play.
So that makes the top here.
It's going to be it's going to be very strength of schedule dependent then.
Yeah.
Yeah. And bear in mind, there is potentially a tie-break round. Just to talk people through how the tie-break would work if we reach it. I can have a go at explaining unless someone else that's been there before might want to explain.
I know how it works, but you can go ahead.
I'll try and you can correct me.
Sure.
So it's like symmetrical from 8 and 9. So you compare 8 and 9. Are they tied? If yes, they play a tie break. And then you go 7 and 10. Are they tied? If yes, they play a tie break. And you carry on until, say, 6 and 11, for example. They don't have the same points. And then they don't play a tie break. And that's where it cuts.
Yeah.
Correct?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Imagine how much less of this we'd have to do if we just made sure that everyone had to play every game for points.
The propaganda is real.
This is why you're commentating, right? You're just here to plug single-sided Swiss to it.
Oh, exactly. I'm here to plug single-sided Swiss in my YouTube channel, and everything else is superfluous. So
Yeah.
Okay, so super
all right,
interesting
round
here.
6 is up.
So just sticking with the Cobra for a second, all the way down to 18s on 21 points. 24 is 1 to 6. So I would say 27 is not necessarily going to be enough.
No, 20.
It's definitely not.
There's going to be like, so it's 7 to 18. So there's 11 players at 21 points.
Mm-hmm.
So 4 to 5 of them are going to hit 27, and then there's
12.
already, or sorry, 12. So yeah, so 6 of them hit 27.
Yep.
And so actually, the people at 24, they generally are going to have high strength of schedules, but like Lost Geek probably has to try and play it out.
Yep.
Everyone else, and maybe Watzlaw, but probably the top 4's strength of schedule is high enough that they'll be okay. But
yeah,
it'll be tight for sure.
Yeah. It looks like that's exactly it. So with 18, the top 3 tables, if the top 3 tables ID, and then the next tables all the way down to table 9. So that's 5 tables. Is that 5 tables? There's 9 tables, and there's 1, 2. Oh, sorry. There's 3 tables that are going. If we assume 3 tables ID, so there's 6 tables that'll 2-for-1, and then that means you have 6 plus 6 at the top, and we're going to cut to 8. So there's going to be 4 players that don't make it if that is what happens.
Yeah, so that would potentially be our big tiebreakers scenario where we have. Yeah, that would be like 4 tiebreaker games going on simultaneously, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is a tiebreaker a best of 1?
I believe so,
Yes.
Yeah. And top seed picks side. I'm right in saying. Stupid dropping. Right.
It makes sense, actually, if top seed picks side, but I'm pretty sure it's random.
Okay.
Or at least
I feel like
Worlds,
top seed pick side would be a big deal, but
it would be a big deal, yeah. But I believe at Worlds it was random.
oh, it looks like maybe they're doing a small fix because I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think there's been a drop, so there's a fix going on. I don't know if we've got any preferences, but I'd be quite keen to see On the Mod. On the Mod. would be. It's a repair, so I can't quite see it yet. But currently in 14th, so potential of making the cut. But on Cabernet Sauvignon and PE, I don't think we've seen them yet. If you wanted something a bit different.
I'm fine with either. Have we seen Pencil on stream?
We have, yes.
We have. Okay. Because I don't know if we are getting repaired.
Yeah.
Okay, because
Yes,
Pencil
we
was
are.
paired with Chris Ferg. I was like,
Yeah.
we should probably watch that
Yeah.
if that happens.
Fair point.
Yeah, and it might happen again because it's still going to be
Okay, so the
it's gonna be a
repairs.
lot of the same tables.
The repair's just gone up. So
Okay. Yeah, a lot of 2-for-1s. Have we seen Polly G and Matu's?
no.
I don't know how to say the end of that.
I think it's Matujak. I think
Matujak. Okay.
that's a vowel list as well. Yeah, we got Hosh there and R plus. We haven't seen any Reality Plus yet. I'm up for that game. What table would that be? Potentially table 7. Table 8. We've got a CTM, a Lou, and a Woo, and a PE. So either 7 or 8. I will leave it in the hands of my guests.
I would. I really don't have a preference. So.
Deciding vote, soccer.
Sorry, which ones were you talking about?
So tables 7 and 8 are the most sort of varied lists that we haven't really seen much of. So Matujak is another PD, but then a Val, but against Paulie G on R plus and Hosh. Or table 8, we've got Mr. Monday, who's on CTM and Lou, against PE and Woo.
If we haven't seen any of those, I think I'd be interested in table 7 a bit more.
Okay, cool. Let's go there.
Yeah, interested to see what this Val is doing. I know what I kind of know what the Hoshiko is doing, but Reality Plus is always an interesting game.
Yeah, very much so. Stoned PL, I believe you're a metamate of Matujak. Could you confirm that I'm pronouncing correctly, please? I don't want to go through a whole game saying it wrong.
Wow, Discord's chewing up a little bit. Let's just close down other random tabs. Sorry, I should go and join you at the table.
Anyone that's in the stream waiting for the games, there was a repair. Just double check your tables before you go across. Okay, so we're starting with the side that's maybe a little bit more familiar to what we've seen so far. So that's Matujak. Yeah, I got a thumbs up. Excellent, Matujak on PD.
I'm sorry, can you tell me what the table is called?
Sorry, table 7. That is.
Oh, okay. Great. Are they 2-for-1ing? Do we know?
I don't believe so. Not that
I'm surprised.
Okay,
I don't think they make it in without 2-for-1ing, but
just having a look. There's a 2-for-1 on table 8. Oh yeah, there is a 2. No 2-for-1. Matujak's turned down the 2-for-1.
Okay, I'm leaving and rejoining, but having a fun black bar at the bottom of my screen.
Is that B King 1991? Is that Brandon? Hello. Talking you through. Brandon in the chat. Ed, you were close to perfect. I have actually done a little bit of Polish. I worked with quite a few Polish people over the last couple of years. Got a couple of Polish friends. So yeah. Rongi Daiji, tip your fedora to root for Laura. Laura in with a chance of making the cut as well.
I think, unfortunately, Laura Ocelot had a very rough first round.
Yeah.
Project Vasher on turn 1.
Brutal.
Can't say no to that.
Yeah, right. In the game now. So
we had
yeah.
Sports Metal opened up turn 2 with they have an ice on HQ, an ice on R&D, and then 3 cards in server 1, and Poly G threw down a Stargate and sniped a Vacheron, then went back and trashed the Rashida. So this is a great start if you're a Hoshiko.
Yeah, you happy with this?
Yeah. Sorry, you did say sports. We are playing PD.
I'm sorry. Yes.
So there's
against
the
PD,
3 cards
not
in
sports.
PD's remote, and Poly G has hit the Stargate. It looks like it's not Rashida. We're gonna seamless and score here, which is
Double seamless.
Yeah, we'll see if hopefully for Matushak's sake, it is a 4-2, and we have an ice in hand to put on R&D.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, it probably. Okay, adding the seamless launch. Yeah, I mean, you really hope if you're Matushak that got the ice. But I guess we're just going to draw through.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah.
But you know what? This is the advanced assembly line, so you still have an out here.
Yeah.
So Poly G stargating.
Off-world office.
Wow.
Assembly lines. Off-world office, advanced assembly lines, Tranquility home grid. We are going to get to 5 points on turn 3 for the runner.
Yeah. This is very nice. I actually might have trashed the. I feel like my line that I would have been tempted to do is trash the Tranquility home grid, steal the off-world office on my second click, trash the advanced assembly lines, and go back in for 4 and see
if you just win
cards or something, and sometimes you just win on turn 3. Yeah. But I think Paul is it Paul or is it or should I always say Poly G? Do you know, Ed?
I've always said
no, please soccer.
I've always said Poly G, but I think it is Paul.
Yeah.
But
I guess I'll say Poly G. But Poly G, as we were talking about a little bit in the last game, is well ahead, so it doesn't need to make high risk plays.
Yeah. The other thing that I love about this is that you don't necessarily want the corp to draw cards that you don't know. And Tranquility Grid, if there's one in the remote, another copy is a dead card.
That's true.
So, and as long as you give them, they draw a Tranquility Grid and they don't draw an ice, is a win for you.
Yeah. Yeah, and it does seem like Matushak is having some struggles finding a third piece of ice here. Halfway through their deck, and they haven't found an ice they want to install, is maybe the way to phrase it.
And there's the AAL popped, installing the ice.
And then probably an agenda of some sort going into server 1, or maybe a Rashida. It's only a single ice, so you have to be pretty confident that ice will keep you out, but Hoshiko hasn't drawn that much, so. And then last click for Matushak is using a lateral growth to install a card in server 1. I feel like I don't see lateral in PD that often. But maybe it helps against the 4-1-9 matchup where you're really econ starved in many cases.
Okay. I dropped again.
I'm trying to find out if this is a 2-for-1 or not.
It's not a 2-for-1. No.
Yeah, it is not a 2-for-1.
No. Matushak turned down the 2-for-1, I think, while you were just AFK.
All right.
So, little pause here.
Which is interesting because I think almost every other table. I don't know. I was expecting every table.
Yeah.
Down to table 9, the 2-for-1.
I think it would be game theory optimal for every table down to table 9 to 2-for-1, but I also understand why some people don't want to do that.
Yeah, totally. I also saw this suggestion on Facebook maybe a month or two ago, where somebody was like, "Why 2-for-1 when you make an agreement with your opponent that you play out the games, and if you split, then you roll a die to see who gets the sweep."
Wow.
I actually like it a lot.
Yeah.
Because if you sweep normally, then you fully deserve the sweep. But if you split, then you know that it's down to a die roll, and then it's like the same result as if you had just 2-for-1 and die rolled to start off.
Yeah, I think it's harder to.
Knuckle guy in the chat saying because that's hella illegal.
Yeah, like it's actually like what the way that would have to work like mechanically, right? Is that player A wins game 1, player B plays the other side, and when they are about to win, they instead have to concede. Because if they and like that's or they say, okay, we're gonna pause the game and we're going to roll this dice for no reason. And like it's a cute idea, I think.
Isn't that the same thing as the 2-for-1 though? Because it's like, okay, well, if you win, I'll concede the game. Like you're making the same non-binding agreement.
Just the TOPSK is saying, please stop saying this.
It is in fact different from 2-for-1. Because 2-for-1 is something that the judge can enforce ahead of time and doesn't depend on like a bunch of post randomization stuff. So
game going on here. We got another sandbox scored, another card in the remote. I think nothing has jumped out at me.
Hello, sorry.
Per se, in both sides play. Hey.
Hello. Can you stop giving ideas of something illegal to do during tournaments? just please. Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah. Sorry, back on the game, and we actually got quite a fast PD game for a change. 'Cause the games we've seen so far are a bit slow. So, what we got going on?
So we see Mothershak reses a roto turret, which is an unusual include in precision design. But but Poly G has had an MK in the bin. And that's just going to be the game, unless that's a Jackson or not a Jackson.
Spin Doctor.
Spin Doctor. Thank you.
Matty Jack asking for I think before the next click. Okay.
So it could be instead of Spin Doctor, it could be a Advanced Assembly Lines, and we're gonna put an ice on Archives maybe, or we could.
Oh, that's a good call.
Doctor.
Yep. Yeah, do some like install Spin Doctor with Advanced Assembly Lines in server 1. Gets you the draw.
Yeah, so we're having to think here as to what we want to do about this Vastron in the bin. Probably doing some math to see if they can break in, although with the runner only on 3 credits, I guess the only card you're thinking of is Overclock. So it is Advanced Assembly Lines.
Yep.
So installing an upgrade on Archives here.
What is that? What could that upgrade be that's relevant here? That's great.
A void on Archives.
This feels like it's definitely Mendebushek's line.
Yeah, if you don't have a choice, you got to do what you got to do. But from the runner's perspective, you run Archives and take this void trigger.
Yeah.
And then we got 2 Hagens coming up. So draw a card, Hagen R&D, Hagen Archives, if there's no other ice in hand.
Yep, but I think, I guess, and that actually might be enough to buy, because I'm sorry, I keep forgetting how to pronounce Majujak's name, but
I think you're getting it.
I think it's pretty good.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, because the issue here, I guess you have to draw once so that you can void twice. Because I think there might be.
Okay, so we have a card in the remote. This is the ideal thing to do, is that you threaten a card in the remote and draw the Hagen. And then you can put the 2 ice down. And with the runner on 3 credits, it'll be difficult to contest this remote. Rotage asking clip in bin. There is a clip in the bin. There's no Black Orchestra in the bin.
Yeah. And actually, the draw's been pretty slow this game from Paulie G.
Yeah, the draw's been slow, but we've been spending our time getting turning wheel counters and using
Double
Stargate.
ice.
Sure.
Double icing archives.
So, to me, I would maybe just want to like take twice off Liberated, like run server 1, just to keep Medijak honest. But I think Stargate also makes a lot of sense.
I think that's game, isn't it?
That is game.
Yeah.
Unless there's a shuffle effect in server 1 now.
So Stargate revealed Magnet, Luminal, and Offworld Office. Trashes the Magnet and steals the Luminal for the win.
Yeah, well, it turns out Stargate, when you can get it turn 1 and PD can't draw ice for half their deck, works pretty well.
Yeah. All right, so that is only game 1. We have another game to go here because they did not for 1. It looks like the top 2 tables split, and table 3, Bridgman and MJP did not ID. Sorry, the top 2 tables didn't split; they ID'd. Okay. So that's Rodom, Watzlaw, Lost Geek, and Tugdagut, and then Bridgman and MJP are playing their round out.
Yeah, Watzlaw and Lost Geek are in a little bit of risk there, but they are playing 2 very high strength opponents, so that will probably boost their strength of schedule to a level that should get it there. Oops.
Yeah.
Showing the wrong table.
Just looking for it now. So it's going to be Val versus Reality Plus, isn't it?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Brandon saying everyone said Stargate was dead. Yeah, no, Stargate's been MVP so far today, arguably on the runner side.
Yep.
Is it the same Reality Plus as last week? I don't know, is the answer.
Oh, Matushak saying 4th Reality Plus today. 4 out of 6 rounds Reality Plus.
He hit 4 of the 6. That's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
I wonder what Matushak...
Oh, no, there's 10 of them. So it's not actually like, especially if they're doing well or like reasonable, it's not crazy, but it is probably a bad matchup for Val.
So, well, actually, so you say this, but Val is actually on 12 points. So Val's record after 5 rounds is 4 wins and a loss. So Matushak has at least beaten 2 Reality Pluses.
Are you just going back through previous rounds?
You can see, if you look in the standings, you can see the number of prestige that is associated.
Oh, from each ID. Oh, yes. Oh, I should also steal this from my thing. That would be great. I'll write that one down.
So Matushak.
I'm actually surprised at how even it is, considering this is sort of a corp meta. But I guess everyone who's winning has to win everything. So, but
yeah. So Paulie G looking to get the second win here to get him to top cut potential.
Yeah, top cut contention.
Yeah. Clearly Val's on networking. We'll see. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's a career fair. That's not a networking. Man, I saw that comment in chat, and I looked up and I saw a blue card. And I was like, oh, we already saw the network.
The one influence blue card, yeah.
Yeah, you got me. Double advance in the remote. So oh, we're just gonna go jailbreak HQ.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to me that thing in server 1 reads like an NGO. So it seems so precarious to try and score something there.
So to me, this jailbreak is like this could have just been a ping, and it would have cost the corp 2 credits. They would get an ID trigger, and you would bounce. But it looks like we're gonna go through here
Finds
and
the
see
Bologna.
Econ Warfare Bologna.
The order of those accesses, I think, is a really big deal because
Yeah.
I think if you could maybe justify stealing it Bologna first, stealing it second seems very bold.
Well, stolen it here, nonetheless, and then dirty laundry to get back up to 8 credits. 8's not going to be enough, really, is it?
Yeah, because
Well-
I think Public Trail hits you here. Like Public Trail into HHN. I guess you're a credit short there, I think.
So I think that if we see Econ Warfare, we're probably not on Public Trail, and we're probably on Econ Warfare and Hard Hitting, and then we might be on Kill if we have Econ Warfare. But yeah, I think Econ Warfare synergizes with Hard Hitting, and we probably see more of that and less Public Trail in this list.
That makes sense. Yeah, I guess the Public Trail exchange of information interaction seems nice enough in Reality Plus that you could maybe run it as a one of, but let's see.
So say we're getting hit by the news. Daily Cast bringing us to 8 credits and clearing 4 tags, which I believe was planned by Matushak with the click for 2 credits on the last turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was some nice counting and figuring out what they could do.
Yep. Jamming a send the message in the scoring windows. Rezzing the Hydra for free.
Huge value there.
That was the riskiest play I've ever seen.
Yeah, because Poly G didn't have. Yeah, they started their turn with 8 credits, so they couldn't have rezzed the Hydra.
They couldn't have rezzed the Hydra. We could have just ran the remote and stolen the send a message with no resistance. That's crazy. I mean, see that's the thing when you're playing, when you're like up at the higher tables and like you're playing against really good players and you all more or less know like what the situation is and like where the tempo of the game is. Like they will not because if you run the remote there and they res a piece of ice like an IP block, and then you get like hardened news later, you probably lose the game. So a lot of players will not take that risk, and that's exactly what Poly G just played into. Is that people won't take the risk, so it's more or less safe, even though you can't res the ice.
Yeah, no, that's a very nice little. It's a nice read for Poly G to go. My opponent's going to respect how like that this run is not likely to be tempo positive for them.
Yeah.
And take that little gamble. And it might even be based on Poly G's hand that like even if that send a message gets stolen, you know, there's a hard-hitting news boom coming next turn, and Matushak wouldn't have enough credits to, you know, recover from that.
Yeah.
Okay, so running the Spin Doctor now, forcing it to shuffle back early.
Yep.
Um,
That's a good play. We're probably just gonna get this liberated 2 more times, get ourselves up to good amounts of money.
yeah, exactly that. So Matushak up to 15 credits, Paulie G just on 7, but with the Hydra rest in the scoring remote.
So far we've seen cards that are classically considered Reg Val, so Career Fair, Liberated, and Earthrise. And we've also seen 2 jailbreaks. So I'm actually wondering, like, what is this Val porting for influence, and whether or not we're going to see an APOC? Because if there's no APOC, we actually have to break this Hydra with MK Ultra.
Yeah.
How bad's that?
That is not something you can do. So
3, 6.
if you run through this Hydra and you have to break it with MK, basically you have to steal an agenda every time.
Yeah.
And if you do it once and you don't steal an agenda, then that's really, really bad for the runner. So I think that's why we're running R&D here, is because I think we know that the remote is like pretty big, and it looks like R&D is just 2 pop-up windows. So we're going to look to get some sick rips out of R&D.
Yep. I mean, this R&D is okay for both players. Or like neither player is too happy or unhappy about this R&D. Like this is the nicest R&D you could run through 2 ice, I think. But you know, the credit differential is what matters a lot to PolyG's deck here.
Yeah, and this is a 4 credit swing if we want to run back.
Yeah, I guess it's really 3, but
oh, true. We have bad pub. Jailbreak into HQ here. Just paying through the IP block makes sense. That is the 3rd jailbreak. Rotage saying that this could be the APOC turn. IP block Hydra in hand. Not what you want to see, 2 ice.
No.
We're going to Laundry Archives. We are going to APOC, looks like.
yeah, I mean, this is the time to APOC if you can, so.
With PolyG on 13 credits. I wonder whether
Matushak giving... So Matushak pausing there to give PolyG the ability to pop the Spin Doctor, and it looks like PolyG chose not to. So that is the 3rd Spin Doctor. So we either didn't think about the APOC, or we actually have a way to pick up that Spin Doctor back with like a preemptive.
So
yeah, it wouldn't be too surprising if there's a preemptive in this deck. If we're just going to keep playing Econ Warfares over and over again. Trace 11 after an Econ Warfare into hard hitting news, so we'll have to take tags and clear the tags next turn, probably. This is the interesting thing about like hard hitting out of NBN now, is that like before, usually NBN decks in terms of the kill threat are threatening. They're threatening boom. So with closed accounts gone, you can just clear down to 1 tag and then you'll be safe from boom. But now NBN, like every NBN deck has 3 planograms in it. So now you kind of have to clear all the tags, because if you don't, you clear down to 1 and they play the planogram for 3 cards and 3 credits. That's really good tempo for them.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're electing to play the sure gamble instead of clearing the last tag. So we'll see if PolyG has the planogram here.
Yeah.
Looks like we don't. Ice HQ click 1.
And draw and a hedge fund tonight.
So got rewarded there on the risk last turn, and we'll have a lot easier time with tempo-wise for the runner now.
So install a lib and double clicked. And then remove the last tag. So effective 16
landing that
credits.
Apocalypse. Oops, sorry.
Sorry, Jeff.
Landing that Apocalypse was a really big deal, and sort of now the game is really, I think, stabilized in Val's favor, and we might see why Matushak has had such a good record against Reality Plus all day.
Yeah.
Also, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just going to ask, has it been 100% win rate for Matushak versus
4-1?
4-1. Yeah.
4 wins and 1 loss in the 5 rounds, and Matushak says that he has played. This is the 4th Reality Plus.
Yeah.
So he's played against 3 Reality Pluses in the first 5 rounds. So he beat at least 2 of them.
At least.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually wonder. So this is a play where I'm always a little dicey about playing the Rebirth and not using it that same turn. I feel like you're giving away information, but I guess it really depends how click compressed your next turn is going to be, because sometimes it's the only line, really.
I think the first thing is that you have to rebirth ahead of time because you don't have Out of the Ashes. So if you want to use Omar to APOC, you have to set that up ahead of time. And also, when you're playing Val, you usually and you're an APOC deck. Like 99% of the time, you're rebirthing into Omar.
Yeah, I more just meant like so the corp you're letting the corp know a turn in advance. Like, here I come. Hope you can shore up. Like, it's less relevant when Archives was already rezzed for sure.
Okay, so I think this is actually. Oh, so we're not going to go for it. Oh, do we not have a Black Orchestra in the bin? We don't. No Black Orchestra. That makes sense.
But Poly-G doesn't have a lot of credits, so we get the Rashida, which is basically as good as landing the APOC this turn.
Well, we need a tie break.
We are almost guaranteed to need a tiebreaker.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, there's a poll,
short of like
poll going on in
many
the
people
chat.
not 2 for 1ing.
Yeah.
One note here. Oh, I guess we didn't know about Enigma, and there's also no Black Orchestra, so I guess it's just hard to get this APOC off, or to even go for it with no Code Gatebreaker so far. So I think for the runner side, we're just trying to draw more cards, and this is the difference between playing APOC out of Val and playing it out of Max, is that you will need to spend more time clicking for cards or installing more Earth Rises.
Yeah, that Earthrise, those 2 cards that are sitting on that face down Earthrise, Magic would really love to have in their hand, I think.
Wow. We just found the 3rd Liberated in 2 cards more than half their deck.
Helps, doesn't it?
Yeah. It does help, though, and let's see, we've seen 2 gambles, 3 casts. Yeah, we've seen a lot of the economy's been very top-loaded here.
Yes.
For Magic. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what other economy is even in here. There might be. You might see.
I wonder they're on 3 deuces, maybe. Probably some moshings.
You're normally on 0 in Val, but whether that's the case.
Probably not in APOC Val, because you just can't 0 the APOC and still have a game plan.
I think some people still do it. I agree with you, and I wouldn't, but I think I've seen a lot of APOC, like non-max APOC decks play 0. Non-max APOC decks play 0. Because they just need their tempo somewhere.
Yeah.
They can't just click to draw, so you either have to. You only have 3 Adverse and 3 Earthrise, and like Earthrises can be expensive, so.
And here it looks like Magic is gonna just go for the APOC again, or force Poly-G to spend the border control.
Yeah, that's why we're running HQ Click 1 here, is because we did discard the Black Orchestra last turn, so we could APOC here if we have it. Looks like we're overclocking Archives, so we're going to install that Black Orchestra and break this Enigma for the Archives run. And then probably Omar through...
Yeah, I think you Omar R&D in case that's another border control on R&D. Like, you would love to drain credits, but it's probably just slightly better to not risk it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
Cool, nothing in Archives.
There's a border control in Archives.
Oh, yeah.
Huh. So,
how did that get there?
I don't know how many we've... it probably got APOC'd, and it was on the remote on the first APOC?
Yeah.
Probably,
outside the Hydra.
Yeah. Yeah, so it is NGO front, so...
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Good call to not run R&D, because
I almost wonder if you now hold the APOC for another turn. Right? Because it's not... It'll cost you 5 credits or something, plus the play cost of the APOC, so you could just click Liberated instead of APOCing here, and then you're forcing Poly-G to shore up something.
So, I think while that's true, it's like the greedier line. Because if we ice Archives here, and then you go, oh, we stole Bologna. Oh, okay, never mind. Then yeah, we just click the Liberated. I think I might.
Yeah. So I guess the other reason I was thinking that is like, okay, great. Poly-G spends an ice on archives. He's not scoring in the remote, and we can run HQ for like a single credit kind of thing.
That's true. That's true. HQ does cost a single credit. I was thinking in terms of APOC. If another ice goes on archives here, that's really bad for the runner because you have to either run through that new ice and the Enigma twice, or you need to run R&D and risk hitting a Hydra.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so it looks like that's what we're seeing.
APOC is probably turned off now.
We're gonna go for the news as well.
And there is a consulting visit in HQ, so Manajek either has to clear 3 tags or clear 4 and go down to 2 credits, which is nice for Poly-G, who's still sitting at 9.
Yeah, the good thing about the runner here is that you're not in a good spot economically, but you have 6 points, you have 2 Bolognas stolen. You just need to find one more agenda, and chances are it won't. Like, it doesn't need to be a Bologna, and there's only one left in the deck. Although, interestingly, we've seen Bologna and Send a Message, so it's possible that this Reality Plus just has 3 Bologna and 3 Send a Message as the agendas, and we're just looking to kill.
Yeah, that seems most likely to me. Like, you kill packages generally need a lot of deck slots, and if you can get away with only spending 6 on agendas, that seems like yeah, you're losing tomorrow's headline, which is also nice for the kill package, but not, it's not quite the same as just saying, oh, you have to fit an extra agenda in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Additionally, overclock is interesting to me here.
Same.
Because like that server 5 reads as an NGO to me, but if Majak had kept that overclock in hand, it would be, and maybe he has another one, and it's not going to be that, and it's all fine. But it does seem like an overclock there, which you can test server 5 very easily.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the overclock on the remote, if you have it here, is really good. There's 2 NGOs in the bin, so like it might be the 3rd NGO. But yeah, you just got to make a call, and if you think it's an agenda, you go for it. And the one good thing right now is that with 2 spin doctors gone and 1 in the bin, there's no recursion that we know of, and there's also 3 hard hittings in the bin. So we're actually not playing another hard hitting news for the rest of the game unless we can recur it back.
Yeah, that kill plan is, maybe there could be an archive memories somewhere, but
yeah. So I was just,
and actually that seems plausible if you're on a boom plan, right? Is you don't want to just lose to a regular runner trashing your stuff. But
well, we can actually work out the influence here. So we've seen 2 Econ Warfares, and we've seen 2 border controls, and we've seen the consulting visit. So let's say the consulting visit is for influence. So that puts us with the Econ Warfare and the border control. That puts us at 10 influence, and the consulting is 3 influence, which leaves us with not enough influence for boom. So it's definitely not worth influence. The consulting.
I think it's probably, I would guess there's probably like a 1 boom and a Chrysium maybe to get you to the 6. If you go 3 Econ Warfares is 6, 2 border controls is another 6.
Border controls 3 influence.
Yep, so 2 border controls, 3 econs, and then a Chrysium.
Well, then no boom though.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so then you just do the boom,
so
but that would be 6. So yeah, there's no Chrysium.
There's no archive. Well, there's no archive memories.
Yes, that's also true.
So Matajak's overclocked into the remote. Poly-G gone down to 0 credits, resing the Hydra here.
Ooh.
With a double advanced something behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just... So let's see, it's 2 to install, then you have to boost it 3 times to break 2 of the subs.
Yep. And then so the thing is, you either pay all your credits. So Matushak has perfect credits to break all of the Hydra here. So you either pay all your money and access with no money, or you pay everything -3. So you keep 3 credits, and you take a tag, which is not good because Poly-G then gets an ID trigger. So you probably
Yeah.
just pay all your money and just get an access here.
Yeah, I mean, this is NGO almost certainly. I feel like if you're
Sure.
rezzing the Hydra, maybe not, but
Yeah. I mean,
I mean, if it's an agenda, you don't have a choice.
yeah, you lose otherwise.
Yeah. Well, but if it's you didn't have to force it in server 5, right?
Oh, I mean, Poly-G scored the send a message behind a Hydra on 8 credits. So
Yeah, and
What do
maybe you're just
what
playing
do
that
I
Hydra.
know?
Yeah, and
Fire all subroutines. Interesting.
Oh wow.
That's,
Just saying, I'm so confident that's an NGO, I'm not going to bother breaking it.
I feel like that's really risky because you gave the corp 5 credits and a trigger. It is Bologna.
So okay, so
Call.
yeah, so Matashak couldn't have stolen it. So the call looks right.
Well, see, actually, I would even say maybe not because the other option is the corp is on 0 credits, you're on 0 credits, and the corp has to click for 3 and then score the Bologna next turn. So the corp has to spend 2 turns to score this Bologna, whereas now they just spent 1 turn scoring the Bologna and they're at 9 credits.
That's a good point. Very good point.
And I think
It's
from
hard
the runner,
though because in that case, as the runner, you're also giving up your whole turn. So you're trading a turn for a turn, and you have no value that you're accruing in that time. So it's not clear to me how you're coming out that much ahead in that trade.
you could get free runs on R&D.
Yeah, but you'd be running on, like you're running R&D to hope to see. Yeah,
Send
I
a
guess
message.
like the send a message is what's left. It just seems you're doing that on such low credits. I'm worried that like as soon as Poly-G scores the Bologna, you're then out of the game potentially.
Yes.
But
yes, totally. Yeah, you basically get 2 turns probably to run R&D with no money, depending on what the ice is on R&D. If it's IP block, then Poly-G can res, which would be pretty bad actually. So yeah, this is like the lower risk play for the runner.
okay, so Poly-G's installed in server 5, installed ice over the top and click for a credit on 9 credits, but with 1 bad pub. Matijak starting turn on 9 credits. All breakers out.
Mm-hmm.
Netscape Navigator's calling for an obvious echo chamber. I don't know that you fit that into a kill list though, but it does. That would be. This is the circumstance where that card is the best.
Yeah.
So click 1 Omar run on archives. No res on the
Do you
outside.
think this is going to go HQ to avoid the BC?
What, you think it's going to be an APOC?
Yes. I think that. I mean, I don't. That's what you're Omaring for here, I think. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's.
I guess Magic sees a different line because I think Poly-G can just pop the BC.
And then presumably Matijak's just going to go for a couple of hits on
Oh,
HQ.
I guess so. We could see an amped up play here, right? That's the thing we're not sure about. And you've got 50 cards, so maybe you found the slot for the one of amped up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I think
Laundry back into HQ.
just hope that there's an agenda in there.
We're still on track for this amped up.
And it's the amped up.
Oh, there it is.
Good call.
It is.
We lost daily cast to brain damage, and we're running archives. Let's see if we can res this ice.
Wait. Okay, never mind. There's only 1 APOC in the bin, so presumably that's 2 more in hand. No
res.
So
G.
No, I think Knuckle Guy. I think there's 2 APOCs in the hand. So it's not lucky, and that's why you do the dirty laundry. Is you're just making the play.
All right. This is now looking very good for Matushak. Although we do know key block in hand.
Yeah, and there are 2 paper clips, so it's going to be hard. I kind of now want to see
was the echo
chamber. Yeah,
chamber.
it was the
echo
echo
chamber.
chamber.
Oh, this is such a
game on our hands
such a good.
here.
Yeah. So 5 cards left in R&D.
2 send messages between the 5 in R&D and 5 in HQ.
The kill package is just completely gone at this point.
Yep.
So this is now all about whether PolyG can build a remote to score out of.
Do you think there could be a preemptive? No.
I doubt it, but I think it's very easy to fit. The other thing that we have to consider here
it's hard to fit in a 44 card deck, though, to some extent, right?
Yes. The other thing we need to consider here is that the runner has 1 card in hand and 5 cards in the deck, and Vals usually don't play labor rights. So I think that's all we're working with.
Yeah, there's probably not much gas left, though. There probably is an APOC left.
We're gonna Omar into R&D, and got it.
Got it.
Oh.
All right, so that's the split. Yeah. So neither of these players are going to make it into the cut, but they played some really nice games, and I'm glad we were able to spectate them.
Yeah, cracking games there.
All right, there's probably not much left going on there. Oh, well, maybe.
Oh, he's still got.
Those felt like games that went on forever, but.
Wow. Okay, it looks like table 4, Shorty against Test Running, did not 2 for 1, and they had a spell. So Chris Ferg swept Rust Rider, Aunt the Mods swept Mr. Monday, and Pencil swept Steph Monkey, and we have one other pairing on table 5 that is unreported so far. So currently, with the table 5 being unknown, we have 3 plus 6. So we have 9 players who are tied at 3 losses.
Yeah.
So there's going to be at least 1 tiebreaker game, and depending on the results of table 5, there could be up to 2 tiebreaker games.
Yeah.
Just a quick shout out. M Doge has subbed for 12 months. Very kind there. Thank you. Ooh. Very, very generous. I know that table 5 don't want to be streamed, so we'll avoid that one.
Okay. Next up looks like maybe table 12, Ocelot and Heinzel.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a cracker.
I think they're both out of the cut range, but
yeah, Scry and Rotem are in there. Yeah. Let me switch scenes. Yeah, so we've got Ocelot versus Heinzel. What we got?
All right, so this is an APOC max list, I believe.
What's going on here?
Yep.
Yeah, we saw this very first game of the day, Ocelot's list.
Oh, yes, we did.
And Max has gone through the deck. First Labour Rights, pulling back 2 overclocks and a Labour Rights. Corpse on 5 agenda points. Runners.
Top decking the overclock there is pretty much exactly what you need as Max, I think.
Helps.
So that gets you in credit perfect.
Possibly relevant here. There is a clot on the board as well.
Oh yeah, I saw it on the board and I was like, oh, that's just. I didn't think about its card text. I always think about it as an instant speed counter thing, but no, it is.
And so Ocelot steals the Hyperloop. Unfortunately, takes it down to 0 credits there.
Yeah. And then just draws to get the other overclock and the labor rights. So Heinzel's got to try and land a score here. I think purging is maybe because there's no simul chips left, or there's not going to be for a while.
Yeah.
And it's very hard for Laura to actually handle this. But something like, because you can click for 2 and overclock into the server 1 again, though that's maybe not a winning line, right? Because there's a lot of non-agendas that could be in server 1 right here.
Sure. Absolutely.
And so it's quite tricky for Laura here. Mm.
Yeah, with no money, this is tough.
Yeah, like if Laura had like 5 credits, I think this is like a fairly easy, like, okay, I can run server 1, click back up, or even like try and poke HQ and then do other stuff. But oh yeah, I guess there's one Hyperloop left and 2 Vacherons, but the rest of the agenda points are real points. So
yeah,
there are decent odds here for Ocelot to take the game.
We just got to find one Vitruvius.
Got a spectator having a little chat.
Yeah.
Just
Ruin this Flora to support Laura. I like it.
Yeah. Just a reminder, everyone, when there is an official stream, it's best not to jump in and spectate the games. Just makes it difficult for judges to come in if there's a judge call. And if there were a crash on the table and someone got dropped from the table, that counts as a game loss, unfortunately. So, really good reasons not to spectate tournament games. Okay, rebirth
It's
into
interesting that
sorry, go.
There was a password for APAC, and it looks like they chose not to do a password for this.
Yeah, so I think the reasoning was that the password was obviously public knowledge, so people could just go in and check what the password was and get it anyway.
That was a nice line from Heinzel.
Yeah.
Just scoring the Vacheron off the board.
Yeah,
Biotic capacity.
You win either way there. You either, like, because if Ocelot goes and steals in server 1 or Oscillate, it's very, she's out of resources basically, and it's not going to be points in time. And then if it's not contested, obviously you just win the game. Cool.
How long have we got left in the round then? It looks like about 15 minutes still. Should we drop to one of the lower tables and someone that we haven't seen yet, if they're still playing games out? How about table 35?
Sure.
Yeah. A little moment.
We got.
Oh, cool. We got a smoke.
Sports medal and smoke.
Looks like this game's just started. We'll turn 9. 3 vanillas with a paperclip on the board for the runner. Not super defensive at the moment. What we got in the bin on the runner side? Misdirection's gone. Not relevant really. Just trying to read the board state. My stealth credit's gone missing.
Should we comment? It was added to their credit pool. That's what happens when you click.
Oh yeah, that might be. I think that's fine to throw in.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. There's.
Yeah, because they clicked on smoke without clicking on paperclip. So
Yeah, when I took this deck for this, been the first time I hadn't played since Stealth had gotten some overhauls, and so I was very confused.
Yeah.
So this is
JNet
definitely an interface thing.
JNet has gotten a lot better, automating a lot of things and doing a lot of triggers for you.
Yeah, no, I really like the improvements to Stealth. I forget there was one developer who spent a lot of time on that. I wish I remembered. Who it was, so I could give him a shout out.
Yes, there was. I can't remember who it was. But shout out to the whole JNet dev team. And if anyone in the chat knows who it was, we can give them a mention. Yeah. So I think it looks like Sports probably wants to find some ice that isn't vanilla here.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got
I
that.
would say.
probably. I do, as equivocation is really nice here, in some sense, in that it helps you find agendas that you want. It is a little bit sad that it feeds the corp tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a gatekeeper in the bin as well. Although I think that was Audacity'd.
Probably,
Yeah.
yeah. Let's see.
It looks like they're just waiting on the runner.
Yeah, I'm not exactly clear what's going on.
Yeah.
What's going on here, but something will get
Continue.
sorted out.
No, I think the runner is just on the access button, so they just have to continue the run.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorted.
Looks like we're back in the flow. Yep, I like using the imp so that now you can run again and see a bunch of new cards, or you see 2 more cards effectively, unless the top one's an agenda. But
Well, we're gonna check the remote here instead. Yeah, this is interesting because the smoke has equivocation, and I remember talking a lot of theory with people about this. Is that if smoke is sitting there and equivocating you, it's actually like as sports metal, you're actually not unhappy, and you'll just draw your red levels and draw your sprints and draw your assets, and like too many cards is not an issue for or for sports metal most of the time. Of course, the threat right now is imp, so we're seeing 2 cards and we're potentially imping a Vacheron. So yeah, I think once the imp goes away, the equivocation gets a little bit worse.
Yeah, I think again. So like I've been trying to do some Shaper stuff, and I need to play it against sports a little bit more. But my sort of working theory is the card you care about in that matchup is imp, and the plan is just to simul chip it, 3 times, so you get so many triggers off of it, kind of thing. And like equivocation, like I've been playing some conduit as well, so that you can like punish precision design and stuff like that if they leave RD completely open for a long time. But equivocation does something similar with less investment. But it's not a slam dunk win card for you in this scenario by any means.
So here with the Audacity for the second Vitruvius and the Corp at 5 points and a Mega Pre in the runner score area, the runner pretty much has to find a Vacheron and imp it here in order to get away into this game, because other than that, this game is picture perfect for sports metal.
Yeah.
They found a Vacheron.
So there are...
Oh,
was
they
that
did.
just in hand, or was that imp that we missed?
Archive. The Audacity that...
Okay, wow. And a Mega Pre.
Okay.
All right. So I would definitely want to run R&D again here, I think.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, found the line. So they've made the run on R&D.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a dice roll here, right? They've got 2 clicks Making
Oh,
draws
get that.
cyber decks. Yeah.
Get that way.
You access an unseen. Oh my
Oh.
goodness, both Vacherons.
Oh no!
Wow. Imp OP.
Oh, we're just gonna steal. We didn't even need that first agenda. We're just gonna score 7 points same turn.
And
That's
had the equivocation not been there, would
Yep.
have hit the CVS. Wouldn't have had the imp
Yeah.
tokens for that last one.
yeah. Wow, that's fun.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it's confirmed that equivocation is just better than R&D interface because you can avoid CVS if it's the first card.
Yeah, if it's the second card, you're just as screwed. But
No. But if it's, oh yeah, I mean, like what I'm saying is, if it was R&D interface, you would have had to access both of them, and then
oh
you
yes,
would have,
that's true.
you would have had your imp purge before you were able to imp the Vacheron. Man, I'm glad we caught that.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, that's a fun little thing to close out on.
Yeah, that looks like it for the round. Bar table 5 for just asked not to be streamed, which is fair enough. Do remember, if you are entering a tournament for the first time and it's a bit scary being on stream, or you're a bit nervous about it, there is in the form when you enter a tournament, there is a box you can tick that says please don't stream me. That's absolutely fine. We check that list, so no issues there. So just waiting, I think. Oh, it looks like that was the last result actually of the round.
Yeah, we're just waiting. Oh,
Yeah,
looks
we're
like
just waiting on that result to be reported.
Yeah.
Looks like on table 5, Django swept Nod Trio. So we have a second player that is at 3 losses. So we will be having 2 tiebreaker rounds after this. Is that happening today?
Is it 2 tiebreaker rounds, or is it just that you do? It's a single
one.
round where you eliminate a bunch of people all at once.
So what will happen is that so there's 10 players that are at 9 and 3, which is Tagat, MJP, Bridgman, Watzlav, Lost Geek, Django, Pencil, Chris Ferg, and is that it? Chris Ferg and Anthemod. So there will be 2 players based off of strength of schedule that are at 9th and 10th place. So 9 will play 8, 10 will play 7. And then it's just a single game elimination.
And the winner of those 2 make it in. So it's a single it's one round, but it might be like there's a variable number of games it can be.
No. It's one game. It's one single-sided game.
Sorry. Yes, there's a variable number of tables that can exist, but it's a single. I'm thinking of a single round as the set of tables that are playing, kind of thing.
Yeah. So because we know that there's 10 players at 9 and 3, we know that there's going to be 2 tiebreaker tables.
Yeah.
So basically, yeah. So there'll be 4 players out of the 10 that will need to play a single-sided game, and they will be playing for 7th and 8th seed.
Blimey.
Yeah, it's exciting closeout here. Oh, okay. Looks like we've updated.
Oh, great.
So it looks like the tiebreaker. I mean, do you wanna just go through them?
So I believe the 2 tiebreakers we're going to see aren't the mod or on the mod against Lost Geek, and then Chris Ferg against Václav.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, please can we see Ontomod against Lost Geek? Because I want to see a PE deck today.
Well, you might see a Woo deck instead. I don't think we have a way of telling.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
PE seems very nicely situated when this field is so max heavy, right? There's going to be guaranteed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maxes in the top 8, with the potential for there to be 7 maxes in the top 8. No, I'm sorry, only 6, right? Because we're guaranteed, only 6, because 2 of the maxes are playing against each other.
Yeah.
But, and then all sports metal with 1 precision design.
Blimey.
In terms of HB, there's also a CTM list and a Acme list that made it through. So the Acme's only got 3 wins, though I guess we don't know.
Yeah, because obviously the
yeah,
IDs,
there's a bunch of IDs. Yeah, so it's that's true.
Yeah, it looks like On the Mod has won the PE games every single round, 6 wins out of 6.
So yeah, this PE, I want to see what this PE is doing.
I mean, I would bet playing against Max a lot. I think that matchup is just close to unwinnable for Max in a lot of cases.
So I've been on my Smurf account, for those of you that joined the stream right at the start and saw what my Smurf account is. I've been playing a lot of PE this week, and mine's got Prana Condenser, and it's been quite good. I've beaten 2 people in the top 8 this week on that list, I believe. And it just destroys Max, but loses hard to any tech. So
yes, yeah. Like I as much as I'm like, haha, it's just a noob deck. Like I've lost games to it where I thought I played well and played to my lines, and it set up a Prana Condenser with an Anoetic Void.
Yeah, and
I challenged it too late, and like that was just a whoops. Okay.
So I'll mention this, and by telling everybody about this, I might curse JNet Casual for the next foreseeable future.
Only 117 people
watching.
I know, and my win rate with this deck is now going to go down because I'm going to talk about it. But I have also been playing PE, and that's because there's an OP Kusanagi OTK combo with PE. So for those of you who don't know, when the comprehensive rules was updated, you now access everything that is in the root of a server, even if cards get added to the root of the server during the access. So what this means is that you can gank somebody into a drafter, and you can reinstall the ganked into the remote an infinite number of times, and they have to access that ganked an infinite number of times. So what I've been doing is I've built a PE deck, and maybe I'll post this later. But the combo is you score a Kusanagi with 1 counter, and then you put a drafter on your remote, or anywhere really, with a ganked and a Helheim servers in that remote. So when they run the remote, you Helheim the drafter to unbreakable strength, and then you use Kusanagi to add a net damage subroutine onto the drafter, and then you infinite ganked them into that drafter over and over again, and they'll die.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I guess so you just see trash all ice. So okay. I'm looking. It's like okay. That's a very cool, fun little combo.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems fragile to very high skill, like to the runner having enough money to break drafter once.
Well, so no. Well,
but
so,
if everyone's on, I guess if everyone's on MK, it's totally fine, right?
Right. So MK is one thing, but the other thing is the rest of the deck is reg, grinder, PE with like 3 snares, 3 hoax cyclids, and 3 preemptives. So
yeah,
a lot of people when they play against PE, you have to really control, like, okay, sometimes you don't play Sure Gamble, sometimes you click for the credits and you like Sure Gamble's a hit point. So a lot of people think about playing their economy. So usually when people run against PE, their economy is relatively low to the ground. And it's nice because when they run in and they break your drafter, you don't have to show them the Helheim yet. You wait until they commit to access, and then you res the Helheim, and you basically can just dump your entire hand to make it a 13th strength drafter.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then they don't have a choice after that, and they just go in and they ganked themselves into this drafter with a Kusanagi net damage sub.
Chat suggesting some other horrible things you can do. Ansel, wet work.
Yeah. So yeah, we were talking about this with a break and I was on here when we discovered this. Was that the other thing you can do is you can use Wetwork Refit to add a brain damage sub onto Ansel, and then you can do the same thing because Ansel can reinstall the gank. Although the one problem with that is that no matter how much strength you pump into the Ansel, they can just click it. And if they click the reinstall sub once, then it turns off the combo.
Yeah. Even so. Right, it's about 10 minutes until the next round. I don't know about you two. I'm going to have a 5-minute break. It's been quite a long day.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, cool. I'll put some nice images on the screen and we'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes, okay?
Cool.
All right.
And welcome back, everyone. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Soccer, did you get yourself a little snack?
Yeah. I haven't eaten at all since waking up, so I was like,
Yeah.
a little bit hungry, but no, we're all good.
Mm-hmm.
Excited to see who makes it out of this this tiebreaker.
Yeah. And
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one.
yeah, welcome back, Jeff, as well. So we got Chris Ferg. We believe it's Chris Ferg against Watslav and Losky against on the mod. Was that 15 minutes already? It was indeed very close to 15 minutes. Yeah. And I'm just gonna stop and start recording again, just so we've got a little break on that.
I'm looking to see if anybody in the top 6 has to drop for tomorrow. It looks like nobody has said anything yet. So I assume at this point that the top 6 are good to go for tomorrow. Because I was thinking if somebody drops, then one of the tiebreaker rounds doesn't need to happen.
Yeah,
because it would be unfortunate to play the tiebreaker round and then find out that somebody can't make it tomorrow.
Yeah. Doesn't
a good call.
appear to be the case, no.
Yeah, these names are a lot more familiar to me, so I'm not too surprised that many of them probably made sure to set aside time for both days.
I think the only name I don't know in there is Django84, but maybe that's I don't know, not a name that I recognise, but my internet been.
No, I kind of want to go and check Always Be Running, but there's not a good way to look up players on Always Be Running.
No. Just looking at some results just outside of the cut. Test running, who we saw earlier on the Freedom list on 24. H4, CT1, Captain Nice, Shorty, Kikai, Paulie G, Jack Maid, and Matijak, all just not quite making the 2-for-1 level there. But some really solid performances as well there. Have I dropped again? Oh. There we go. Cool.
Yeah, I haven't. Let's just I want to check. I'm seeing if Django has placed highly before. Just doing some
a little bit of research.
Trying to do some scouting of tournaments that had large player counts, because I'm not going to be able to check everything. But
okay, so that's the end of the break. So the TOs, I believe, will now be organising the randomisation of sides, I believe.
Yeah. We're not quite there yet, it looks like.
Thanks everyone still for joining. Still 118 people watching the stream. Stream's been going for coming up to 9 hours now, so not my longest stream I've ever done, but it's good to see so many people still here.
Okay. It looks like Lost Geek is playing Corp, so we're not going to be seeing the PE, unfortunately, unless, of course, Odd wins and we see it tomorrow. And Watslav is playing Corp.
Okay, good spot.
So we're seeing Sports Medal against Cabinessa and Sports Medal against Max.
Cool.
Well, do we want to do Sports Medal against Cabinessa, because we've seen a lot of sports against Max today?
That sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to throw away this banana peel.
I'm interested. Can you hear the trains that go past every sort of 15 minutes?
Not at all.
I'm at my parents' house, and about 40 metres away from me is the main line from the south of England into central London. So I grew up with it, so I'm very used to it. But I just noticed the train there.
Yeah, I can't hear it at all.
Oh, excellent. Cool, right. So 30 minutes on the round for the tiebreakers. The table. Oh, here we go. Table's going up now.
Time before the timer.
Okay.
I'm just going to double check that players are okay to be streamed. Are the trains real? The trains are real. The volume for me is pretty low compared to the others. That's a rare thing for someone to say about me. I'll turn it up. That's fine. Cool. Okay, both phones stream. We're all in.
Cool.
Excellent. So, what tools has Cabanesa got against sports? Do we expect?
So Imp and Clot are the tools that you could bring in pretty easily as Shaper. But I don't think we know what type of woo this is. I don't think we've seen it at all today. We've seen a woo, but I think there's a lot of options that you can run out of Shaper right now.
Sure.
Well, that tells us a lot right away.
Okay, mantle. That's a surprise turn one.
Yeah, so this looks like it's... I wonder if this is almost that stealth smoke list, but just saying I'm going to fit a couple of more good cards in and be a little more consistent.
Do you reckon even we might see a rebirth in here? Rebirth into smoke once you set? Just get set up fast.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if it's... Influence can be a little tight in those lists, so I don't know if it's necessary... Like, having a blank ID at the end is maybe not the end of the world. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, I mean, this is... Finding a turn to play Peace in Your Time is something, but it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, it's looking like it's stealth, especially with the mantle and also Peace in Our Time. It's like a very... Oh, okay. We're just installing the clock.
Oh, look.
Let's see
I won the raffle. More importantly, I won the raffle. Finally.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah, very nice.
Oh, that's a good one. Very nice.
And
you were saying earlier you haven't won it.
I've won something.
Oh,
now.
I won it too.
And M Doge won as well, who subbed for 12 months, I believe. So
I won it as well.
And you won it as well. Fix.
This is what I get for walking away from the stream.
Right, back to the game. Before we get booed. Yeah.
All right, so a Hyperloop scored off the board. We're SMCing to install After Image. Oh, apparently that was a misclick. Presumably they want to install an imp or something.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's an imp.
Yeah, that makes the most sense here. Conduit. Okay, well, that's a different choice. I can see the appeal of the Conduit. I don't think it's good this early because you can end up in scenarios like this to some extent, right?
I mean, you're looking to score out, get some points, get the Conduit down. Like, you're at 16 credits, so you're in a good spot. And Steel and Vitruvius is exactly what we're looking for.
It's ideal.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah, I guess Lost Gate can purge here, I think, actually kind of comfortably and get some advantage to some extent. Because without a simul chip down, I guess it's a little bit harder. If you have like a red level, then it's like red level install an ice on R&D.
Yeah, I think that's ideal.
But even if you don't have that, I think it might be okay to purge because basically Wu has to spend their whole turn just to get back to where they are now, and they'll be down a clot. But
I mean, they'd be seeing 2 new cards, though, wouldn't they? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh,
Wow.
Biotic Purge Arc Lockdown.
interesting. I guess so. The way I often think about this sportsman list is it wants to score 4 times. It's got 6 tools. Zalowski said, well, I got one of my scores off the table. I can instead spend one of those tools to handle my fast advance problem for the whole game.
Yeah.
And they're calling it to zoom in just a touch
Yeah,
on the screen. I don't
just
know
done
if you
that,
saw
yeah.
that. Okay, yeah, there's a bit of a delay, so.
Yeah, no dramas. There we go. Scroll down as well.
Yeah, not running spin at any point.
No, we're actually 1 short, unless it's not Paperclip. It's Corroder.
Okay. Well,
Short.
that'll do it. I've sometimes thought about this of like it saves me an influence, and if I'm SMCing every single time, could I afford the difference in costs?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's pretty hard to do that in a lot of cases, but
Is the sound? Am I still here? My
yep, we can hear
Yep.
you now.
my stream is super not happy at the moment for some reason.
So Anthamod is asking if Conduit will work if it's still trashed, and Lost Geek's answer is
Correct.
technically it works, but it doesn't have a card to reference, so you will gain 0 additional accesses. So that is correct.
Yeah.
Although I'm not a judge, so I'm not going to say anything here.
Yep. Yeah, that's up to a judge to answer, but Lost Geek has the correct ruling here.
Yeah.
So
it's not, but it's to clarify, it's not 0 accesses. You get 0 additional accesses, but you'll still see 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Lost Geek isn't sharking here. Okay, great. And we have the judge ruling in. Yeah, I would generally say for players that are new or have any questions about ruling, always wait for a judge call. Doesn't hurt anyone.
No.
Um,
That's what the judges are there for.
yeah. Cyberdex Virus Suite is a rough hit there for Othmod.
Yeah.
On the mod, maybe.
Oh, yeah,
I'll maybe go with that.
On the mod.
Okay, so Lost Geeks, I think, basically just shuffling R&D here, just so they can see some cards. They can maybe see agendas, would be my guess. They did shuffle Unseen, so potentially there could have been some agendas in archives, though there hasn't been an Audacity yet, so I don't know. Tough to tell, but yeah, I mean, this is why it can be hard to be Shaper in this meta, is you don't have enough ways of disrupting reliably a sports meta list. I think I don't know if this list is on imp, but I feel like that was maybe a call I would look at instead of the conduit.
Yeah, so the thing is, I think with Clot and the fact that you're playing stealth Shaper, I don't think there's influence for imp anymore. Because you have to, like, we've seen Corroder, we've seen Clot, we know that there's Afterimage, so that's 7. I guess there's still 8 more. Oh, there's like Peace in Our Times.
Yeah.
Like
There's probably
it
at
gets
least
hard.
2. Yeah, it's like, oh, maybe you're down to like it's like choosing between a Taka and an imp kind of choice. just not a choice you usually want to make.
Looks like Lasky found the agenda on last turn's draws.
Yeah. And draws back to 2, and this is a rough spot for our Woo friend here.
7 credits, enough to play Biotic as well.
Yep. That's the most important number for the sports medal list. Well, that and 1 credit, but you know.
So what's the way back into the game for Woo here?
So rip 7 points this turn.
Yeah, sounds good.
But I don't think you have a way to do it. It's like, I guess it's like, so the line is something like click 1, like creative commission. No, you don't have enough runs then. Like you need to access, you're trying to access 3 agendas here to win. But you only have 2 credits with which to do so. I guess you have a mantle credit as well.
So you more or less just have to hope that the Corp whiffs their draws. But it is actually not unlikely for the Corp to whiff their draws, because there's actually just a Vitruvius left that's worth 2 points, because there hasn't been a Mega Pre yet.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you can somehow steal the Vitruvius and leave the Mega Pre, then the Corp has to score 2 1-pointers or score a Vacheron, and that'll give you a lot of turns to try to score out.
Oof. End the run on the vanilla.
Oh, we don't have an extra credit to break it. That's so unfortunate.
That's so rough. Yeah, and actually with 20 cards left in R&D, on the mod has a couple of turns to play with here. But I think it's hard to recognize that, because there is also that slim line where you just lose immediately, and it's hard to figure out which line you should be playing for.
Yeah, so I'd imagine, I don't know if they're on Rashida, but I think they are.
Yeah, we see one Rashida in archives. Yeah.
So I imagine this is Rashida and Mega Pre on the board that we just installed.
That would be, it could be Mega Pre, or it could be another Hyperloop. Like, I think those are all equally fine installs here.
Yeah, I mean, you really want the runner to steal a Mega Pre, so you have more outs to score. Hyperloop isn't great to give away, because at the end of the day, like, the runner is just looking to score points to win. So like giving the runner any amount of points is generally just not good. But
I mean, if you have both in hand and only 1 click, you install the Hyperloop. But I think you're okay to install even both of them face down here potentially. If you had two of them in hand, because you'll be
okay. Well, there's the Hyperloop. Let's see what the other one.
The mod did a nice job clicking for the credit just to hit the Rashid in case that was a Rashid.
Oh yeah. That's definitely the right call. Tranquility that can stay. So this is actually good for Anthemon, stealing a Hyperloop. Yeah, because really the game is still just on the last Vitruvius, and as long as you don't steal a Mega Pre, you just hope the Vitruvius is at a favorable position. Founding another Hyperloop, that's exactly what we want. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the one downside with that is that you're still like Lasky still has the agenda advantage here. And can score twice from this position without too much difficulty.
Well, so the thing is, Lasky has to, in order for Lasky to score twice, he needs 2 turns. He needs 2 full turns, probably. And because we sprinted click one of those turns is probably not this turn.
That's true, yes.
So if Anthemod finds the Vitruvius and then just finds 1 Mega Pre, that's 7.
Yeah, I think the issue for On the Mod is they don't have the credits to do anything here.
Yeah. Just riding those overclocks, but they are running out.
Yeah, there's only at most one more. And this would be like, oh, if they had one more, if they had one credit, maybe they could piece in our time here, and that would be enough to maybe get them back in the game. But
Yeah, we're gonna click up. HQ does only cost 2.
that's true. Yeah, and if you can hit the Vitruvius, you're in a great spot. If you hit a Mega Pre, you're not such a great spot. Audacity is like there is a plan here for Lost Geek to score twice, and it would be okay potentially.
Yeah. Oh, checking archives, getting the conduit purged. Not ideal.
Here's the Rashida. 11 cards left in R&D. Lots of options for Lost Geek here.
Is it the Vitruvius? Oh, I think we got it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
GG.
All right. Well, so that was a stealth woo, which I would not have predicted
No.
would be here, but Altamont, I think, did play this game pretty well, and I think Lost Geek's line of Purge Clot, Biotic Labor, Purge Clot, hit it with the Arc Lockdown was a spicy turn like 3 or whatever that was.
Oh, and there was Mega Pre in server 2, apparently.
Shall we switch to the other game and see how Chris Ferg's Max is doing against Watslav's Sports?
Sounds good.
Okay, so Watslav's at 5 agenda points to Chris Ferg's taken 1 so far. Stargate on the board. But Chris
And has swapped over to Ed Kim to hit all of those events, which is a nice include. Yeah, you hit the Audacity here, I would assume.
Yeah, Chris Ferg, board positioning wise, Chris Ferg is in a good spot. But it looks like Watslav is up on 5 points with 10 credits. So 1 fast advance piece and either Vitruvius or Luminal can win the game here.
Have we noticed that Chris Ferg's rebirthed into Eddie Kim?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
So,
But unfortunately, with 2, so there's 2 Audacity and 1 Biotic in the bin. So there's 2 more Biotics and 1 more Audacity, unless any of those is face down. So Watslav is digging for it, and there are outs to dig for.
Yep, and drawing 2 cards here means they've seen now deeper than the Stargate, and they can put the Rashida in server 7 that they drew, which means that Chris Ferg has to somehow answer this on 5 credits, and then ice on R&D turns the Stargate down as well.
Ooh, that's a good play. Getting liberated.
Interesting. Letting the Rashida go seems like a
risky, yeah.
A risky line, yeah.
Okay, Vacheron.
Vash, okay.
I think that's pretty bad actually for Chris, because that gives that means Waslav is going to draw 5 cards this turn.
Yeah. Very risky.
And there's a lot of stuff that gets them there. Now, it could be that server 7's a Mega Pre, but I think that being Rashida makes it seem more likely.
Can Chris now simul chip?
So I just want to... oh, that's true.
The clot.
Chris has...
Is there a clot in the bin? Yes, there is.
There is. Where is? We do a simul chip clot, so we're not out of this.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that.
I do want to say that Chris and Waslav are both on Max and Sports Medal, which means that of the top 8, there will be 5 players who are on Sports and Max.
Let's go.
5 players on Sports and Max, and 6 players on Max. So it'll be 6 Max and 2 419s is our top 8 on the runner side.
Wow. Which is quite surprising, really, given such a varied field at the start today.
It goes up. It just all conversion rate, right?
Yeah. Andrew W. Carson asking, returning to Netrunner after a couple of years, anyone have any startup deck lists? A good place to check is Netrunner database, nrdb.com. And you should be able to find some decks labelled startup. Another good place to check is Green Level Clearance.
Yeah, I was just about to say, someone from Green Level Clearance who isn't me made a very nice set of startup lists that should be pinned, and I can find one of them, and they all are sort of linked together.
Yeah.
So it looks like Watzlaw played like Spin Doctor, Sprint, and Iced HQ. So it looks like we're housing the agenda in HQ for a turn, and we didn't have it last turn. But Chris with Clot will be able to stop the score unless there's a second CVS in this deck. Or if we Spin Doctor the CVS and top deck it, which it looks like we're not going for. A brick saying in the chat, sports is brutal. 2x Clot might just be the start of the arms race. So that's so funny because I wonder if maybe in American Continentals or maybe in Intercontinentals we're gonna see decks. We're gonna see sports decks with 3 Arc Lockdowns and Anarch decks with 3 Clots.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is a fun little tech arms race kind of thing, and it's like, as I've been thinking, like, because I'm playing in NA Continentals, I've been trying to think about what I want to play, and it's been interesting to see the arms race and how much the percentage of sports of the field seems to be going up and up and up with each major event.
You see, interestingly, the percentage of sports was down from APAC.
I mean, some of that's just
in the tournament,
player size pool, right? Like, you have a certain number of players that are trying hard to win, and then you have a bunch of players that are like, I want to win with this deck I enjoy playing, I think. And APAC also had a bunch of people saying, I'm going to maybe serve to a smaller event where it's a little bit easier to get a top 8 finish kind of thing.
Yeah.
I was most surprised that there's 15 PDs. I was expecting the PDs to not be that many.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I was expecting. I had felt like that PD lists had started slotting Chrysium grids, and was finding that was enough to really shore up the Apocalypse matchup. And people had stopped playing Hive Mind Max, which I think also
not
had an
true
okay
for Euros.
matchup. Euros seems to mostly be APOC Max. It's like,
I believe all the NWE players are on Hive Mind.
I thought we saw some of them, and it was just Pinsel that was on Hive Mind, but I could be wrong about that.
My understanding is that Tug to Gut, Pencil, and Lost Geek is on Hive Mind.
I believe that's the case. And who else did we see? Perkamis, I think, was as well.
Oh, okay.
Huh, okay. I must be misremembering the stream completely then.
Yeah.
So
Could be wrong. We did see MJP early on a different max build, which might have, I think, between 2 NWEs.
Yeah, that might be what I'm combining in my head.
So Chris here forcing the Spin Doctor pop, which is good because we can't threaten Stargate if that Spin Doctor's on the board.
Yep. Yeah, the Clot threat here is a really big deal. So it's going to be, I think Watzlaw really has to find their Arc Lockdown. When they do, I think they're in a pretty commanding spot. But up until the point that they do, Chris has a lot of game here.
It's important to note that the Spin Doctor did shuffle CVS in red level, the last Spin Doctor that is. So there is, like, we don't necessarily need to Arc Lockdown this Clot. We just need to CVS with red level. And the Corp is on a comfortable number of credits to do that.
Jack Maid in the chat just reminding they were on Zaya, which we didn't get to see today. Jack made just outside the cut, member of NWE as well.
Yeah, I mean, this was a incredibly stacked field.
Yeah.
So not making the cut here, just not,
No.
there are a lot of very good players who ended up in all sorts of places on this bracket just because of how dense it is with really strong players.
Yeah.
So
that Vashron's ticking down now.
yeah.
And it, you know,
Yeah, I think Chris here needs to Stargate as he's doing, because he needs to hit this CVS out of the deck, actually, because we now have 3 red levels and a CVS in there. So we find a red level, we're gonna draw, and we just need to find CVS red level and the agenda in hand, of course, to score. So I think if we hit the CVS here, then that'll buy us a turn.
oh, Luminal.
Double red.
Oof.
I think you just hit the luminal,
You got
and
to.
then just
Yeah.
you just take the risk on the double red level. So here we go. We're probably
Interesting.
going to red level for 2 cards and see if we can find a CVS.
Yeah. So what do you need? You need, the thing is that CVS adds 3 credits to your combo cost. And there's 2 audacities in the bin. So it depends on whether or not Watzlaw has the 3rd audacity, or if they're spending some influence on ice.
Yeah, or if it's... I'm pretty sure Watzlaw is playing... I'm pretty sure Watzlaw is on the exact list that I played last week.
Was that on 2 or 3?
I was on
No.
3.
Okay.
Yeah, so it has to be... And right now, it has to be Audacity, because we don't have enough credits to red level CVS and Biotic.
I guess you do if you have a 3rd lateral. You can weave that in there, I think.
1, 2,
Because
3,
you need...
4. Yep.
Yeah, that would be just enough. Or actually, it would be a credit extra even. So you could do the 2nd red level.
That's true. There's 1 lateral left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a kind of narrow line, but it's there, I think. So
I imagine what they're thinking about right now is whether or not... Like, I think what's happened here is that we don't have what we need to score right now.
yes,
And
I agree.
We're thinking if we want to play the 2nd red level to draw again.
Yeah, no, that definitely is how this reads.
Do we think it's just rubbish in archives? 8 face down cards. I say rubbish, but econ and...
I think you're not in a... I mean, you might be, from Chris's perspective, you might be in a rush to check it because there's a loss pending. But the thing is, there's only 1 Vitruvius left that is actually game, because the Mega Priests haven't actually been turned on. So it would be bad if you ran archives and stole a Mega Prix.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you need to steal 2 1-pointers here, in addition to the Luminal, I think, in archives for it to be kind of relevant.
No, I think if you're running archives, and I think from Chris's perspective, unless you think there's a Vacheron or the Vitruvius in the bin and you can actually win the game, like if you're running archives, you're running to win the game, because you can't really run and steal agendas and let them sports draw, because then you're pretty much guaranteeing that they're going to have the CVS red level.
Yep.
Yeah, but there's a lot of, depending on what's in hand, if the Vitruvius is in R&D still, and Chris goes and Stargates next turn and hits the Vitruvius, then he can very comfortably just like click for 3 credits, and then he gets the win the following turn once the Vacheron takes down. Because if the Vitruvius isn't in play, then the Corp can't score out.
Worth noting, there's only 3 minutes left on the round. This is a long think here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's up to Chris to call for if he wants a judge call. I think if I was a judge here, I would be waiting to make it on player request. But I think they did get a. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I was Chris, I would be a little salty about this because
Yeah. This is just getting a bit too
this is
long.
running the clock. I think. I mean, it might be. It is. You have to think hard. Do I do the red level and try and get the win? But
It's hard. There's a lot of pressure, and this is like the whole. You've just played 6 rounds of Netrunner, and this is what it's come down to.
yeah, it's exactly right. Like I think it's easy to be very critical here, but Václav has to do a lot of math under a lot of stress after having already played 12.
Yeah.
Well, somewhere between 8 and 12 games as Netrunner.
Yeah.
And probably did have to play most of those 12 because they got in with a fairly low strength of schedule. So,
yeah, it's tough. I sympathize with the.
As someone who has played combo decks and had to be like, wait, do I have a line? Do I have a line? I'm somewhat sympathetic to Václav here, but this is.
And look, I've been there before. You freeze. Sometimes your brain just goes blank, and you're like, I can't see what to do, and you panic and overthink. And
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like we're at red level.
Yeah. So drawing for the combo. Well, so maneuver up. It is the game-winning decision. There is a line here where Václav wins.
Yeah, with the click off of
but
the first one.
it's a random draw on whether or not they win.
Wait a second. No. This was actually just straight. No, you can't win anymore because you on this turn because playing the red level puts you at 8 credits, and you need 11 credits to buy.
So it's. You lateral growth or you have the audacity.
No, lateral growth isn't enough. Lateral growth biotic is not enough. You're 1 short.
Isn't lateral growth biotic? Lateral growth is +2.
Mm-hmm.
So you go to
10.
Yes, you're at 10. Biotic. Yeah, you're right.
You need 7, and you need 1 to play the red level to install the CVS. So it has to be audacity here. So it looks like we don't have it. Ooh. That's time. That's unfortunate here.
Yeah. This is rough. Yeah.
Yeah, look,
this is.
I don't think the 3 of us should really say anything in this position.
Yeah.
That's
Man repped. It was. Yeah, totally. Man repped there's enough if there was audacity because you can red level the CVS and then audacity the agenda, and that only costs 5. The math that we were doing was for the biotic, which we were 1 credit short after that second red level. But the chances of the audacity is lower because there's 1 audacity and 2 biotics left, unless it's face down in archives and we can't see it.
Yeah, so Chris basically, I think, has to Stargate and hope here. So there was a warning, and there was already a time extension on this table. I'm not sure why. There was a 4-minute warning and then a slow play warning. But yeah, it's so if you're assuming this is the I do generally think a player has to request slow play calls. So that's is what it is. And then, so if your charisma is your last turn, I think it's R&D that you're hitting here, right? So you can hit a Vitruvius.
Right, what I would say, everyone in the chat as well, PSK is a very experienced tournament judge, extremely experienced, and the judges are talking. So I know there's a lot of opinions, but
yeah, it's unfortunate that this is sort of the situation in a tiebreaker. But sometimes, these players honestly probably both deserve to be in the cut. They both played very well today, I'm sure, across many, many games. And this is sort of one of the unfortunate things in Netrunner is we have more good players show up and play well than we have slots in the cut.
So I think is there a line here? Well, Chris can still win the game if we have one more turn, because we actually Stargate once, and when we Stargate once, you can hit a Vacheron. You can also hit a Vitruvius, and also even if you hit none of that, you can still run archives and steal the Luminal, and then if one of the face down cards is an agenda that's worth more than 1 point, then you can at least tie the game. And I'm not sure what happens on a tiebreaker round if the game ends tied.
So we know there's a Luminal. We know there's a Luminal, right?
Yep. So that would take you to 3. So you need 5 points to balance it out.
So you need to score 4. So you need to find 2 points other than the Luminal and Archives.
Yeah.
And there really could just be 2 points in Archives already.
It's quite plausible with like 11 cards not in Archives, and the rest there's only 5 agendas in score area of the 14 or something that are in the list. Right? Or not, it's not 14, it's 11 or something.
Yeah. Well, there's 3 Megapres, there's 1 Hyperloop.
Okay. There's 12 agendas in the list, presumably.
Yeah, and there's 1
so
Vacheron.
there's been a judge call. They've looked back, so there's about 5 minutes wait there. Even if it wasn't intentional, there's going to be another 4 minutes added onto the game, which I think's a call.
Yeah, I think especially in this round probably could have been untimed, potentially. And maybe that's a suggestion to make for future, though I guess that doesn't work if you're doing a 1-day event. But when you're doing a 2-day event like this, maybe that's a change to make in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we're going for the Stargate.
So
Chris has
spend all your money. But yeah, you actually have decent odds here of making a close to game winning play.
Yeah.
I mean, this is.
Let's see it. Here we go.
Dun dun dun.
Ooh.
What do you do here?
Biotic.
Hit the biotic, yeah.
Lateral red level. Yeah, you hit the biotic. I think. Oh, I see what's happening. He hit the red level because there's no more red levels left. So you can no longer red level CVS to win.
Yeah, you can.
That's
Biotic CVS is 7, advance once, and Audacity, I think. But that requires both a Biotic and an Audacity.
No, so there's not enough cards in hand to do that.
Oh, you're right. There are not. But there will.
There is because we mandatory draw.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I was just about to say the mandatory draw. I think it's because it's Biotic, CVS, the agenda, and Audacity counts itself.
Yes, so we have
because
enough
the clot on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So what Slav's conceding?
What Slav's saying GG, but we'll see if because they think they've lost.
At this, yeah.
They think they've lost with no red level clearance, but like you're saying, you're totally right. Is Biotic, Audacity, agenda? Oh, never mind. There isn't enough cards in hand. You need Biotic is. Oh no, never mind. Audacity, counts itself.
Counts
So yeah,
itself.
there is,
Yeah. So
there
you
is-
just Audacity last.
So you biotic, install the agenda, which has to be the last Vitruvius.
Yeah.
And then you install the CVS Advanced Audacity Purge score. Otherwise, Chris wins next turn, almost certainly.
Yes. Well, not guaranteed, but most likely, yeah.
Yeah, almost certainly. Oh, actually, Chris doesn't have enough money to Stargate again next turn.
Yeah, so the thing is, Watzlaw has to purge this turn if he wants any hope of winning next turn, if he doesn't have the line. So, yeah, I think people are also pointing out there's got to be at least 1 point in archives, and I feel like it's not technically has to, but does seem very likely.
Yeah. I mean, we know there's two. We know there's two there. There's 3 coming from Vacheron next turn. That's a 6 points.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yep, I mean, if I can imagine being in Watzlaw's shoes here. You're warned that time is about to call, and you freeze up, because I know I have frozen up in many of these tense games. And it's hard to think. You get stuck in a loop, and it's hard to get out, and then you make bad decisions, and it looks real weird. So, I want us to all remember, like, both players here, skilled players, they're important members of our community, and I don't want people getting upset with players unnecessarily. So.
Okay, Watzlaw's conceded there.
We have a concede.
Yeah. Yeah, a strange end to the day, but players did the right thing. Waited for the judge call. Didn't get into an argument about it.
And you know what? We had 6 fantastic rounds of Netrunner. We've had, I mean, admittedly, a little more sports than I think many of us would like.
Yeah.
But and we're going to have a very exciting, very packed top cut tomorrow too. So
let's just have a look at that cut. If I can press the right button. Which button makes that happen? Oh, I know why it's not working. Because I'm on... There we go. That's my face. And there we go. There's the standings. So... So, King of Swiss today, Roten. Mike in second, representing the UK. Then we got Asker. Django84, who we're still waiting for some more information about, maybe. Pinsel, Bridgman. Chris Ferg making it through in that last game there, and then Lost Geek making it through in the other tie-break. And that's going to be our top 8.
Unfortunately, I feel like if On The Mod got his PE list in, he would be like a pretty strong favorite to make a deep run with how much max there is here.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Lost Geek, I think Lost Geek got the coin flip that he wanted, I think, and was able to clean out a pretty nice game that we saw.
Yeah.
So
it looks like tomorrow it's going to be Rotom against Lost Geek, MJP against Chris Ferg, Tug to Gut against Bridgman, and Django against Pinsel will be our first round.
Yeah.
Some huge games there. Which of those matchups are you most excited about for tomorrow?
I would say, I think as I said, there's 5 people that are playing sports and max. So I think like the sports and max players don't have too much of a in terms of a weakness. So I think I don't know what the CTM is on, so we'll all have to take a look at the lists. But like obviously, I expect the top 4 to be favored going into the first round because they get choice of side. But I think a lot of the times, especially in the sports max combos, if you're just like a mirror, so MJP against Chris Ferg, for example, is just sports max for both sides.
Yeah.
And I think both players they've tested and they've built their deck with a plan against sports. So it'll be interesting to see which one MJP picks because, whichever one they pick, they obviously think that that's the favored side. And if you were to ask me, I actually don't know which one I would pick.
Yeah, I guess I would think. My impression is that sports is pretty reasonable against Max in most draws, but it's a very draw dependent matchup for both decks in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's like
maybe
it's not something like Rotom's is on PD and 419 against Lost Geeks, Sports Metal, and Max. So I expect Rotom to pick PD against Max. Yeah. Although I think Rotom's actually not in a great spot there because PD isn't great against Max. I'm not sure what exactly Lost Geeks Max looks like. Oh, actually,
yeah, it depends. It depends if on what I think PD. It also depends how Rotom teched his PD, whether he teched it for APOC Max, Hive Mind Max, or something else to some extent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny because I think both 419s are paired against Sports Metal, so I think both of those matches will go to Corp.
Yeah, because the 419 has the higher seed in both cases.
Exactly. So both 419 players will choose not to play 419 is my guess.
Yeah.
And then MJP Chris Ferg is a mirror match, and then Tug to Gut will play Bridgman. Tug to Gut will get to choose.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see what Pinsel and Bridgman, which one they how they end up.
Yeah, sure. Because Max versus CTM potentially a slight favorite there.
No, it's you're right. I could see Pinsel taking that. Mac, maybe Pinsel's going to take this. Oh no, sorry, Django gets to pick.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a tough choice.
So the thing is,
I know some people like the CTM against Hive Mind Max matchup, but I think Pinsel's probably I think it's actually Max favored, and I think Pinsel would be able to play it in that fashion.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it is Max favored, but I also think that Django doesn't have a choice because I don't think you pick 419 into sports.
Yeah, unless you've got some sick CBI raid tech or something like that.
You really have your 419 really has to be teched for it, and 419 it's really hard to tech for sports as 419 because CBI raid isn't actually that great against sports. Really,
CBI raid into black file. That's your whole game plan.
Yeah. Yeah, but I totally expect CTM against Max there. And you just got to play the match.
We've got Rotage and Swifty arguing in the chat, unsurprisingly, as per usual. Rotage reminding me to say that it's 10:30 start tomorrow, so I'll be starting the stream about 20 past 10 UK time, UTC +1, 20 past 10. So half an hour earlier than we were today. Any closing thoughts, everyone?
Go ahead.
I think we covered everything.
People should check out Green Level Clearance. People should check out the Itinerant Protesters if they want to have some kind of friendly playtesting like environment. Though, it's a lot more talking than it is playing at the moment. And people should also check out Single Sided Swiss.
Jeff, you're not joining tomorrow, are you? I don't believe.
Not currently planning to. Yeah.
No. Soccer, you are joining tomorrow, aren't you?
I am. I was saying I can at least do after the first 3 rounds, but I'm thinking we're ending at 1:22 right now for me in the afternoon. So I could probably sleep earlier and actually wake up for the whole thing if
Okay, brilliant.
If you guys want it.
Well, we'll have a chat with Mike, who's been running the back of house stuff today. Thanks everyone for joining today. Really great to see so many people joining. Big thanks to the tournament organisers, and we'll catch you all tomorrow for the finals of the Euro African Middle Eastern Continental Championships. Look forward to seeing you all there. Have a lovely sleep all. I know I will. Take care. Bye for now.
All right. Bye-bye.